Foreword of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Foreword. This is a volume of inspirational poems. Its purpose is to bring men courage and resolution, to cheer them, to fire them with new confidence when they grow dispirited, to strengthen their faith that things can be done. It is better for this purpose than the entire works of any one poet, for it takes the cream of many and has greater diversity than any one writer can show. It is made up chiefly of very recent poems, not such as were written for anthologies of poetical gems, but such as speak directly to the heart, always in very simple language, often in phrases of shop or office or street. Included, however, with the poems of the day are a few of the fine old pieces that have been of comfort to men through the ages. Besides the poems themselves, the volume contains helps to their understanding and enjoyment. The pieces are introduced by short comments. These serve the same purpose as the strain played by the pianist before the singer begins to sing. They create a mood, give a point of view, throw light on the meaning of what follows. Also, the lives of the authors are briefly summarized. This is in answer to our natural interest in the writer of a poem we like, and in the case of living poets, it brings together facts hardly to be found anywhere else. Finally, the book is not one to be read and then cast aside. It is to be kept as a constant companion and an unfailing recourse in weariness or gloom. Human companions are not always in the mood to cheer us, and may talk upon themes we dislike. But this book will converse or be silent. It is never out of sorts or discouraged, and so far from being wed to some single topic, it will speak to us at any time on any subject we desire. To many authors and publishers, acknowledgment is due for generous permission to use copyrighted material. End of foreword.
Section 1 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Abu Ben Adhem by Leigh Hunt. "Forgive my enemies," said the dying man to the priest. "I have none. I've killed them all." This old idea of exterminating our enemies has by no means disappeared from the earth, but it is waning. "Live and let live" is a more modern slogan, which mounts in turn from mere toleration of other people to a spirit of service and universal brotherhood. Love of our fellow men. Has humanity reached any height superior to this? Abu Ben Adhem, may his tribe increase, awoke one night from a deep dream of peace, and saw within the moonlight in his room, making it rich and like a lily in bloom, an angel writing in a book of gold. Exceeding peace had made Ben Adhem bold, and to the presence in the room he said, "What writest thou?" The vision raised its head, and with a look made of all sweet accord, answered, "The names of those who love the Lord." "And is mine one?" said Abu. "Nay, not so," replied the angel. Abu spoke more low, but cheerily still, and said, "I pray thee then, write me as one that loves his fellow men." The angel wrote and vanished. The next night it came again with a great wakening light, and showed the names whom love of God had blessed, and lo, Ben Adhem's name led all the rest. End of section 1, read by Alan Mapstone. Section 2 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Answer by Grantland Rice. Bob Fitzsimmons lacked the physical bulk of the men he fought, was ungainly in build and movement, and not infrequently got himself floored in the early rounds of his contests. But many people consider him the best fighter for his weight who has ever stepped into the prize ring. Not a favourite at first, he won the popular heart by making good. Of course, he had great natural powers. From any position when the chance at last came, he could dart forth a sudden, wicked blow that no human being could withstand. But more formidable still was the spirit which gave him cool and complete command of all his resources, and made him most dangerous when he was on the verge of being knocked out. When the battle breaks against you and the crowd forgets to cheer, when the anvil chorus echoes with the essence of a jeer, when the knockers start their panning in the knocker's nimble way, with a rap for all your errors and a josh upon your play, there is one quick answer ready that will nail them on the wing. There is one reply forthcoming that will wipe away the sting. There is one elastic comeback that will hold them as it should. Make good. No matter where you finish in the mix-up or the row, there are those among the rabble who will pan you anyhow. But the entry who is sticking and delivering the stuff can listen to the yapping as he giggles up his cuff. The loafer has no comeback, and the quitter no reply, when the anvil chorus echoes, as it will, against the sky. But there's one quick answer ready that will wrap them in a hood. Make good. End of section 2, read by Alan Mapstone. Section 3 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Appreciation by William Judson Kibbe. Life's a bully good game with its kicks and cuffs. Some smile, some laugh, some bluff. Some carry a load too heavy to bear, while some push on with never a care. But the load will seldom heavy be when I appreciate you and you appreciate me. He who lives by the side of the road and helps to bear his brother's load may seem to travel lone and long, while the world goes by with a merry song, but the heart grows warm and sorrows flee when I appreciate you and you appreciate me. When I appreciate you and you appreciate me, the road seems short to victory. It buoys one up and calls come on, and days grow brighter with the dawn. There is no doubt or mystery when I appreciate you and you appreciate me. It's the greatest thought in heaven or earth. It helps us know our fellow's worth. There'd be no wars or bitterness, no fear, no hate, no grasping yes. It makes work play and the careworn free, when I appreciate you and you appreciate me. End of section 3, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 4 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain, and for more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Arrow and the Song by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. We can calculate with fair accuracy the number of miles an automobile will go in an hour. We can gauge pretty closely the amount of merchandise a given sum of money will buy. But a good deed or a kind impulse is not measurable. Their influence works in devious ways and lives on when perhaps we can see them no more. I shout an arrow into the air. It fell to earth I knew not where, for so swiftly it flew the sight could not follow it in its flight. I breathed a song into the air. It fell to earth I knew not where, for who has sight so keen and strong that it can follow the flight of a song? Long, long afterward in an oak I found the arrow still unbroke, and the song from beginning to end I found again in the heart of a friend. End of section 4, read by Nina Lilly.
Section 5 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Awareness by Miriam Teichner. A man must keep a keen sense of the drift and significance of what he is engaged in if he is to make much headway. Yet many human beings are so sunk in the routine of their work that they fail to realize what it is all for. A man who was tapping with a hammer the wheels of a railroad train remarked that he had been at the job for 27 years. "What do you do when a wheel doesn't sound right?" a passenger inquired. The man was taken aback. "I never found one that sounded that way," he said. God, let me be aware. Let me not stumble blindly down the ways, just getting somehow safely through the days, not even groping for another hand, not even wondering why it all was planned. Eyes to the ground, unseeking for the light, soul never aching for a wild-winged flight. Please keep me eager just to do my share. God, let me be aware. God, let me be aware. Stab my soul fiercely with others' pain. Let me walk seeing horror and stain. Let my hands groping find other hands. Give me the heart that divines, understands. Give me the courage wounded to fight. Flood me with knowledge. Drench me with light. Please keep me eager just to do my share. God, let me be aware. End of section 5.
Section 6 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Bars of Fate. There ain't no such beast, ejaculated a farmer as he gazed at the rhinoceros at a circus. His incredulity did not, of course, do away with the existence of the creature. But our incredulity about many of our difficulties will do away with them. They exist chiefly in our imaginations. I stood before the bars of fate and bowed my head disconsolate. So high they seemed, so fierce they frown, I thought no hand could break them down. Beyond them I could hear the songs of valiant men who marched in throngs, and joyful women fair and free looked back and waved their hands at me. I did not cry, too late, or strive to rise, or rail at fate, or pray to God. My coward heart, contented, played its foolish part. So still I sat, the tireless bees sped o'er my head with scorn for me, and birds who built their nests in air beheld me as I were not there. From twig to twig before my face the spiders wove their curious lace, as they a curtain fine would see between the hindering bars and me. Then sudden change. I heard the call of wind and wave and waterfall from heaven above and earth below, a clear command, "Arise and go." I upward sprang in all my strength and stretched my eager hands at length to break the bars. No bars were there. My fingers fell through empty air. Ellen M.H. Gates, from To the Unborn Peoples. End of section 6. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 7 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Battle Cry by John G. Nyhart. We should win if we can, but in any case, we should prove our manhood by fighting. More than half-beaten but fearless, facing the storm and the night, breathless and reeling but tearless, here in the lull of the fight. I who bow not but before thee, God of the fighting clan, lifting my fists, I implore thee, give me the heart of a man. What though I live with the winners, or perish with those who fall? Only the cowards are sinners, fighting the fight is all. Strong is my foe, he advances, snapped is my blade, O Lord. See the proud banners and lances, O spare me this stub of a sword. Give me no pity, nor spare me, calm not the wrath of my foe. See where he beckons to dare me, bleeding, half-beaten I go, not for the glory of winning, not for the fear of the night, shunning the battle is sinning. Oh, spare me the heart to fight. Red is the mist about me, deep is the wound in my side. Coward, thou criest to flout me? O terrible foe, thou hast lied. Here with my battle before me, God of the fighting clan, grant that the woman who bore me suffered to suckle a man. End of section 7.
Section 8 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Belly and the Members by William Shakespeare. Adapted from Coriolanus. No doubt the world is cursed with grafters and parasites, men who live off the body economic and give nothing substantial in return. But an appearance of uselessness is not always proof of such. We should not condemn men in ignorance. As old as Aesop is the fable of the rebellion of the other members of the body against the idle unproductiveness of the belly. In this passage, the fable is used as an answer to the plebeians of Rome who have complained that the patricians are merely an encumbrance. There was a time when all the body's members rebelled against the belly, thus accused it, that only like a gulf it did remain, in the midst of the body idle and unactive, still cupboarding the viand, never bearing, like labour with the rest, where the other instruments did see and hear, devise, instruct, walk, feel, and mutually participant did minister unto the appetite and affection common of the whole body. Note me this, good friend. Your most grave belly was deliberate, not rash like his accusers, and thus answered. True it is, my incorporate friends, quoth he, that I receive the general food at first, which you do live upon, and fit it is, because I am the storehouse and the shop of the whole body. But if you do remember, I send it through the rivers of your blood, even to the court, the heart, to the seat of the brain, and through the cranks and offices of man, the strongest nerves and small inferior veins, from me receive that natural competency whereby they live, though all at once cannot see what I do deliver out to each, yet I can make my audit up that all from me do back receive the flower of all, and leave me but the bran. What say you to it? End of section 8, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 9 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Be the Best of Whatever You Are by Douglas Mallock. We all dream of great deeds and high positions away from the pettiness and humdrum of ordinary life. Yet success is not occupying a lofty place or doing conspicuous work. It is being the best that is in you. Rattling around in too big a job is much worse than filling a small one to overflowing. Dream, aspire by all means, but do not ruin the life you must lead by dreaming pipe dreams of the one you would like to lead. Make the most of what you have and are. Perhaps your trivial immediate task is your one sure way of proving your mettle. Do the thing near at hand, and great things will come to your hand to be done. If you can't be a pine on the top of the hill, be a scrub in the valley, but be the best little scrub by the side of the rill. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a bush, be a bit of the grass, and some highway some happier make. If you can't be a muskie, then just be a bass, but be the liveliest bass in the lake. We can't all be captains. We've got to be crew. There's something for all of us here. There's big work to do, and there's lesser to do, and the task we must do is the near. If you can't be a highway, then just be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be a star. It isn't by size that you win or you fail. Be the best of whatever you are. End of section 9.
Section 10 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Section 10. Borrowed Feathers by Joseph Morris. Many good attractive people spoil the merits they have by trying to be something bigger or showier. It is always best to be oneself. A rooster one morning was preening his feathers that glistened so bright in the sun. He admired the tints of the various colours as he laid them in place one by one. Now as roosters go, he was a fine bird, and he should have been satisfied. But suddenly there, as he marched along, some peacock feathers he spied. They had beautiful spots, and their colours were gay. He wished that his own could be green. He dropped his tail, tried to hide it away, was completely ashamed to be seen. Then his foolish mind hatched up a scheme. A peacock yet he could be. So he hopped behind a bush to undress, where the other fowls could not see. He caught his own tail between his bill, and pulled every feather out, and into the hole stuck the peacock plumes, then proudly strutted about. The other fowls rushed to see the queer sight, and the peacocks came when they heard. They could not agree just what he was, but pronounced him a funny bird. Then the chickens were angry that one of their kind should try to be a peacock, and the peacocks were mad that one with their tail should belong to a common fowl flock. So the chickens beset him most cruelly behind, and yanked his whole tail out together. The peacocks attacked him madly before, and pulled out each chicken feather. And when he stood stripped clean down to the skin, a horrible thing to the rest, he learned this sad lesson when it was too late. As his own simple self he was best. Joseph Morris. End of section 10.
Section 11 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Borrowing Trouble by Robert Burns. It is bad enough to cry over spilt milk, but many of us do worse. We cry over milk that we think is going to be spilt. But human bodies are such fools, for all their colleges and schools, that when no real ills perplex them, they make enough themselves to vex them, and the less they have to fret them, in like proportion, less will hurt them. End of section 11. Section 12 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Brave Life by Grantland Rice. To be absolutely without fear may not be the highest courage. To shrink and quake and yet stand at one's post may be braver still. So of success. It lies less in the attainment of some external end than in holding yourself to your purposes and ideals. For out of high loyalty and effort comes that intangible thing called character, which is no mere symbol of success, but success itself. I do not know what I shall find out beyond the final fight. I do not know what I shall meet beyond the last barrage of night, nor do I care, but this I know. If I but serve within the fold and play the game, I'll be prepared for all the endless years may hold. Life is a training camp at best for what may wait beyond the years. A training camp of toiling days and nights that lean to dreams and tears. But each may come upon the goal and build his soul above all fate by holding an unbroken faith and taking courage for a mate. Is not the fight itself enough that man must look to some behest? Wherein does failure miss success if all engage but do their best? Where does the victor's cry come in for a wreath of fame or a laureled brow? If one be vanquished, fought as well as weaker muscle would allow? If my opponent in the fray should prove to be a stronger foe, not of his making, but because the destinies ordained it so. If he should win and I should lose, although I did my utmost part, is my reward the less than his if he should strive with equal heart? Brave life, I hold, is something more than driving upward to the peak, than smashing madly through the strong and crashing onward through the weak. I hold the man who makes his fight against the raw game's crushing odds is braver than his brothers are who hold the favor of the gods. On by the skyline faint and vague, in that far country all must know, no laurel crown of fame may wait beyond the sunset's glow, but life has given me the chance to train and serve within the fold, to meet the test and be prepared for all the endless years may hold. End of section 12. Section 13 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Call of the Unbeaten by Grantland Rice. P.T. Barnum had shrewdness, inventiveness, hair-trigger readiness in acting or deciding, an eye for hidden possibilities and instinct for determining beforehand what would prove popular. All these qualities helped him in his original and extraordinary career, but the quality he valued most highly was the one he called stick-to-itiveness. This completed the others. Without it, the great showman could not have succeeded at all, nor did he think that any man who likes it will make much headway in life. We know how rough the road will be, how heavy here the load will be. We know about the barricades that wait along the track, but we have set our soul ahead upon a certain goal ahead, and nothing left from hell to sky shall ever turn us back. We know how brief all fame must be. We know how crude the game must be. We know how soon the cheering turns to jeering down the block. But there's a deeper feeling here that fate can't scatter, reeling here in knowing we have battled with a final ounce in stock. We sing of no wild glory now, emblazoning some story now of mighty charges down the field beyond some guarded pit, but humbler tasks befalling us, set duties that are calling us, where nothing left from hell to sky shall ever make us quit. End of section 13.
Section 14 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Can't by Edgar A. Guest. A great achieving soul will not clog itself with a cowardly thought or a cowardly watchword. Cardinal Richelieu, in Bulwark Lytton's play, declares, quote, "In the lexicon of youth, which fate reserves for a bright manhood, there is no such word as fail." End quote. Quote, "Impossible," Napoleon is quoted as saying, "is a word found only in the dictionary of fools." End quote. Can't is the worst word that's written or spoken, doing more harm here than slander and lies. On it is many a strong spirit broken, and with it many a good purpose dies. It springs from the lips of the thoughtless each morning, and robs us of courage we need through the day. It rings in our ears like a timely sent warning, and laughs when we falter and fall by the way. Can't is the father of feeble endeavor, the parent of terror and half-hearted work. It weakens the efforts of artisans clever, and makes of the toiler an indolent shirk. It poisons the soul of the man with a vision. It stifles in infancy many a plan. It greets honest toiling with open derision, and mocks at the hopes and the dreams of a man. Can't is a word none should speak without blushing, To utter it should be a symbol of shame. Ambition and courage it daily is crushing. It blights a man's purpose and shortens his aim. Despise it with all of your hatred of error. Refuse it the lodgment it seeks in your brain. Arm against it as a creature of terror, and all that you dream of you some day shall gain. Cant is the word that is foe to ambition, an enemy ambushed to shatter your will. Its prey is forever the man with a mission, and bows but to courage and patience and skill. Hate it with hatred that's deep and undying, for once it is welcomed, 'twill break any man. Whatever the goal you are seeking, keep trying, and answer this demon by saying, I can. Edgar A. Guest, from A Heap o' Livin'. End of section 14.
Section 15 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Can You Sing a Song? By Joseph Morris. Nothing lifts the spirit more than a song, especially the inward song of a worker who can sound it alike at the beginning of his task, in the heat of midday, and in the weariness and cool of the evening. Can you sing a song to greet the sun? Can you cheerily tackle the work to be done? Can you vision it finished when only begun? Can you sing a song? Can you sing a song when the days have through, when even the thought of the rest wearies you? With so little done and so much to do, can you sing a song? Can you sing a song at the close of the day, when weary and tired the work's put away, with the joy that it's done, the best of the pay? Can you sing a song? End of section 15.
Section 16 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Cares by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. To those who are wearied, fretted and worried, there is no physician like nature. When our nerves are frazzled and our sleep is unrefreshing, we can find no better antidote to the clamorous grind and frenzy of the city than the stillness and solitude of hills, streams, and tranquil stars. That man lays up for himself resources of strength, who now and then exchanges the ledger for green leaves, the factory for wildflowers, business for brook croon and birdsong. The little cares that fretted me, I lost them yesterday, among the fields above the sea, among the winds at play, among the lowing of the herds, the rustling of the trees, among the singing of the birds, the humming of the bees. The foolish fears of what may happen, I cast them all away, among the clover-scented grass, among the new-mown hay, among the husking of the corn, where drowsy poppies nod, where ill thoughts die and good are born, out in the fields with God. End of section 16, read by Nina Lilly.
Section 17 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Celestial Surgeon. We may acquire the resolution to be happy by resting on a bed of roses. If that fails us, we should try a bed of nettles. If I have faltered more or less in my great task of happiness, if I have moved among my race and shown no glorious morning face, if beams from happy human eyes have moved me not, if morning skies, books and my food and summer rain knocked on my sullen heart in vain, Lord, thy most pointed pleasure take, and stab my spirit broad awake. Or, Lord, if too obdurate I, choose thou, before that spirit die, a piercing pain, a killing sin, and to my dead heart run them in. Robert Louis Stevenson. End of section 17.
Section 18 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Challenge. Napoleon is reported to have complained of the English that they didn't have sense enough to know when they were beaten. Even if defeat is unmistakable, it need not be final. A battle may be lost, but the campaign won. A campaign lost, but the war won. Life, I challenge you to try me. Doom me to unending pain. Stay my hand, becloud my vision, break my heart and then again. Shatter every dream I've cherished, fill my heart with ruthless fear. Follow every smile that cheers me with a bitter blinding tear. Thus I dare you, you can try me, seek to make me cringe and moan. Still my unbound soul defies you, I'll withstand you, and alone. By Jean Nett. End of section 18, read by Nina Lilly.
Section 19 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Chambered Nautilus by Oliver Wendell Holmes. The nautilus is a small mollusk that creeps upon the bottom of the sea, though it used to be supposed to swim or even to spread a kind of sail so that the wind might drive it along the surface. What interests us in this poem is the way the nautilus grows. Just as a tree, when sawed down, has the record of its age in the number of its rings, so does the nautilus measure its age by the ever-widening compartments of its shell. These it has successively occupied. The poet, looking upon the now empty shell, thinks of human life as growing in the same way. We advance from one state of being to another, each nobler than the one which preceded it, until the spirit leaves its shell altogether and attains a glorious and perfect freedom. This is the ship of pearl which poets feign sailed the unshadowed main, the venturous bark that flings on the sweet summer wind its purpled wings, in gulfs enchanted where the siren sings, and coral reefs lie bare, where the cold sea maids rise to sun their streaming hair. Its webs of living gauze no more unfurl, wrecked is the ship of pearl, and every chambered cell where its dim dreaming life was wont to dwell, as the frail tenant shaped his growing shell, before thee lies revealed, its irised ceiling rent, its sunless crypt unsealed. Year after year beheld the silent toil that spread his lustrous coil. Still, as the spiral grew, he left the past year's dwelling for the new, stole with soft steps its shining archway through, built up its idle door, stretched in his last found home, and knew the old no more. Thanks for the heavenly message brought by thee, child of the wandering sea, cast from her lap forlorn, from thy dead lips a clearer note is born than ever Triton blew from wreathed horn. While on mine ear it rings through the deep caves of thought, I hear a voice that sings, build thee more stately mansions, O my soul, as the swift seasons roll. Leave thy low vaulted past, let each new temple, nobler than the last, shut thee from heaven with a dome more vast, till thou at length art free, leaving thine outgrown shell by life's unresting sea. Oliver Wendell Holmes. End of section 19. Section 20 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Character of a Happy Life by Sir Henry Wotton. I'd rather be right than president, said Henry Clay. It is to men who are animated by this spirit that the greatest satisfaction in life comes. For true blessedness does not lie far off and above us. It is close at hand. Booker T. Washington once told a story of a ship that had exhausted its supply of fresh water and signaled its need to a passing vessel. The reply was, quote, "Send down your buckets where you are," end quote. Thinking there was some misunderstanding, the captain repeated his signal, only to be answered as before. This time he did as he was bidden, and secured an abundance of fresh water. His ship was opposite the mouth of a mighty river, which still kept its current unmingled with the waters of the ocean. How happy is he, born and taught, that serveth not another's will, whose armor is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill, whose passions not his masters are, whose soul is still prepared for death, not tied unto the world with care of public fame or private breath, who envies none that chance doth raise, or vice, who never understood how deepest wounds are given by praise, nor rules of state but rules of good, who hath his life from rumors freed, whose conscience is his strong retreat, whose state can neither flatterers feed, nor ruin make accusers great, who God doth late and early pray, more of his grace than gifts to lend, and entertains the harmless day with a well-chosen book or friend. This man is freed from servile bands of hope to rise or fear to fall, lord of himself, though not of lands, and having nothing, yet hath all. Sir Henry Wotton. End of section 20.
Section 21 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Clear the Way by Charles Mackay. Humanity is always meeting obstacles. All honor to the men who do not fear obstacles, but push them aside and press on. Stevenson was explaining his idea that a locomotive steam engine could run along a track and draw cars after it. But suppose a cow gets on the track. Someone objected. So much the worse, said Stevenson, for the cow. Men of thought, be up and stirring, night and day. Sow the seed, withdraw the curtain, clear the way. Men of action, aid and cheer them, as ye may. There's a fount about to stream, there's a light about to gleam, there's a warmth about to glow, there's a flower about to blow, there's midnight blackness into gray. Men of thought and men of action, clear the way. Once the welcome light has broken, who shall say what the unimagined glories of the day? What the evil that shall perish in its ray? Aid it, hopes of honest men. Aid the dawning, tongue and pen. Aid it, paper, aid it, type. Aid it, for the hour is ripe. And our earnest must not slacken into play. Men of thought and men of action, clear the way. Lo, a cloud's about to vanish from the day, and a brazen wrong to crumble into clay. With the right shall many more enter, smiling at the door. With the giant wrong shall fall many others, great and small. That's for ages long have held us for their prey. Men of thought and men of action, clear the way. Charles Mackay. End of section 21. Read by April 6090.
Section 22 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Cleon and I by Charles Mackay. Toward the end of the yacht race in which the America won her historic cup, the English monarch, who was one of the spectators, inquired, "Which boat is first?" "The America seems to be first, Your Majesty," replied an aide. "And which is second?" asked the monarch. "Your Majesty, there seems to be no second." So it is in the race for happiness. The man who is natural, who is open and kind of heart, is always first. The man who is merely rich or sheltered or proud is not even a good second. Cleon hath 1,000,000 acres, ne'er a one have I. Cleon dwelleth in a palace, in a cottage I. Cleon hath 12 fortunes, not a penny I. Yet the poorer of the twain is Cleon, and not I. Cleon true possesses acres, but the landscape I. Half the charm to me it yieldeth money cannot buy. Cleon harbors sloth and dullness, freshening vigor I. He in velvet, I in fustain, richer man am I. Cleon is a slave to grandeur, free as thought am I. Cleon fees a score of doctors, need of none have I. Wealth surrounded, care environed, Cleon fears to die. Death may come, he'll find me ready, happier man am I. Cleon sees no charm in nature, in a daisy I. Cleon hears no anthems ringing in the sea and sky. Nature sings to me forever, earnest listener I. State for state, with all attendants, who will change? Not I. End of section 22.
Section 23 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Section 23. Columbus by Joaquin Miller. This poem pictures courage and high resolution. To the terrors of an unknown sea and the mutinous dismay of the sailors, Columbus has but two things to oppose: his faith and his unflinching will. But these suffice, as they always do. In the last 4 lines of the poem is a lesson for our nation today. The seas upon which our ideals have launched us are perilous and uncharted. In some ways, our whole voyage of democracy seems futile. Shall we turn back, or shall we, like Columbus, answer the falterers in words that leap like a leaping sword? Sail on, sail on. Behind him lay the grey Azores, behind the gates of Hercules. Before him, not the ghost of shores, before him only shoreless seas. The good mate said, "Now we must pray, for lo, the very stars are gone." Brave Admiral, speak, what shall I say? Why, say, sail on and on. My men grow mutinous day by day, my men grow ghastly, wan and weak. The stout mate thought of home, a spray of salt wave washed his swarthy cheek. What shall I say, brave Admiral, say? If we sight naught but seas at dawn, why, you shall say at break of day, sail on, sail on, sail on and on. They sailed and sailed as winds might blow, until at last the blanched mate said, "Why now, not even God would know, should I and all my men fall dead. These very winds forget their way, for God from these dread seas is gone. Now speak, brave Admiral, speak and say." He said, sail on and on." They sailed, then spake the mate, "This mad sea shows his teeth tonight. He curls his lip, he lies in wait with lifted teeth, as if to bite. Brave Admiral, say but one good word. What shall we do when hope is gone?" The words leapt like a leaping sword, "Sail on, sail on, sail on and on." Then pale and worn he kept his deck, and peered through darkness. Ah, that night of all dark nights, and then a speck. It grew, a starlit flag unfurled. It grew to be time's burst of dawn. He gained a world. He gave that world its grandest lesson. On! Sail on! By Joaquin Miller. From Joaquin Miller's Complete Poems. End of section 23.
Section 24 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. The Conqueror by Burton Braley. Age is wise. It attempts nothing impossible. Youth is wiser. It believes nothing impossible. Age conserves more. Youth accomplishes more. Between the two is an irreconcilable difference. Quote, "Crabbed age and youth cannot live together," end quote, as Shakespeare says, and the sympathy of the world is with youth. It is better so, for though many cherished things would be saved from sacrifice, if rash immaturity were more often checked, progress would be stayed if life were dominated by sterile and repressive age. Room for me, greybeards, room, make room. Menace me not with your eyes of gloom, jostle me not from the place I seek, for my arms are strong and your own are weak. And if my plea to you be denied, I'll thrust your wearying forms aside. Pity you? Yes, but I cannot stay. I am the spirit of youth. Make way! Room for me, timid ones, room, make room. Little I care for your fret and fume. I laugh at sorrow and jeer defeat. To doubt and doubters I give the lie, and fear is stilled as I swagger by. And life's a fight, and I seek the fray. I am the spirit of youth. Make way! Room for me, mighty ones. Room, make room. I fear no power and dread no doom. And you who curse me and you who bless, alike must bow to my dauntlessness. I topple the king from his golden throne. I smash old idols of brass and stone. I am not hampered by yesterday. Room for the spirit of youth. Make way! Room for me, all of you. Make me room. Where the rifles clash and the cannon boom, where glory beckons, or love, or fame, I plunge me heedlessly in the game. The old, the wary, the wise, the great, they cannot stay me, for I am fate. The brave young master of all good play, I am the spirit of youth. Make way! Burton Braley. From Things as They Are. End of section 24.
Section 25 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Section 25. Cooperation by J. Mason Knox. We must all hang together, or assuredly we shall all hang separately. Benjamin Franklin is reported to have said at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It ain't the guns, nor armament, nor funds that they can pay, but the close cooperation that makes them win the day. It ain't the individual, nor the army as a whole, but the everlasting teamwork of every bloomin' soul. By J. Mason Knox. End of section 25.
Section 26 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Courage by Florence Earle Coates. The philosopher Kant held himself to his habits so precisely that people set their watches by him as he took his daily walk. We may be equally constant amid worldly vicissitudes, but only a man of true courage is. 'Tis the front towards life that matters most, the tone, the point of view, the constancy that in defeat remains untouched and true. For death in patriot fight may be less gallant than a smile, and high endeavour to the gods seems in itself worthwhile. End of section 26. Read by Ingrid Falk, Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 27 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Cowards by William Shakespeare. We might as well accept the inevitable as the inevitable. There is no escaping death or taxes. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I have yet heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. William Shakespeare. End of section 27.
Section 28 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PZR Voice. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Creed. Men may seem sundered from each other, but the soul that each possesses, and the destiny common to all, invest them with a basic brotherhood. There is a destiny that makes us brothers. None goes his way alone. All that we send into the lives of others comes back into our own. I care not what his temples or his creeds, one thing holds firm and fast, that into his fateful heap of days and deeds the soul of a man is cast. Edwin Markham, from Lincoln and Other Poems. End of section 28. Read by PZR Voice, Atlanta, April 2nd, 2025.
Section 29 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Daffodils by William Wordsworth. The poet, in lonely mood, came suddenly upon a host of daffodils and was thrilled by their joyous beauty. But delightful as the immediate scene was, it was by no means the best part of his experience, for long afterwards, when he least expected it, memory brought back the flowers to the eye of his spirit, filled his solitary moments with thoughts of past happiness, and took him once more, so to speak, into the free open air and the sunshine. Just so, for us, the memory of happy sights we have seen comes back again to bring us pleasure. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in never-ending line along the margin of a bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. The waves beside them danced, but they outdid the sparkling waves in glee. A poet could not but be gay in such a jocund company. I gazed and gazed, but little thought what wealth the show to me had brought. For oft when on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. And then my heart with pleasure fills, and dances with the daffodils. End of section 29.
Section 30 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Days of Cheer. Edison says that genius is 2 parts inspiration, 98 parts perspiration. So happiness is 2 parts circumstance, 98 parts mental attitude. Feeling fine, he used to say, come a clear or cloudy day. Wave his hand and shed a smile, keeping sunny all the while. Never let no bugbear's grim get a wrestle hold to him. Kept a smile in rain or shine, tell you he was feeling fine. Feeling fine, he used to say. Wave his hand and go his way. Never had no time to lose, so he said, fighting blues. Had a twinkle in his eye, always when a going by. Sort a smile up into mine, tell me he was feeling fine. Feeling fine, he'd always say. And the sunshine seemed to stay close by him, or else he shone with some sunshine of his own. Didn't seem no clouds could dim any happiness for him. Always seemed to have a line out for gladness, feeling fine. Feeling fine, I've heard him say, 6 times today, and as many times I knowed he was bearing up a load. But he never let no grim troubles get much hold on him. Kept his spirits just like wine, bubbling up and feeling fine. Feeling fine, I hope he'll stay all his 80 that away, letting his demeanor be such as you could have or me if we tried, and went along spilling little drops of song, letting rosebuds sort of twine o'er the thorns, and feeling fine. James W. Foley, from Tales of the Trail. End of section 30. Read by Dixiane S. Didier, Valencia, April 2nd, 2025.
Section 31 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PZR Voice. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. December 31. If January 1 is an ideal time for renewed consecration, December 31 is an ideal time for thankful reminiscence. The year has not brought us everything we might have hoped, but neither has it involved us in everything we might have feared. Many are the perils, the failures, the miseries we have escaped, and life to us is still gracious and wholesome and filled to the brim with satisfaction. Best day of all the year, since I may see thee pass and know that if thou dost not leave me high, thou hast not found me low. And since I behold thee die, thou leavest me right to say that I tomorrow still may vie with them that keep the upward way. Best day of all the year to me, since I may stand and gaze across the grayish past and see so many crooked ways that might have led to misery or might have ended at disgrace. Best day since thou dost leave me free to look the future in the face. Best day of all the days of the year, that was so kind, so good, since thou dost leave me still the dear old faith in brotherhood. Best day since I, still striving here, may view the past with small regret, and undisturbed by doubts or fear, seeks paths that are untrod as yet. S. E. Kaiser. End of section 31. Read by PZR Voice, Atlanta, April 2nd, 2025.
Section 32 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The sunflower ain't the daisy. Know yourself, said the Greeks. Be yourself, bade Marcus Aurelius. Give yourself, taught the master. Though the third precept is the noblest, the first and second are admirable also. The second is violated on all hands. Yet to be what nature planned us, to develop our own natural selves, is better than to copy those who are wittier or wiser, or otherwise better endowed than we. Genuineness should always be preferred to imitation. The sunflower ain't the daisy, and the melon ain't the rose. Why is they all so crazy to be something else that grows? Just stick to the place you're planted, and do the best you knows. Be the sunflower or the daisy, the melon or the rose. Don't be what you ain't, just you be what you is. If you am not what you are, then you is not what you is. If you're just a little tadpole, don't you try to be the frog. If you are the tail, don't you try to wag the dog. Pass the plate if you can't exalt and preach. If you're just a little pebble, don't you try to be the beach. When a man is what he isn't, then he isn't what he is. And as sure as I'm talking, here's a gwine to get his. Anonymous. End of section 32.
Section 33 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Disappointed. Those who have striven nobly and failed deserve sympathy. Sometimes they deserve also praise unreserved, in that they have refused to do something ignoble which would have led to what the world calls success. They have lived the idea which Macbeth merely proclaimed. Quote, I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none. End of quote. There are songs enough for the hero who dwells on the heights of fame. I sing for the disappointed, for those who have missed their aim. I sing with a tearful cadence for one who stands in the dark and knows that his last best arrow has bounded back from the mark. I sing for the breathless runner, the eager, anxious soul, who falls with his strength exhausted, almost in sight of the goal. For the hearts that break in silence, with a sorrow all unknown. For those who need companions, yet walk their ways alone. There are songs enough for the lovers who share love's tender pain. I sing for the one whose passion is given all in vain. For those whose spirit comrades have missed them on their way, I sing with a heart overflowing this minor strain today. And I know the solar system must somewhere keep in space a prize for that spent runner who barely lost the race. For the plan would be imperfect unless it held some sphere that paid for the toil and talent and love that are wasted here. Ella Wheeler Wilcox, from Picked Poems. End of section 33. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 34 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Tailor. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Section 34 Duty by Ralph Waldo Emerson. In a single sentence, Emerson crystallizes the faith that nothing is impossible to those whose guide is duty. His words, though spoken primarily of youth, apply to the whole of human life. So nigh is grandeur to our dust, so near is God to man. When duty whispers low, thou must, the youth replies, I can. By Ralph Waldo Emerson. End of section 34.
Section 35 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Duty by Edwin Markham. When duty comes a-knocking at your gate, welcome him in, for if you bid him wait, he will depart, only to come once more, and bring 7 other duties to your door. End of section 35.
Section 36 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Envoy. Frank K. Lane stipulated that when he died, his body should be cremated and the ashes scattered from El Capitan over the beautiful Yosemite Valley. He thus symbolized what many of us feel, the unity of our deeper and finer selves with the eternal life and loveliness of nature. O seek me not within a tomb, thou shalt not find me in the clay. I pierce a little wall of gloom to mingle with the day. I brothered with the things that pass, poor giddy joy and puckered grief. I go to brother with the grass and with the sunning leaf. Not death can sheathe me in a shroud, a joy sword whetted keen with pain. I join the armies of the cloud, the lightning and the rain. O subtle in the sap a thrill, athletic in the glad uplift, a portion of the cosmic will, I pierce the planet drift. My God and I shall internet, as rain and ocean, breath and air, and oh, the luring thought of it is prayer. John G. Neihart. From The Quest, Collected Lyrics. End of section 36.
Section 37 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Essentials. The things here named are essential to a happy and successful life. They may not be the only essentials. Roll up your sleeves, lad, and begin. Disarm misfortune with a grin. Let discontent not wag your chin. Let gratitude. Don't try to find things all askew. Don't be afraid of what is new, nor banish as unsound untrue. A platitude. If folks don't act as you would choose, remember life has varied use. Your common sense don't get the blues, show latitude. Sing though in quavering sharps and flats, love though the folks you love are cats. Work though you are worn and weary, that's the attitude. By St. Clair Adams. End of section 37, read by Nina Lilly. Section 38 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Fable by Ralph Waldo Emerson. To be impressed by a thing merely because it is big is a human failing. Yet our standard of judgment would be truer if we considered instead the success of that thing in performing its own particular task, and quality is better than quantity. The lioness in the old fable was being taunted because she bore only one offspring at a time, not a numerous litter. It is true, she admitted, but that one is a lion. The mountain and the squirrel had a quarrel, and the former called the latter Little Prig. Bun replied, "You are doubtless very big, but all sorts of things in weather must be taken in together to make up a year and as fair, and I think it no disgrace to occupy my place. If I'm not so large as you are not so small as I, and not half so spry, I'll not deny you make a very pretty squirrel track. Talents differ, all is well and wisely put. If I cannot carry forests on my back, neither can you crack a nut." End of section 38, read by Nina Lilly.
Section 39 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Fairy Song by John Keats. The great beneficent forces of life are not exhausted when once used, but are recurrent. The sun rises afresh each new day. Once a year the springtime returns, and God renews his ancient rapture. So it is with our joys. They do not stay by us constantly. They pass from us and are gone. But we need not trouble ourselves. They are sure to come back. Shed no tear, oh shed no tear. The flower will bloom another year. Weep no more, oh weep no more. Young buds sleep in the root's white core. Dry your eyes, oh dry your eyes, for I was taught in paradise to ease my breast of melodies. Shed no tear. Overhead, look overhead, 'mong the blossoms white and red. Look up, I flutter now, on this flush pomegranate bough. See me, 'tis this silvery bill, ever cures the good man's ill. Shed no tear, oh shed no tear, the flowers will bloom another year. Adieu, adieu, I fly, adieu, I vanish in the heavens blue. Adieu, adieu. End of section 39.
Section 40 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It can be done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Faith by S. E. Kaiser. Faith is not a passive thing, mere believing or waiting. It is an active thing, a positive striving and achievement, even if conditions be untoward. Faith is not merely praying upon your knees at night. Faith is not merely straying through darkness to the light. Faith is not merely waiting for glory that may be. Faith is not merely hating the sinful ecstasy. Faith is the brave endeavor, the splendid enterprise, the strength to serve whatever conditions may arise. End of section 40. Section 41 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Faith by Edward Rowland Sill. Anyone who has ridden across the continent on a train must marvel at the faith and imagination of the engineers who constructed the road. The topographical advantage is seized, the grades made easy of ascent, the curves and straight stretches planned, the tunnel so carefully calculated that workmen beginning on opposite sides of a mountain met in the middle, and all this visualized and thought out before the actual work was begun. Faith has such foresight, such courage, whether it toils actively or can merely bide its time. The treetop, high above the barren field, rising beyond the night's gray folds of mist, rests stirless where the upper air is sealed to perfect silence by the faint moon kissed. But the low branches, drooping to the ground, sway to and fro as sways funereal plume, while from their restless depths low whispers sound. We fear the darkness and the gloom. Dim forms beneath us pass and reappear, and mournful tongues are menacing us here. Then from the topmost bough falls calm reply. Hush, hush, I see the coming of the morn. Swiftly the silent night is passing by, and in her bosom rosy dawn is born. 'Tis but your own dim shadows that ye see. 'Tis but your own low moans that trouble ye. So life stands, with a twilight world around. Faith turns serenely to the steadfast sky, still answering the heart that sweeps the ground, sobbing in fear and tossing restlessly. Hush, hush, the dawn breaks o'er the eastern sea. 'Tis but thine own dim shadow troubling thee. From Poems. End of section 41.
Section 42 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Fighter by S. E. Kaiser. If life were all easy, we should degenerate into weaklings. into human mush. It is the fighting spirit that makes us strong. Nor do any of us lack for a chance to exercise this spirit. Struggle is everywhere. As Kearney said at Fair Oaks, there is lovely fighting along the whole line. I fight a battle every day against discouragement and fear. Some foe stands always in my way. The path ahead is never clear. I must forever be on guard against the doubts that skulk along. I get ahead by fighting hard, but fighting keeps my spirit strong. I hear the croakings of despair, the dark predictions of the weak. I find myself pursued by care, no matter what the end I seek. My victories are small and few. It matters not how hard I strive. Each day the fight begins anew, but fighting keeps my hopes alive. My dreams are spoiled by circumstance. My plans are wrecked by fate or luck. Some hour perhaps will bring my chance, but that great hour has never struck. My progress has been slow and hard. I've had to climb and crawl and swim, fighting for every stubborn yard, but I have kept in fighting trim. I have to fight my doubts away and be on guard against my fears. The feeble croaking of dismay has been familiar through the years. My dearest plans keep going wrong. Events combine to thwart my will, but fighting keeps my spirit strong, and I am undefeated still. End of section 42.
Section 43 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Fighting Failure by Everett Jack Appleton. I'm not a rabid, preachy Pollyanna optimist. Neither am I a gloomy grouch. I believe in a loving divine providence who expects you to play the game to the limit, who wants you to hold tight to his hand, and who compensates you for the material losses by giving you the ability to retain your sense of values and keep your spiritual sand out of the bearings of your physical machine, if you'll trust and keep sweet, keep cheerful, or else keep still. Quote by Everett Jack Appleton. He has come the way of the fighting men and fought by the rules of the game. And out of life he has gathered, what? A living and little fame. Ever and ever the goal looms near, seeming each time worthwhile, but ever it proves a mirage fair, ever the grim gods smile. And so, with lips hard set and white, he buries the hope that is gone. His fight is lost, and he knows it is lost, and yet he is fighting on. Out of the smoke of the battle line, watching men win their way, and cheering with those who cheer success, he enters again the fray, licking the blood and the dust from his lips, wiping the sweat from his eyes. He does the work he is set to do, and therein honor lies. Brave they were, these men he cheered, theirs is the winner's thrill. His fight is lost, and he knows it is lost, and yet he is fighting still. And those who won have rest and peace, and those who died have more. But weary and spent, he cannot stop seeking the ultimate score. Courage was theirs for a little time, but what of the man who sees that he must lose, yet will not beg mercy upon his knees? Side by side with grim defeat, he struggles at dusk or dawn. His fight is lost, and he knows it is lost, and yet he is fighting on. Praise for the warriors who succeed, and tears for the vanquished dead. The world will hold them close to her heart, wreathing each honored head. But there in the ranks, soul sick, time tried, he battles against the odds, sans hope, but true to his colors torn, the plaything of the gods. Uncover when he goes by at last, held to his task by will. The fight is lost, and he knows it is lost, and yet he is fighting still. End of section 43.
Section 44 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Firm of Grin and Barrett by Sam Walter Foss. It has been said that when disaster overtakes us, we can do one of two things. We can grin and bear it, or we needn't grin. The spirit that keeps a smile on our faces when our burden is heaviest is the spirit that will win in the long run. Many men know how to take success quietly. The real test of a man is the way he takes failure. No financial throe volcanic ever yet was known to scare it. Never yet was any panic scared the firm of Grin and Barrett. From the flurry and the fluster, from the ruin and the crashes, they arise in brighter luster, like the phoenix from his ashes. When the banks and corporations quake with fear, they do not share it. Smiling through all perturbations goes the firm of Grin and Barrett. Grin and Barrett, who can scare it? Scare the firm of Grin and Barrett? When the tide sweep of reverses smites them, firm they stand and dare it without wailings, tears, or curses, this stout firm of Grin and Barrett. Even should their house go under in the flood and inundation, calm they stand amid the thunder, without noise or demonstration. And when sackcloth is the fashion, with a patient smile they wear it, without petulance or passion, this old firm of Grin and Barrett. Grin and Barrett, who can scare it? Scare the firm of Grin and Barrett? When the other firms show dizziness, here's a house that does not share it. Wouldn't you like to join the business? Join the firm of Grin and Barrett? Give your strength that does not murmur, and your nerve that does not falter, and you've joined a house that's firmer than the old rock of Gibraltar. They have won a good prosperity, why not join the firm and share it? Step, young fellow, with celerity, join the firm of Grin and Barrett. Grin and Barrett, who can scare it? Scare the firm of Grin and Barrett. End of section 44. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas.
Section 45 of It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Poor Things by Henry Van Dyke. What are the qualities of ideal manhood? Various people have given various answers to this question. Here the poet states what quality he thinks indispensable. 4 things a man must learn to do if he would make his record true. To think without confusion clearly, to love his fellow men sincerely, to act from honest motives purely, to trust in God and heaven securely. End of section 45, read by Michael Ruffin, a.k.a. Craig 123.
Section 46 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Friends of Mine by James W. Foley. We like to be hospitable. To what should we be more hospitable than a glad spirit or a kind impulse? Good morning, brother Sunshine. Good morning, sister Song. I beg your humble pardon if you've waited very long. I thought I heard you rapping to shut you out were sin. My heart is standing open. Won't you walk right in? Good morning, brother Gladness. Good morning, sister Smile. They told me you were coming, so I waited on a while. I'm lonesome here without you, a weary while it's been. My heart is standing open. Won't you walk right in? Good morning, brother Kindness. Good morning, sister Cheer. I heard you were out calling, so I waited for you here. Some way I keep forgetting I have to toil or spin when you are my companions. Won't you walk right in? End of section 46. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, April 2025.
Section 47 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Game by Grantland Rice. Lessing said that if God should come to him with truth in one hand and the never-ending pursuit of truth in the other, and should offer him his choice, he would humbly and reverently take the pursuit of truth. Perhaps it is best that finite beings should not attain infinite success, but however remote that for which they seek or strive, they may by their diligence and generosity make the very effort to secure it noble. In doing this, they earn, as Pope tells us, a truer commendation than success itself could bring them. Act well thy part. There all the honor lies. Let's play it out, this little game called life, where we are listed for so brief a spell, not just to win among the tumult rife, or where acclaim and gay applauses swell, nor just to conquer where someone must lose, or reach the goal whatever be the cost, for there are other better ways to choose, though in the end the battle may be lost. Let's play it out as if it were a sport, wherein the game is better than the goal, and never mind the detailed scores report of errors made, if each with dauntless soul, but stick it out until the day is done, not wasting fairness for success or fame. So when the battle has been lost or won, the world at least can say he played the game. Let's play it out, this little game called work or war or love or what part each may draw. Play like a man who scorns to quit or shirk because the break may carry some deep flaw, nor simply holding that the goal is all that keeps the player in the contest staying, but stick it out from curtain rise to fall, as if the game itself were worth the playing. End of section 47.
Section 48 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Gifts of God. Why are we never entirely satisfied? Why are we never at absolute peace or rest? Many are the answers that have been made to this question. The answer here given by the poet is that so richly is man endowed with qualities and attributes that if contentment were added to them, he would be satisfied with what he has, and would not strive for that which is higher still, the fulfillment of his spiritual cravings. When God at first made man, having a glass of blessing standing by. Let us, said he, pour on him all we can. Let the world's riches, which dispersed lie, contract into a span. So strength first made a way, then beauty flowed, then wisdom, honor, pleasure. When almost all was out, God made a stay, perceiving that alone of all his treasure, rest in the bottom lay. For if I should, said he, bestow this jewel also on my creature, he would adore my gifts instead of me, and rest in nature, not the God of nature, so both should losers be. Yet let him keep the rest, but keep them with repining restlessness. Let him be rich and weary, that at least, if goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast. George Herbert. End of section 48.
Section 49 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Gift by Robert Burns. Trust thyself, says Emerson. Every heart vibrates to that iron string. This is wholesome and inspiring advice, but there is, as always, another side to the question. Many a man falls into absurdities and mistakes because he cannot get outside of himself and look at himself from other people's eyes. We should cultivate the ability to see everything, including ourselves, from more than one standpoint. Oh, would some power the giftie give us to see ourselves as others see us, and would free many a blunder free us, and foolish notion, what airs in dress and gait would leave us, and even devotion. End of section 49.
Section 50 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Gladness. A coal miner does not need the sun's illumination. He carries his own light. The world has brought not anything to make me glad today. The swallow had a broken wing, and after all my journeying there was no water in the spring. My friend has said me nay. But yet somehow I needs must sing, as on a luckier day. Dusk fails as grey as any tear, there is no hope in sight, but something in me seems so fair that like a star I needs must wear a safety made of shining air between me and the night. Such inner weavings do I wear, all fashioned of delight. I need not for these robes of mine the loveliness of earth, but happenings remote and fine, like threads of dreams, will blow and shine in gossamer and crystalline. And I was glad from birth, so even while my eyes repine, my heart is clothed in mirth. Anna Hampstead Branch, from The Shoes That Danced, and other poems. End of section 50. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 51 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Glad Song by Joseph Morris. Gladness begins with the first person, with you. It may spread far like ripples when you toss a stone in the water. Sing a song, sing a song. Ring the glad bells all along. Smile at him who frowns at you. He will smile, and then there too. Laugh a bit, laugh a bit. Folks will soon be catching it. Can't resist a happy face. World will be a merry place. Laugh a bit and sing a song. Where they are, there's nothing wrong. Joy will dance the whole world through, but it must begin with you. End of section 51. Section 52 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. God by Gamaliel Bradford. We often think people shallow, think them incapable of anything serious or profound, because their work is humdrum and their speech trivial. Such a judgment is unfair, since that part of our own life which shows itself to others is superficial likewise, though we are conscious that within us is much that it does not reveal. I think about God, yet I talk of small matters. Now, isn't that odd how my idle tongue chatters of quarrelsome neighbors, fine weather and rain, indifferent labors, indifferent pain? Some trivial style fashion shifts with a nod, and yet all the while I am thinking of God. End of section 52.
Section 53 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Grancio. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Good Deeds by William Shakespeare. The influence of good deeds usually extends far beyond the limits we can see or trace, but as well not have the power to do them as not use it. How far that little candle throws his beams, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. Heaven doth with us as we with torches do, not light them for themselves, for if our virtues did not go forth of us, 'twere all alike, as if we had them not. End of section 53.
Section 54 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Good Intentions by St. Clair Adams. Thinking you would like a square meal will not in itself earn you one. Thinking you would like a strong body will not without effort on your part make you an athlete. Thinking you would like to be kind or successful will not bring you gentleness or achievement if you stop with mere thinking. The arrows of intention must have the bow of strong purpose to impel them. The road to hell, they assure me, with good intentions is paved, and I know my desires are noble, but my deeds might brand me depraved. It's the warped grain in our nature, and St. Paul has written it true. The good that I would I do not, but the evil I would not I do. I've met few men who are monsters, when I came to know them inside, yet the bearing and dealings external are crusted with cruelty, pride, scorn, selfishness, envy, indifference, greed, why the long list pursue. The good that they would they do not, but the evil they would not they do. Intentions may still leave us beast-like, with unchangeable purpose we're men. We must drive the nail home and then clinch it, or storms shake it loose again. In things of great import and trifles, we our recreant souls must subdue, till the evil we would not we do not, and the good that we would we do. End of section. Read by Nina Lilly.
Section 55 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Good Name by William Shakespeare. We should respect the good name of other people and should safeguard our own by a high sense of honour. At the close of the Civil War, A representative of an insurance company offered Robert E. Lee the presidency of the firm at a salary of $50,000 a year. Lee replied that while he wished to earn his living, he doubted whether his services would be worth so large a sum. "We don't want your services," the man interrupted. "We want your name." "That," said Lee quietly, "is not for sale." He accepted instead the presidency of a college at $1,500 a year. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. End of section 55. Read by Ingrid Falk, Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 56 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Gradatim. In the old fable, the tortoise won the race from the hare not by a single burst of speed, but by plodding on steadily, tirelessly. In the Civil War, it was found that Lee's army could not be overwhelmed in a single battle, but one Federal general perceived that it could be worn down by time and pressure of numbers. "I propose," said Grant, "to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." It took more than a summer. It took nearly a year, but he did it. In the moral realm, likewise, all things excellent are as difficult as they are rare. Character is not attained overnight. The only way to develop moral muscles is to exercise them patiently and long. Heaven is not reached at a single bound, but we build the ladder by which we rise, from the lowly earth to the vaulted skies, and we mount to its summit, round by round. I count this thing to be grandly true, that a noble deed is a step towards God, lifting the soul from the common clod, to a purer air and a broader view. We rise by things that are under feet, by what we have mastered of good and gain, by the pride deposed and the passion slain, and the vanquished ills we hourly meet. We hope, we aspire, we resolve, we trust, when the morning calls us to life and light, but our heart grows weary, and ere the night, our lives are trailing in the sordid dust. We hope, we resolve, we aspire, we pray, we think that we mount the air on wings, beyond the recall of sensual things, while our feet still cling to the heavy clay. Wings for the angels, but feet for men. We may borrow the wings to find the way. We may hope and resolve and aspire and pray, but our feet must rise, or we fall again. Only in dreams is a ladder thrown, from the weary earth to the sapphire walls, but the dreams depart and the vision falls, and the sleeper wakes on his pillow of stone. Heaven is not reached at a single bound, but we build the ladder by which we rise, from the lowly earth to the vaulted skies, and we mount to its summit round by round. J. G. Holland, from Complete Poetical Works. End of section 56.
Section 57 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Gray Days by Griffith Alexander. By reckoning up the odds against us and ignoring the forces in our favor, we may indeed close the door of hope. But why not take matters the other way about? Why not see the situation clearly, and then throw our own strong purpose in the scales? In the course of a battle, an officer reported to Stonewall Jackson that he must fall back because his ammunition had been spoiled by a rainstorm. "So has the enemy's," was the instant reply. "Give them the bayonet." This resolute spirit won the battle. Hang the gray days, the deuce to pay days, the feeling blue and nothing to do days, the sit by yourself for there's nothing new days. when the cat that care killed without excuse, with your inner selves crying, "Oh, what's the use?" And you wonder whatever is going to become of you, and you feel that a cipher expresses the sum of you, and you know that you'll never, oh never be clever, spite of all your endeavor, or hard work or whatever. Oh, gee, what a mix-up you see when you look at the world where you happen to be, where strangers are hateful and friends are a bore, and you know in your heart you will smile nevermore. Gee, kid, clap on the lid. It is all a mistake, give your worries the skid. There are sunny days coming, succeeding the blue, and bees will be humming, making honey for you, and your heart will be singing the merriest tune, while April is bringing a May and a June. Gray days, play days, joy-bringing pay days, and heart-lifting May days. The sun will be shining in just a wee while, so smile. End of section 57.
Section 58 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Greatness of the Soul by Alfred Tennyson. Geologists tell us that in the long processes of the ages, mountains have been raised and leveled, continents formed and washed away. Astronomers tell us that in space are countless worlds, many of them doubtless inhabited, perhaps by creatures of a lower type than we, perhaps by creatures of a higher. The magnitude of these changes in these worlds makes the imagination reel. But on one thing we can rely, the greatness of the human soul. On one thing we can confidently build, the men whose spirit is lofty, divine. For though the giant ages heave the hill, and break the shore, and evermore make and break and work their will, though world on world in myriad myriads roll, round us, each with different powers, and other forms of life than ours, what know we greater than the soul? On God and godlike men we build our trust. End of section 58.
Section 59 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Grief by Angela Morgan. Shakespeare says, "I can easier teach 20 what were good to be done than be one of the 20 to follow mine own teaching." This is especially true regarding grief or affliction. Man was born unto trouble as the sparks fly upward, but we bid other people bear their sorrows manfully. We should therefore bear ours with equal courage. Upon this trouble shall I whet my life as 'twere a dulling knife. Bade I my friend be brave? I shall still braver be. No man shall say of me, others he saved, himself he cannot save. But swift and fair as the primeval word that smote the night, let there be light. Courage shall leap from me, a gallant sword to rout the enemy and all his horde, cleaving a kingly pathway through despair. End of section 59. Read by Ingrid Falk in Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 60 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Grumpy Guy by Griffith Alexander. When students came, full of ambition, to the great scientist Agassiz, he gave them each a fish and told them to find out what he could about it. They went to work, and in a day or two were ready for their report. But Agassiz didn't come round. To kill time they went to work again, observed, dissected, conjectured. and when at the end of a fortnight Agassiz finally appeared, they felt that their knowledge was really exhaustive. The master's brief comment was that they had made a fair beginning, and again he left. They then fell to in earnest, and after weeks and months of investigation declared that a fish was the most fascinating of studies. If our interest in life fails, it is not from material to work on. No two leaves are alike. No two human beings are alike. And if we are discerning, the attraction of any one of them is infinite. The grumpy guy was feeling blue. The grumpy guy was glum. The grumpy guy with baleful eye took misery for a chum. He hailed misfortunes as his pals and murmured, "Let 'em come." "Oh, what's the blooming use?" he yelped, his face in angry red, "when everything's been thought before and everything's been said." And what's a grumpy guy to do except to go to bed? And where's the joy the poets sing, the merriment and fun? How can one start a thing that's new when everything's begun? When everything's been planned before and everything's been done? When everything's been dreamed before and everything's been sought? When everything that ever ran has, so to speak, been caught? When every game's been played before and every battle fought? I started him at solitaire, a fooling, piffling game. He played it 97 hours and failed to find it tame. In all the times he dealt the cards, no two games were the same. He never tumbled to its tricks nor mastered all its curves. He grunted, "Well, this takes the cake, the pickles, and the preserves. Its infinite variety is getting on my nerves." "It's infinite variety," I scoffed. "Just 52 poor trifling bits of pasteboard. Their combinations few compared to what there is in man, the poorest, even you." "Variety! You'll never find in 47 decks 1/10 of the variety found in the gentler sex. Card combinations are but frills to hang around their necks. The sun won't rise tomorrow as it came to us today. 'Twill be older, we'll be older, and to time this debt we pay. For nothing can repeat itself, for nothing knows the way." Then the grumpy guy was silent as a miser hoarding pelf. He knew 'twas time to put his grouch away upon the shelf. And so he did. You see, I was just talking to myself. From the Pittsburgh Dispatch. End of section 60.
Section 61 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Happy Heart by Thomas Dekker. One of our objects in life should be to find happiness, contentment. The means of happiness are surprisingly simple. We need not be rich or high-placed or powerful in order to be content. In fact, the lowly are often the best satisfied. Isaac Walton lived the simple life and thanked God that there were so many things in the world of which he had no need. Art thou poor, yet hast thou golden slumbers, O sweet content. Art thou rich, yet is thy mind perplexed, O punishment. Dost thou laugh to see how fools are vexed, to add to golden numbers golden numbers? O sweet content, O sweet content. Work apace, 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 apace. Honest labor bears a lovely face. Then hey nonny nonny, hey nonny nonny. Canst drink the waters of the crisped spring? O sweet content. Swimm'st thou in wealth, yet sink'st in thine own tears? O punishment. Then he that patiently wants burden bears, no burden bears, but is a king, a king! O sweet content, O sweet content. Work apace, 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 apace. Honest labor bears a lovely face. Then hey nonny nonny, hey nonny nonny. End of section 61. Section 62 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Has-Beens by Walt Mason. I read the papers every day and often encounter tales which show there's hope for every jay who in life's battle fails. I've just been reading of a gent who joined the has-been ranks at 50 years without a cent or credit at the banks. But undismayed he buckled down, refusing to be beat, and captured fortune and renown. He's now on Easy Street. Men say that fellows down and out ne'er leave the rocky track, but facts will show, beyond a doubt, that has-beens do come back. I know, for I, who write this rhyme, when 40-odd years old, was down and out without a dime, my whiskers full of mold. By black disaster I was trounced until it jarred my spine. I was a failure so pronounced I didn't need a sign. And after I had soaked my coat, I said, at 43, I'll see if I can catch the goat that has escaped from me. I labored hard, I strained my dome, to do my daily grind, until in triumph I came home, my billy goat behind. And any man who still has health may with the winners stack, and have a chance at fame and wealth, for has-beens do come back. End of section 62.
Section 63 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Having Done and Doing by William Shakespeare. Adapted from Troilus and Cressida. A member of Parliament, having succeeded notably in his maiden effort at speech-making, remained silent through the rest of his career lest he should not duplicate his triumph. This course was stupid. In time, the address which had brought him fame became a theme for disparagement and mockery. A man cannot rest upon his laurels, else he will soon lack the laurels to rest on. If he has true ability, he must from time to time show it, instead of asking us to recall what he did in the past. There is a natural instinct which makes the whole world kin. It is distrust of a mere reputation. It is a hankering to be shown. Unless the evidence to set us right is forthcoming, we will praise dust which is gilded over, rather than gold which is dusty from disuse. Time hath, my lord, a wallet at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion, a great-sized monster of ingratitudes. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are devoured as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done. Perseverance, dear my lord, keeps honor bright. To have done is to hang, quite out of fashion, like a rusty mail in monumental mockery. Take the instant way, for honor travels in a strait so narrow, where one but goes abreast. Keep, then, the path, for emulation hath 1,000 sons, that one by one pursue, if you give way, or hedge aside from the direct forthright. Like to an entered tide they all rush by, and leave you hindmost. Or, like a gallant horse fallen in first rank, lie there for pavement to the abject rear, or run and trampled on. Then what they do in present, though less than yours in past, must o'ertop yours, for time is like a fashionable host, that slightly shakes his parting guest by the hand, and with his arms outstretched, as he would fly, grasps in the comer, welcome ever smiles, and farewell goes out sighing. Oh, let not virtue seek remuneration for the thing it was, for beauty, wit, high birth, vigor of bone, deserted service, love, friendship, charity, are subjects all to envious and calumniating time. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, that all with one consent praise new-born gods, though they are made and molded of things past, and give to dust that is a little guilt, more laud than guilt o'er-dusted. The present eye praises the present object, since things in motion sooner catch the eye than what not stirs. William Shakespeare. End of section 63.
Section 64 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Heinelet. What sheer perseverance can accomplish, even in matters of the heart, is revealed in this little poem written in Heine's mood of mingled seriousness and gaiety. He asked if she could ever love him. She answered him no on the spot. He asked if she could ever love him. She assured him again she could not. He asked if she could ever love him. She laughed till his blushes he hid. He asked if she could ever love him. By God, she admitted, she did. Gamaliel Bradford, from Shadow Verses. End of section 64.
Section 65 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Helpin' Out by William Judson Kibbe. I always look out for number one, was the favorite remark of a man who thought he had found the great rule to success, but he had only stated his own doctrine of selfishness, and his life was never very successful. A man must be big to succeed, and selfishness is always cramping and narrow. Dar's a lot of folks what preach all day, and always pointin' out de way. They say dat prayin' all de time, and keepin' yo' heart all full of rhyme, will lead yo' soul to heights above, while angels coo like a turtle dove. But I's just lookin' around, dat's me. I's trustin' lots in what I see. It 'pears to me dar's lots to do before we pass dat heavenly blue. I believes in prayin', preachin' about, but I believe a lot more in helpin' out. I believes in religion, it's mighty sweet, but the kind that gets in yo' hands and feet, and makes you work when dey ain't no praise, nothin' but a heart that's all ablaze. If it rains or shines, dey's des the same. Say, bless you, honey, sunshine's dey name. They don't fuss round 'bout how much pay, but climbs up the trail, helpin' all the way. The load is often twice their size, and smiling is their biggest prize. They never gets this awful gout, 'cause they's busy all the time in helpin' out. We had an old mule on Massa's place. As fo' looks, he'd certainly lose the race, but there wa'n't a horse for miles around could pull more load or plow more ground. And when dat donkey brayed his best, he seemed to know he'd lick the rest. That bray of his was strong as wool. It always come at the hardest pull. We need more mules with brains on guard, that knows the game of pullin' hard, and a heart that's tender, true, and stout, that believes all day in helpin' out. We's all des human, des common clay, des need a little help to make work play. I's read a lot of philosophy day and night, and worked around a heap wid the law of right. I's seen the high and mighty come and go. I's seen the simple spirit come from below, and I's seen a lot of principle most folks miss. I's not a stretchin' truth when I say dis: keep a smilin' and a lovin' and a doin' all yo can, for yo loses all yo trouble when yo help yo fellow man, and you gift some best yourself, and of dis they ain't no doubt, when you practice the art of always helpin' out. End of section 65.
Section 66 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Here's hopin'. An optimist has been described as a man who orders oysters at a restaurant and expects to find a pearl to pay the bill with. Of course, this is not optimism but brazen brainlessness. Yet, somehow, the pearls only come to those who expect them. Year ain't been the very best, purty hard by trouble pressed, but the rough way leads the rest. Here's hopin'. Maybe craps way short the rills, couldn't turn the silent mills, but the lights behind the hills. Here's hopin'. Where we planted roses sweet, thorns come up and prick the feet, but this old world's hard to beat. Here's hopin'. P'raps the building that we planned 'gainst the cyclone couldn't stand, but thank God we've got the land. Here's hopin'. Maybe flowers we hoped to save have been scattered on a grave, but the heart's still beatin' brave. Here's hopin'. That we'll see the morning light, that the very darkest night can't hide heaven from our sight. Here's hopin'. Frank L. Stanton, from the Atlanta Constitution. End of section 66.
Section 67 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Hero by Florence Earle Coates. If defeat strengthens and sweetens character, it is not defeat at all, but victory. He sang of joy, whate'er he knew of sadness, he kept for his own heart's peculiar share. So well he sang, the world imagined gladness to be sole tenant there. For dreams were his, and in the dawn's fair shining, his spirit soared beyond the mounting lark. But from his lips no accent of repining fell when the days grew dark. And though contending long dread fate to master, he failed at last her enmity to cheat. He turned with such a smile to face disaster that he sublimed defeat. End of section 67.
Section 68 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. He Whom a Dream Hath Possessed by Seamus O'Sheel. The man possessed by a vision is not perplexed, troubled, restricted as the rest of us are. He wanders yet is not lost from home, sees a million dawns, yet never night descending, faces death and destruction, and in them finds triumph. He whom a dream hath possessed knoweth no more of doubting, for mist and the blowing of winds and the mouthing of words he scorns, not the sinuous speech of schools he hears, but a nightly shouting, and never comes darkness down, yet he greeteth a million morns. He whom a dream hath possessed knoweth no more of roaming, all the roads and the flowing of waves and the speediest flight he knows, but wherever his feet are set, his soul is forever homing, and going he comes, and coming he heareth a call and goes. He whom a dream hath possessed knoweth no more of sorrow. At death and the dropping of leaves and the fading of suns he smiles. For a dream remembers no past and scorns the desire of a morrow, and in a dream, in a sea of doom, sets surely the ultimate isles. He whom a dream hath possessed treads the impalpable marches. From the dust of the day's long road he leaps to a laughing star, and the ruin of worlds that fall he views from eternal arches, and rides God's battlefield in a flashing and golden car. End of section 68.
Section 69 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. His Ally. The thought of this poem is that a man's best helper may be that which gives him no direct aid at all. A sense of humour. He fought for his soul, and the stubborn fighting tried hard his strength. One needs 7 souls for this long requiting, he said at length. 6 times I have come where my first hope jeered me, and laughed me to scorn, but now I fear as I never feared me, to fall forsworn. God, when they fight upright and at me, I give them back, even such blows as theirs that combat me, but now, alack! They fight with the wiles of fiends escaping, and underhand. 6 times, O God, my wounds are gaping, I reel to stand. 6 battles span by this gasping breath, no pantomime. 'Tis all that I can, I am sick unto death, and a 7th time. This is beyond all battle's soreness, then his wonder cried, for laughter with shield and steely harness stood up at his side. William Rose Benet, from The Merchants of Cathay. End of section 69.
Section 70 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Ho Your Row by Frank L. Stanton. We must not dream of harvests and neglect the toil that produces them. The fields'll soon be hummin' round the country high and low. The harvest is a-comin'. Ho yo row, ho yo row. No time now for the sleeper. It's get up now and go. It's the sower makes the reaper. Ho yo row, ho yo row. It's sweet the birds is singin', the songs you lovin' so, but the harvest bells is ringin'. Ho yo row, ho yo row. End of section 70.
Section 71 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Hold Fast by Everard Jack Appleton. A football coach who told his players that their rivals were too strong for them would be seeking a new position the next year. If the opposing team is formidable, he says so. If his men have their work cut out for them, he admits it. But he mentions these things as incitements to effort. Merely saying of victory that it can be won is among the surest ways of winning it. When you're nearly drowned in trouble and the world is dark as ink, when you feel yourself a-sinking 'neath the strain, and you think, I've got to holler help, just take another breath and pretend you've lost your voice and can't complain. That's the idea. Pretend you've lost your voice and can't complain. When the future glowers at you like a threatening thundercloud, just grit your teeth and bend your head and say, it's dark and disagreeable, and I can't help feelin' blue, but there's comin' sure as fate a brighter day. Say it slowly. But there's comin' sure as fate a brighter day. You have bluffed your way through ticklish situations, that I know. You are looking back on troubles past and gone. Now turn the tables, and as you have fought and won before, just bluff yourself to keep on holding on. Try it once. Just bluff yourself to keep on holding on. Don't worry if the roseate hues of life are faded out. Bend low before the storm and wait a while. The pendulum is bound to swing again, and you will find that you have not forgotten how to smile. That's the truth, that you have not forgotten how to smile. Everard Jack Appleton from The Quiet Courage. End of section 71.
Section 72 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Hope. Gloom and despair are really ignorance in another form. They fail to reckon with the fact that what appears to be baneful often turns out to be good. Lincoln lost the senatorship to Douglas and thought he had ended his career. Had he won the contest, he might have remained only a senator. Life often has surprise parties for us. Things come to us masked in gloom and black, but time, the revealer, strips off the disguise, and lo, what we have is blessings. Never go gloomy, man with a mind. Hope is a better companion than fear. Providence, ever benignant and kind, gives with a smile what you take with a tear. All will be right. Look to the light. Morning was ever the daughter of night. All that was black will be all that is bright. Cheerily, cheerily, then cheer up. Many a foe is a friend in disguise, many a trouble a blessing most true, helping the heart to be happy and wise, with love ever precious and joys ever new. Stand in the van, strike like a man, this is the bravest and cleverest plan, trusting in God while you do what you can, cheerily, cheerily, then cheer up. Anonymous. End of section 72.
Section 73 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A hopeful brother, a crippled miner, remarked that he had hunted for gold for 25 years. He was asked how much he had found. None, he replied, but the prospects are good. If you ask him day or night, when the world went running right, anything that's good inside, this is always what he'd say in his uncomplaining way. Well, I'm hoping. When the winter days was nigh, and the clouds froze in the sky, never sought him down to sigh, but still singing on his way, he would stop long enough to say, well, I'm hoping. Dying asked of him that night, spirit waiting for its flight, brother, ere your prospects bright. The last words they heard him say, in the old sweet cheerful way, well, I'm hoping. Frank L. Stanton. End of section 73.
Section 74 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The House by the Side of the Road. This poem has its keynote friendship and sympathy for other people. It is a paradox of life that by hoarding love and happiness we lose them, and that only by giving them away can we keep them for ourselves. The more we share, the more we possess. We of course find in other people weaknesses and sins, but our best means of curing these are through a wise and sympathetic understanding. Let me live in a house by the side of the road, where the race of men go by. The men who are good and the men who are bad, as good and as bad as I. I will not sit in the scorner's seat, or hurl the cynic's ban. Let me live in a house by the side of the road, and be a friend to man. I see from my house by the side of the road, by the side of the highway of life, the men who press with the ardor of hope, the men who are faint with the strife. But I turn not away from their smiles nor their tears, both parts of an infinite plan. Let me live in my house by the side of the road, and be a friend to man. I know there are brook-gladdened meadows ahead, and mountains of wearisome height, and the road passes on through the long afternoon, and stretches away to the night. But still I rejoice when the travelers rejoice, and weep with the strangers that mourn, nor live in my house by the side of the road, like a man who dwells alone. Let me live in my house by the side of the road, where the race of men go by. They are good, they are bad, they are weak, they are strong, wise, foolish, so am I. Then why should I sit in the scorner's seat, or hurl the cynic's ban? Let me live in my house by the side of the road, and be a friend to man. Some Walter Foss, from Dreams in Homespun. End of section 74.
Section 75 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. How Did You Die? Grant at Fort Donelson demanded unconditional and immediate surrender. At Appomattox, he offered as lenient terms as Victor ever extended to vanquished. Why the difference? The one event was at the beginning of the war, when the enemy's morale must be shaken. The other at the end of the conflict, when a brave and noble adversary had been rendered helpless. In his quiet way, Grant showed himself one of nature's gentlemen. He also taught a great lesson. No honor can be too great for the man, be he even our foe, who has steadily and uncomplainingly done his very best, and has failed. Did you tackle that trouble that came your way with a resolute heart and cheerful, or hide your face from the light of day with a craven soul and fearful? Oh, a trouble's a ton, or a trouble's an ounce, or a trouble is what you make it. And it isn't the fact that you're hurt that counts, but only how did you take it. You are beaten to earth. Well, well, what's that? Come up with a smiling face. It's nothing against you to fall down flat, but to lie there, that's disgrace. The harder you're thrown, why the higher you bounce. Be proud of your blackened eye. It isn't the fact that you're licked that counts, it's how did you fight, and why. And though you be done to the death, what then, if you battled the best you could? If you played your part in the world of men, why, the critic will call it good. Death comes with a crawl, or comes with a pounce, and whether he's slow or spry, it isn't the fact that you're dead that counts, but only, how did you die? Edmund Vance Cook, from Impertinent Poems. End of section 75. Section 76 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. How do you tackle your work? It would be foolish to begin digging a tunnel through a mountain with a mere pick and spade. We must assemble for the task great mechanical contrivances, and so, with our energies of will, a slight tool means a slight achievement. A huge aggressive engine driving on at full blast means corresponding bigness of results. How do you tackle your work each day? Are you scared of the job you find? Do you grapple the task that comes your way with a confident, easy mind? Do you stand right up to the work ahead, or fearfully pause to view it? Do you start to toil with a sense of dread, or feel that you're going to do it? You can do as much as you think you can, but you'll never accomplish more. If you're afraid of yourself, young man, there's little for you in store. For failure comes from the inside first. It's there if we only knew it. And you can win, though you face the worst, if you feel that you're going to do it. Success is found in the soul of you, and not in the realm of luck. The world will furnish the work to do, but you must provide the pluck. You can do whatever you think you can. It's all in the way you view it. It's all in the start you make, young man. You must feel that you are going to do it. How do you tackle your work each day? With confidence clear or dread? What, to yourself, do you stop and say when a new task lies ahead? What is the thought that is in your mind? Is fear ever running through it? If so, just tackle the next you find by thinking you're going to do it. Edgar A. Guest, from A Hippo Livin'. End of section 76.
Section 77 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Hymn to Happiness by James W. Foley. A man who owed Artemus Ward $200 fell into such hard circumstances that Artemus offered to knock off half the debt. "I won't let you outdo me in generosity," said the man. "I'll knock off the other half." Similarly, when we resolve to live down our causes of gloom, fate comes to our aid and removes most of them altogether. Let us smile along together, be the weather what it may, through the waste and wealth of ours, plucking flowers by the way, fragrance from the meadows blowing, naught of heat or hatred knowing, kindness seeking, kindness sowing, not tomorrow, but today. Let us sing along, beguiling grief to smiling in the song, with the promises of heaven let us leaven the day long, gilding all the duller seemings with the roselight of our dreamings, splashing clouds with sunlight's gleamings, here and there and all along. Let us live along the sorrow of tomorrow, never heed. In the pages of the present what is pleasant, only read. Bells but pealing, never knelling, hearts with gladness ever swelling, tides of charity upwelling in our every dream and deed. Let us hope along together, be the weather what it may, where the sunlight glad is shining, not repining by the way. Seek to add our meed and measure to the old earth's joy and treasure, quaff the crystal cup of pleasure, not tomorrow, but today. End of section 77.
Section 78 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. If I were fire, I'd burn the world away. If I were wind, I'd turn my storms thereon. If I were water, I'd soon let it drown. Cieco Angioleri. If I were fire, I'd seek the frozen north, and warm it till it blossomed fairly forth, and in the sweetness of its smiling mien resembled some soft southern garden scene. And when the winter came again, I'd seek the chilling homes of lowly ones and meek, and do my small but most efficient part to bring a wealth of comfort to the heart. If I were wind, I'd turn my breath upon the calm-bound mariner until anon the eager craft on which he sailed should find the harbour blessed towards which it hath inclined. And in the city streets, when summer's days were withering the souls with scorching rays, I'd seek the fevered brow and aching eyes, and take them a touch of paradise. If I were water, it would be my whim to seek out all the earth's desert places grim, and turn each arid acre to a fair, lush home of flowers and oases rare. Resolved in dew, I'd nestle in the rose, as summer rain I'd ease the harvest woes, and where a tear to pain would be relief, a tear I'd be to kill the sting of grief. If I were gold, I'd seek the poor man's purse, I'd try to win my way into the verse of some grand singer of man's brotherhood, and prove myself so pure, so fraught with good, that all the world would bless me for the cup of happiness I'd brought for all to sup. And when my last work of joy was over, I'd be content to die and be no more. John Kendrick Bangs, from Songs of Cheer. End of section 78.
Section 79 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Escher Vane. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. If. The central idea of this poem is that success comes from self-control and the true sense of the values of things. In extremes, lies danger. A man must not lose heart because of doubts or opposition, yet he must do his best to see the grounds for both. He must not be deceived into thinking either triumph or disaster final. He must use each wisely and push on. In all things he must hold to the golden mean. If he does, he will own the world, and even better, for his personal reward, he will attain the full stature of manhood. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for the doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings, and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose, and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart, and nerve, and sinew, to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Rudyard Kipling. From Rudyard Kipling's verse 1885 to 1918. End of section 79.
Section 80 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. If I Should Die. A man whose word is as good as his bond is a man the world admires. It is related of Fox that a tradesman whom he had long owed money found him one day counting gold and asked for payment. Fox replied, "No, I owe this money to Sheridan. It is a debt of honour. If an accident should happen to me, he has nothing to show." The tradesman tore his note to pieces. "I change my debt into a debt of honour." Fox thanked him and handed over the money, saying that Sheridan's debt was not of so long standing and that Sheridan must wait. But most of us know men who are less scrupulous than Fox. If I should die tonight, and you should come to my cold corpse and say, weeping and heartsick over my lifeless clay, if I should die tonight, and you should come in deepest grief and woe, and say, here's that $10 that I owe, I might arise in my large white cravat, and say, what's that? If I should die tonight, and you should come to my cold corpse and kneel, clasping my bier to show the grief that you feel, I say, if I should die tonight, and you should come to me, and there and then, just even hint about paying me that 10, I might arise the while, but I'd drop dead again. Ben King, from Ben King's Verse. End of section 80.
Section 81 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. If you can't go over or under, go round. Often the straight road to the thing we desire is blocked. We should not then weakly give over our purpose, but should set about attaining it by some indirect method. A politician knows that one way of getting a man's vote is to please the man's wife, and that one way of pleasing the wife is to kiss her baby. A baby mole got to feeling big, and wanted to show how he could dig. So he plowed along in the soft warm dirt till he hit something hard, and it surely hurt. A dozen stars flew out of his snout. He sat on his haunches, began to pout, then rammed the thing again with his head. His grandpap picked him up half dead. "Young man," he said, "though your pate is bone, you can't butt your way through solid stone. This bit of advice is good, I've found. If you can't go over or under, go round." A traveler came to a stream one day, and because it presumed to cross his way, and wouldn't turn round to suit his whim, and change its course to go with him, his anger rose far more than it should, and he vowed he'd cross right where he stood. A man said there was a bridge below, but not a step would he budge or go. The current was swift and the bank was steep, but he jumped right in with a violent leap. A fisherman dragged him out half drowned. When you can't go over or under, go round. If you come to a place that you can't get through, or over or under, the thing to do is to find a way round the impassable wall, not say you'll go your way or not at all. You can always get to the place you're going if you set your sails as the wind is blowing. If the mountains are high, go round the valley. If the streets are blocked, go up some alley. If the parlor car's filled, don't scorn a freight. If the front door's closed, go in the side gate. To reach your goal, this advice is sound. If you can't go over or under, go round. Joseph Morris. End of section 81.
Section 82 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. I'm Glad by Anonymous. I'm glad the sky is painted blue, and the earth is painted green, and such a lot of nice fresh air, all sandwiched in between. End of section 82.
Section 83 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Freed. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Inner Light by John Milton. Thrice is he armed that half his quarrel just, and he but naked, though locked up in steel, whose conscience with injustice is corrupted, says Shakespeare. But not only does a clear conscience give power, it also gives light. With it we could sit at the center of the earth, and yet enjoy the sunshine. Without it we live in a rayless prison. He that has light within his own clear breast may sit ere the center, and enjoy bright day. But he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts benighted walks under the midday sun. Himself is his own dungeon. End of section 83.
Section 84 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Invictus. Triumph in spirit over adverse conditions is the keynote of this poem of courage undismayed. It rings with the power of the individual to guide his own destiny. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. William Ernest Henley. End of section 84.
Section 85 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Is it raining, little flower? By Anonymous. Sweet are the uses of adversity. They bring us benefits not otherwise to be had. To mope because of them is foolish. Showers alternate with sunshine, sorrows with pleasure, pain and weariness with comfort and rest. But accept the one as necessary to the other, and you will enjoy both. Is it raining, little flower? Be glad of rain. Too much sun would wither thee. 'Twill shine again. The sky is very black, 'tis true, but just behind it shines the blue. Art thou weary, tender heart? Be glad of pain. In sorrow the sweetest things will grow, as flowers in the rain. God watches, and thou wilt have sun, when clouds their perfect work have done. End of section 85.
Section 86 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. It couldn't be done. After a thing has been done, everybody is ready to declare it easy, but before it has been done, it is called impossible. One reason why people fear to embark upon great enterprises is that they see all the difficulties at once. They know they could succeed in the initial tasks, but they shrink from what is to follow. Yet, a thing begun is half done. Moreover, the surmounting of the first barrier gives strength and ingenuity for the harder ones beyond. Mountains viewed from a distance seem to be unscalable, but they can be climbed, and the way to begin is to take the first upward step. From that moment, the mountains are less high. As Hannibal led his army across the foothills, then among the upper ranges, and finally over to the loftiest peaks and passes of the Alps, whereas Peary pushed farther and farther into the solitudes that encompass the North Pole, so can you achieve any purpose whatsoever if you heed not the doubters, meet each problem as it arises, and keep ever with you the assurance it can be done. Somebody said that it couldn't be done, but he with a chuckle replied that maybe it couldn't, but he would be one who wouldn't say so till he'd tried. So he buckled right in with the trace of a grin on his face. If he worried, he hid it. He started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. Somebody scoffed, "Oh, you'll never do that, at least no one ever has done it." But he took off his coat and he took off his hat, and the first thing we knew, he'd begun it. With a lift of his chin and a bit of a grin, without any doubting or quit it, he started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. There are thousands to tell you it cannot be done. There are thousands to prophesy failure. There are thousands to point out to you one by one the dangers that wait to assail you. But just buckle in with a bit of a grin, just take off your coat and go to it. Just start to sing as you tackle the thing that cannot be done, and you'll do it. By Edgar A. Guest. From The Path to Home. End of section 86, read by Nina Lilly.
Section 87 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. It may be. Many are the human struggles in which we can lend no aid, but if we cannot help, at least we need not hinder. It may be that you cannot stay to lend a friendly hand to him who stumbles on the slippery way, pressed by conditions hard and grim. It may be that you dare not heed his call for help because you lack the strength to lift him, but you need not push him back. It may be he has not won the right to hope for your regard. He may in folly have begun the course that he has found so hard. It may be that your fingers bleed, that fortune turns a bitter frown upon your efforts, but you need not kick him down. S. E. Kisser. End of section 87.
Section 88 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. It Won't Stay Blowed by St. Clair Adams. It is easier to fail than succeed. It is easier to drift downstream than up. But just as pent steam finds an escape somewhere, so will the man who persists break at one point or another through confining circumstance. To the sniffin' pickaninny once, his good old mammy said, "Yo little black nose am drippin' from the cold that's in yo head, and yo sleeve am slick and shiny like the hillside when it snows. Why don't you pump de bellers from de inside ob your nose?" "And I been," the child replied to her, "a-doin' ob jest that, twell I's got a turrible empty feel right where I wears my hat. De traffic sorts o' knackerly keeps gettin' in de road. I blow my nose a plenty, but it won't stay blowed. What's the use ob raisin' chickens if they won't stay riz? What's the use ob freezin' sherbet if it won't stay frizz? What's the use of payin' debts off if dey's gwine stay owed? What's the use of blowin' noses if they won't stay blowed?" This old world is sometimes jealous of the chap who means to rise. It sneers at what he's doing, or it bats him twixt the eyes. It trips him when he's careless, and it makes his way so hard. What's left of him is sinew, not a walking tub of lard. But it's only wasting effort, for by George, the guy keeps on when his hopes have crumbled round him, and you'd think his faith was gone, till the world at last knocks under, and it passes him a crown. Once, twice, thrice it has upset him, but he won't stay down. What cares he when out he's flattened by the cruel blow it deals? He has rubber in his shoulders and a mainspring in his heels. Let the world uncork its buffets till he's bruised from toe to crown. Let it thump him, bump him, dump him, but he won't stay down. End of section 88. Section 89 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Jaw by St. Clair Adams. We all like a firm, straightforward chin, provided it is not ruled by a wagging, gossiping tongue. This fellow's jaw is built so frail that you could break it like a weed. That fellow's chin retreats until you'd think it in a wild stampede. Defects like these but show how soon the purpose droops, the spirits flag. We like a jaw that's made of steel, just so it's not inclined to wag. The lower jaw should be as strong and changeless as a granite cliff. Its very look should be a thus, and not a maybe, somehow, if. Should mark a soul so resolute it will not fear or cease or lag. We need a rugged mandible, provided we don't let it lag. Yes, with endurance let it too a tender modesty possess, and to its grim strength let it add the gracious power of gentleness. Above all, let its might of deeds induce no loud or vulgar brag. We like to see a good firm jaw, but do not wish to hear it wag. End of section 89. Section 90 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Joy of Living by Gamaliel Bradford. Men too often act as if life were nothing more than hardships to be endured and difficulties to be overcome. They look upon what is happy or inspiring with eyes that really fail to see. As Wordsworth says of Peter Bell, "A primrose by the river's brim, a yellow primrose was to him, and it was nothing more." But to stop now and then and realize that the world is fresh and buoyant and happy will do much to keep the spirit young. We should be glad that we are alive, should tell ourselves often in the words of Charles Lamb, "I am in love with this green earth." The south wind is driving his splendid cloud horses through vast fields of blue. The bare woods are singing, the brooks in their courses are bubbling and springing and dancing and leaping, the violets peeping. I'm glad to be living, aren't you? End of section 90.
Section 91 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Just be glad. Misfortunes overtake us. Difficulties confront us. But these things must not induce us to give up. A congressman who had promised Thomas B. Reed to be present at a political meeting telegraphed at the last moment, "Cannot come. Wash out on the line." "No need to stay away," said Reed's answering telegram. "Buy another shirt." "Oh, heart of mine, we shouldn't worry so. What we've missed of calm we couldn't have, you know. What we've met of stormy pain, and of sorrow's driving rain, we can better meet again if it blow. We have erred in that dark hour, we have known, when our tears fell with the shower all alone. We're not shine and shower blent, as the gracious Master meant. Let us temper our content with his own. For we know not every morrow can be sad. So forgetting all the sorrow we have had, let us fold away our fears and put by our foolish tears, and through all the coming years just be glad. James Whitcomb Riley, from the biographical edition of the complete works of James Whitcomb Riley. End of section 91.
Section 92 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Just whistle. There is a psychological benefit in the mere physical act of whistling. When the body makes music, the spirit falls into harmonies too, and the discords that assail us cease to make themselves heard. When times are bad and folks are sad and gloomy day by day, just try your best at looking glad and whistle 'em away. Don't mind how troubles bristle, just take a rose or thistle, hold your own and change your tone, and whistle, whistle, whistle. A song is worth a world of sighs. When red the lightnings play, look for the rainbow in the skies, and whistle 'em away. Don't mind how troubles bristle, the rose comes with the thistle. Hold your own and change your tone, and whistle, whistle, whistle. Each day comes with a life that's new, a strange continued story, but still beneath a bendo blue, the world rolls on to glory. Don't mind how troubles bristle, just take a rose or thistle, hold your own and change your tone, and whistle, whistle, whistle. Frank L. Stanton. End of section 92.
Section 93 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Keep A-Goin' by Frank L. Stanton. Some men fail and quit. Some succeed and quit. The wise refuse to quit, whether they fail or succeed. If you strike a thorn or rose, keep a-goin'. If it hails or if it snows, keep a-goin'. 'Tain't no use to sit and whine when the fish ain't on your line. Bait your hook and keep a-tryin', keep a-goin'. When the weather kills your crop, keep a-goin'. When you tumble from the top, keep a-goin'. S'pose you're out of every dime, bein' so ain't any crime. Tell the world you're feelin' prime, keep a-goin'. When it looks like all is up, keep a-goin'. Drain the sweetness from the cup, keep a-goin'. See the wild birds on the wing, hear the bells that sweetly ring. When you feel like sighin', sing, keep a-goin'. Frank L. Stanton, from the Atlanta Constitution. End of section 93. Section 94 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Keep On, Keepin' On by Anonymous. The author of these homely stanzas has caught perfectly the spirit which succeeds in the rough and tumble of actual life. If the day looks kinder gloomy, and your chances kinder slim, if the situation's puzzlin', and the prospects awful grim, if perplexities keep pressin', till hope is nearly gone, just bristle up and grit your teeth, and keep on keepin' on. Frettin' never wins a fight, and fumin' never pays. There ain't no use in broodin' in these pessimistic ways. Smile just kinder cheerfully, though hope is nearly gone, and bristle up and grit your teeth, and keep on keepin' on. There ain't no use in growlin' and grumblin' all the time, when music's ringin' everywhere, and everything's a rhyme. Just keep on smilin' cheerfully, if hope is nearly gone, and bristle up and grit your teeth, and keep on keepin' on. End of section 94.
Section 95 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Keep Sweet by Strickland W. Gillilan. Even the direst catastrophes may be softened by our attitude to them. Charles II said to those who had gathered about his deathbed, "You'll pardon any little lapses, gentlemen. I've never done this thing before." Don't be foolish and get sour when things don't just come your way. Don't you be a pampered baby and declared, "Now I won't play." Just go on grinning and bear it. Have you heartache? Millions share it. If you earn a crown, you'll wear it. Keep sweet. Don't go handing out your troubles to your busy fellow men. If you whine around, they'll try to keep from meeting you again. Don't declare the world's agin you. Don't let pessimism win you. Prove there's lots of good stuff in you. Keep sweet. If your dearest hopes seem blighted and despair looms into view, set your jaw and whisper grimly, "Though they're false, yet I'll be true." Never let your heart grow bitter. With your lips to hope's transmitter, hear love's songbirds bravely twitter. Keep sweet! Bless your heart, this world's a good one, and will always help a man. Hate, misanthropy, and malice have no place in nature's plan. Help your brother there who's sighing. Keep his flag of courage flying. Help him try, 'twill keep you trying. Keep sweet. End of section 95. Section 96 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Kingdom of Man by John Kendrick Bangs. The wisest men know that the greatest world is not outside them. They could, in Shakespeare's phrase, be bounded by a nutshell and count themselves kings of infinite space. What of the outer drear, as long as there's inner light, as long as the sun of cheer shines ardently bright, as long as the soul's a wing, as long as the heart is true, what power hath trouble to bring a sorrow to you? No bar can encage the soul, nor capture the spirit free, as long as old earth shall roll, or ours shall be. Our world is the world within, our life is the thought we take, and never an outer sin can mar it or break. Brood not on the rich man's land, sigh not for miser's gold, holding in reach of your hand the treasure untold, that lies in the minds of hearts, that rests in the soul alone. Bid worry and care depart, come into your own. End of section 96.
Section 97 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Know Thyself by Angela Morgan. It seems impossible that human beings could endure so much until we realize that they have endured it. The spirit of man performs miracles. It transcends the limitations of flesh and blood. It is like Uncle Remus's account of Brer Rabbit climbing a tree. A rabbit couldn't do that, the little boy protested. He did, Uncle Remus responded. He was just obliged to. Reined by an unseen tyrant's hand, spurred by an unseen tyrant's will, a quiver at the fierce command that goads you up the danger hill. You cry, O fate, O life, be kind. Grant but an hour of respite. Give 1 moment to my suffering mind. I cannot keep the pace and live. But fate drives on and will not heed the lips that beg, the feet that bleed. Drives while you faint upon the road. Drives with a menace for a goad. With fiery reins of circumstance, urging his terrible advance. The while you cry in your despair, the pain is more than I can bear. Fear not the goad, fear not the pace. Plead not to fall from out the race. It is your own self driving you, yourself that you have never known, seeing your little self alone. Yourself, high-seated charioteer, master of cowardice and fear. Yourself that sees the shining length of all the fearful road ahead, knows that the terrors that you dread are pygmies to your splendid strength, strength you have never even guessed, strength that has never needed rest, yourself that holds the mastering rein, seeing beyond the sweat and pain and anguish of your driven soul, the patient beauty of the goal. Fighting upon the terror field, where man and fate came breast to breast, pressed by 1,000 foes to yield, tortured and wounded without rest, you cried, Be merciful, O life, the strongest spirit soon must break, before this all unequal strife, this endless fight for failure's sake. But fate, unheeding, lifted high his sword and thrust you through to die, and then there came one strong and great, who towered high o'er chance and fate, who bound your wound and eased your pain, and bade you rise and fight again, and from some source you did not guess, gushed a great tide of happiness, a courage mightier than the sun. You rose and fought, and fighting, won. It was your own self saving you, yourself no man has ever known, looking on flesh and blood alone. that self that lives so close to God, as roots that feed upon the sod, that one who stands behind the screen looks through the window of your eyes, a being out of paradise, a self no human eye has seen, the living one who never tires, fed by the deep eternal fires, your flaming self with two-edged sword, made in the likeness of the Lord, angel and guardian at the gate, master of death and king of fate. End of section 97.
Section 98 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Laugh a little bit. A merry heart doth good. Like medicine, a little laughter cures many a seeming ill. Here's a motto, just your fit. Laugh a little bit. When you think your trouble hit, laugh a little bit. Look misfortune in the face. Brave the beldam rude grimace. 10 to 1 till yield its place. If you have the wit and grit, just to laugh a little bit. Keep your face with sunshine lit. Laugh a little bit. All the shadows off will flit. If you have the grit and wit, just to laugh a little bit. Cherish this as sacred writ. Laugh a little bit. Keep it with you. Sample it. Laugh a little bit. Little ills sure will betide you. Fortune may not be beside you. Men may mock and fame deride you, but you mind them not a whit if you laugh a little bit. Edmund Vance Cook from Patch of Pansies. End of section 98. Read by Michael Ruffin, a.k.a. Craig 123.
Section 99 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Lesson from History by Joseph Morris. To break the ice of an undertaking is difficult. To cross on broken ice, as Eliza did to freedom, or to row amid floating ice, as Washington did to victory, is harder still. This poem applies especially to those who are discouraged in a struggle to which they are already committed. Everything's easy after it's done. Every battle's a cinch that's won. Every problem is clear that's solved. The earth was round when it revolved. But Washington stood amid grave doubt, with enemy forces camped about. He could not know how he would fare till after he crossed the Delaware. Though the river was full of ice, he did not think about it twice, but started across in the dead of night, the enemy waiting to open the fight. Likely feeling pretty blue, being human, same as you, but he was brave amid despair, and Washington crossed the Delaware. So when you're with trouble beset, and your spirits are soaking wet, when all the sky with clouds is black, don't lie down upon your back, and look at them. Just do the thing. Though you are choked, still try to sing. If times are dark, believe them fair, and you will cross the Delaware. End of section 99.
Section 100 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Let me live out my years. We speak of the comforts and ease of old age, but our noblest selves do not really desire them. We want to do more than exist. We want to be alive to the very last. Let me live out my years in heat of blood. Let me die drunken with the dreamer's wine. Let me not see this soul house built of mud go toppling to the dust, a vacant shrine. Let me go quickly like a candle light, snuffed out just at the heyday of its glow. Give me high noon, and let it then be night. Thus would I go. And grant that when I face the grisly thing, my song may triumph down the gray perhaps. Let me be as a tune-swept fiddle string that feels the master melody and snaps. John G. Neihart, From the Quest, Collected Lyrics. End of section 100.
Section 101 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Life. What is life, we ask? Just one darn thing after another, the cynic replies. Yes, a multiplicity of forces and interests, and each of them, even the disagreeable, may be of real help to us. It's good for a dog, says a shrewd philosopher, to be pestered with fleas. It keeps him from thinking too much about being a dog. What's life, a story or a song, a race on any track, a gay adventure, short or long, a puzzling nut to crack, a grinding task, a pleasant stroll, a climb, a slide down hill, a constant striving for a goal, a cake, a bitter pill, a pit where fortune flouts or stings, a playground full of fun, with many any of these things, with others all in one. What's life to love the things we see, the hills that touch the skies, the smiling sea, the laughing lea, the light in woman's eyes, to work and love the work we do, to play a game that's square, to grin a bit when feeling blue, with friends our joys to share, to smile though games be lost or won, to earn our daily bread, and when at last the day is done, to tumble into bed. Griffith Alexander, from the Philadelphia Evening Public Ledger. End of section 101. Section 102 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Life. In life is necessarily much monotony, sameness, but our triumph may lie in putting richness and meaning into routine that apparently lacks them. Forenoon and afternoon and night, forenoon and afternoon and night, forenoon and what? The empty song repeats itself, no more. Yeah, that is life, making this forenoon sublime, this afternoon a psalm, this night a prayer, and time is conquered, and thy crown is won. Edward Rowland Sill, from Poems. End of section 102. Section 103 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Life. Most of us have failed or gone astray in one fashion or another at one time or another, but we need not become despondent at such times. We should resolve to reap the full benefit of the discovery of our weakness, our folly. All in the dark we grope along, and if we go amiss, we learn at least which path is wrong, and there is gain in this. We do not always win the race by only running right. We have to tread the mountain's base before we reach its height. But he who loves himself the last, and knows the use of pain, though strewn with errors all his past, he surely shall attain. Some souls there are that needs must taste of wrong ere choosing right. We should not call those years a waste, which lead us to the light. Ella Wheeler Wilcox, from Poems of Power. End of section 103.
Section 104 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Life and Death. Life, I know not what thou art, but know that thou and I must part. And when, or how, or where we met, I own to me a secret yet. Life, we've been long together, through pleasant and through cloudy weather. 'Tis hard to part when friends are dear, perhaps will cost a sigh, a tear. Then steal away, give little warning, chose thine own time. Say not good night, but in some brighter clime bid me good morning. Anna Barbauld. End of section 104. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 105 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Life and Death. Many a man would die for wife and children, for faith, for country. But would he live for them? That often is a more heroic course, and the more sensible. A rich man was hiring a driver for his carriage. He asked each applicant how close he could drive to a precipice without toppling over. 1 foot, 6 inches, 3 inches, ran the replies. But an Irishman declared, "Faith, and I'd keep as far away from the place as I could." "Consider yourself employed," was the rich man's comment. So he died for his faith. That is fine. More than most of us do. But stay, can you add to that line that he lived for it too? In death he bore witness at last, as a martyr to truth. Did his life do the same in the past from the days of his youth? It is easy to die. Men have died for a wish or a whim, from bravado or passion or pride. Was it harder for him? But to live every day, to live out all the truth that he dreamt, while his friends met his conduct with doubt, and the world with contempt. Was it thus that he plodded ahead, never turning aside? Then we'll talk of the life that he led, never mind how he died. Ernest H. Crosby, From Swords and Plowshares. End of section 105.
Section 106 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Life, Not Death by Alfred Tennyson. Sometimes life is so unsatisfying that we think we should like to be rid of it. But we really are not longing for death. We are longing for more life. Whatever crazy sorrow saith, no life that breathes with human breath has ever truly longed for death. 'Tis life whereof our nerves are scant. O life, not death, for which we pant. More life, and fuller, that I want. End of section 106. Read by Ingrid Volk, Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 107 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Life Without Passion. A person may feel deeply without shouting his emotion to the skies, or be strong without seizing occasions to exhibit his strength. In truth, we distrust the power which makes too much a display of itself. Let it exert itself only to the point of securing the ends that are really necessary. Restraint, self-control are in truth more mighty than might unshackled. just as a self-possessed opponent is more dangerous than a frenzied one. Moreover, there is a moral side to the question. A good quality, if abused or allowed free sway, becomes a force for evil, and does its owner more harm than if he had not possessed it in the first place. They that have power to hurt, and will do none, that do not do the thing they most do show, who, moving others, are themselves as stone, unmoved, cold, and to temptation slow. They rightly do inherit heaven's graces, and husband nature's riches from expense. They are the lords and owners of their faces, others but stewards of their excellence. The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, though to itself it only live and die. But if that flower with base infection meet, the basest weed outbraves his dignity. For sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. William Shakespeare. End of section 107.
Section 108 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done. By Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Lion Path. Admiral Dupont was explaining to Farragut his reasons for not taking his ironclads into Charleston Harbor. "You haven't given me the main reason yet," said Farragut. "What's that?" "You didn't think you could do it. So the man who thinks he can't pass a lion can't. But the man who thinks he can. Indeed, he oftentimes finds that the lion isn't really there at all. I dare not. Look, the road is very dark. The trees stir softly and the bushes shake. The long grass rustles and the darkness moves. Here, there, beyond, there's something crept across the road just now. And you would have me go? Go there? Through that live darkness, hideous with stir of crouching forms that wait to kill? Look, see there, and there again. Great yellow, glassy eyes close to the ground. Look! Now the clouds are lighter, I can see the long, slow lashing of the sinewy tails, and the set quiver of strong jaws that wait. Go there? Not I. Who dares to go, who sees so perfectly the lions in the path? Comes one who dares. Afraid at first, yet bound on such high errand as no fear could stay. Forth goes he, with lions in his path. And then he dared a death of agony, outnumbered battle with the king of beasts, long struggles in the horror of the night, dared and went forth to meet. Oh, ye who fear, finding an empty road and nothing there, and fences and the dusty roadside trees, some spitting kittens, maybe, in the grass. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, from In This Our World. End of section 108. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 109 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Lions and Ants by Walt Mason. Once a hunter met a lion near the hungry critter's lair, and the way that lion mauled him was decidedly unfair. But the hunter never whimpered when the surgeons, with their thread, sewed up 47 gashes in his mutilated head. And he showed the scars in triumph, and they gave him pleasant frame, and he always blessed the lion that camped upon his frame. Once the hunter, absent-minded, sat upon a hill of ants, and about 1,000,000 bit him, and you should have seen him dance. And he used up lots of language of a deep magenta tint, and apostrophized the insects in a style unfit to print. And it's thus with worldly troubles, when the big ones come along, we serenely go to meet them, feeling valiant, bold, and strong. But the weary little worries, with their poison stinks and smarts, put the lid upon the courage, make us gray and break our hearts. End of section 109. Section 110 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Little Prayer by S. E. Kaiser. We should strive to bring what happiness we can to others. More still, we should strive to bring them no unhappiness. When we come to die, it is as George Eliot once said, not our kindness or our patience or our generosity that we shall regret, but our intolerance and our harshness. That I may not in blindness grope, but that I may with vision clear know when to speak a word of hope, or add a little wholesome cheer. That tempered winds may softly blow, where little children, thinly clad, sit dreaming when the flame is low, of comforts they have never had. That though the year which lies ahead, no heart shall ache, no cheek be wet, for any word that I have said or profit I have tried to get. End of section 110.
Section 111 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Little Thankful Song by Frank L. Stanton. No man is without a reason to be thankful. If he lacks gratitude, the fault lies at least partly with himself. For what are we thankful for? For this, for the breath and the sunlight of life, for the love of the child and the kiss on the lips of the mother and wife, for roses entwining, for bud and for bloom, and hopes that are shining like stars in the gloom. For what are we thankful for? For this, the strength and the patience of toil, forever the dreams that are bliss, the hope of the seed in the soil, for souls that are whiter from day unto day, and lives that are brighter from going God's way. For what are we thankful for? For all, the sunlight, the shadow, the song. The blossoms may wither and fall, but the world moves in music along. For simple sweet living, 'tis love that doth teach it, a heaven forgiving, and faith that can reach it. End of section 111.
Section 112 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Lose the day loitering. Anything is hard to begin, whether it be taking a cold bath, writing a letter, clearing up a misunderstanding, or falling to on the day's work. Yet, a thing begun is half done. No matter how unpleasant the thing is to do, begin it, and immediately it becomes less unpleasant. Form the excellent habit of making a start. Lose the day loitering, 'twill be the same story, tomorrow and the next more dilatory. For indecision brings its own delays, and days are lost lamenting over lost days. Are you in earnest? Seize this very minute. What you can do or think you can, begin it. Only engage, and then the mind grows heated. Begin it, and the work will be completed. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. End of section 112.
Section 113 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Man, Bird, and God. Robert Bruce, despairing of his country's cause, was aroused to new hope and purpose by the sight of a spider casting its lines until at last it had one that held. In the following passage, the poet, uncertain as to his own future, yet trusts the providence which guides the birds in their long and uncharted migrations. I go to prove my soul. I see my way as birds their trackless way. I shall arrive. What time, what circuit first, I ask not. But unless God send his hail, or blinding fireballs, sleet or stifling snow, in some time, his good time, I shall arrive. He guides me and the bird in his good time. Robert Browning. End of section 113.
Section 114 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Man or Mannequin by Richard Butler Glaenzer. The world does not always distinguish between appearance and true merit. Pretense often gets the plaudits, but desert is above them. It has rewards of its own. No matter where you come from a palace or a ditch, you're a man, if you square yourself to life. And no matter what they say, hermit poor or Midas rich, you are nothing but an husk if you sidestep strife. For it's do, with a purpose all your own, that makes a man, whether born a serf or king. And it's loaf, lolling on a bench or throne, that makes a being thewed to act a limp and useless thing. No matter what you do, miracles or fruitless deeds, you're a man, if you do them with a will. And no matter how you loaf, cursing wealth or mumbling creeds, you're nothing but a noise, and its weight is nil. For it's be champion of your art and soul, that makes a man, whether reared in silk or rags. And it's talk, from a tattered shirt or stole, that makes the image of a god, a mannequin that brags. End of section 114. Section 115 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. A Man's a Man for All That by Robert Burns. It is said that once at a laird's house Burns was placed at a second table, that this rankled in his breast and caused him to write his poem on equality. He insists that rank, wealth, and external distinctions are merely the stamp on the guinea. The man is the gold itself. Snobbishness he abhors. Poverty he confesses to, without hanging his head in the least. The pith of sense and the pride of worth he declares superior to any dignity thrust upon a person from the outside. In a final prophetic mood, he looks forward to the time when a democracy of square dealing shall prevail. Praise shall be reserved for merit, and men the world over shall be to each other as brothers. Note the following. Gold equals gold. Hamely is homely or commonplace. Gi is give. Say is so. Barki is fellow. Cuif is simpleton. Mac is make. Aboon is above. Mauna is must not. Fa is acclaim. Gri is prize. Is there for honest poverty that hangs his head at all that? The coward slave, we pass him be, we dare be poor for all that. For all that, and all that, our toils obscure, and all that, the rank is but the guinea stamp, the man's the gold for all that. What though on hamely fare we dine, wear hodden grey and all that, Gie fools their silks and knaves their wine. A man's a man for a' that. For a' that, and a' that, their tinsel show, and a' that, the honest man, though e'er sae poor, is king o' men for a' that. Ye see yon Berkey, cauda lord, who struts and stares, and all that. Though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for all that, and all that, his ribbon, star, and all that. The man of independent mind, he looks and laughs at all that. A prince can mak a belted knight, a marquis, duke, and all that, but an honest man's aboon his might. Good faith he maun fa that, for all that, and all that, their dignities and all that, the pith of sense and pride of worth, a higher rank than all that. Then let us pray that come it may, as come it will for all that sense and worth o'er all the earth may bear the gree and all that. For all that, and all that, it's coming yet for all that man to man the world o'er shall brothers be for all that.
End of section 115. Section 116 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. The Man Who Frets at Worldly Strife by Joseph Rodman Drake.
Lord, what fools these mortals be! Exclaims Puck in A Midsummer Night's Dream. And well might the fairy marvel who sees folk vexing themselves over matters that 9 times out of 10 come to nothing. Much wiser is the man who smiles at misfortunes, even when they are real ones and affect him personally. Charles Lamb once cheerfully helped to hiss off the stage a play he himself had written. The man who frets at worldly strife grows sallow, sour, and thin. Give us the lad whose happy life is one perpetual grin. He, Midas-like, turns all to gold. He smiles when others sigh, enjoys alike the hot and cold, and laughs through wet or dry. There's fun in everything we meet, the greatest, worst, and best. Existence is a merry treat, and every speech a jest. So, come what may, the man's in luck who turns it all to glee, and laughing cries with honest Puck, "Good Lord, what fools ye be!" End of section 116. Section 117 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Meetin' Trouble by Everett Jack Appleton. Some students of biology planned a trick on their professor. They took the head of one beetle, the body of another of a totally different species, the wings of a third, the legs of a fourth. These members they carefully pasted together. Then they asked the professor what kind of bug the creature was. He answered promptly, a humbug. Just such a monstrosity is trouble, especially future trouble. Some things about it are real, but the whole combined menace is only an illusion, not a thing which actually exists at all. Face the trouble itself. Give no heed to that idea of it, which invests it with 100 dire calamities. Trouble, in the distance, seems all fired big, sort of makes you shiver when you look at it a-comin', makes you want to edge aside or hide or take a swig of something that is sure to set your worried head a-hummin'. Trouble in the distance is a mighty scary fella, but wait till it reaches you afore you start to bella. Trouble standing in the road and frowning at you, black, makes you feel like taking to the weeds along the way. Wish to goodness you could turn and hump yourself straight back. No, 'twill be awful when he gets you close at bay. Trouble standing in the road is bound to make you shy, but wait until it reaches you afore you start to cry. Trouble face to face with you ain't pleasant, but you'll find that it ain't one half as big as first it seemed to be. Stand up straight and bluff it out. Say, I got a mind to shake my fist and scare you off. You don't belong to me. Trouble face to face with you. Though you mayn't feel gay, laugh at it as if you was, and it'll sneak away. End of section 117. Section 118 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Might Have Been by Grantland Rice. Yes, it's pretty hard, the optimistic old woman admitted. I have to get along with only 2 teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower, but thank God they meet. Here's to the days that might have been. Here's to the life I might have led, the fame I might have gathered in, the glory ways I might have sped. Great might have been, I drink to you, upon a throne where thousands hail, and then there looms another view. I also might have been in jail. O land of might have been, we turn with aching hearts to where you wait, where crimson fires of glory burn, and laurel crowns the guarding gate. We may not see across your fields the sightless skulls that knew their woe, the broken spears, the shattered shields, that might have been as truly so. Of all sad words of tongue or pen, so wails the poet in his pain. The saddest are, it might have been, and worldwide runs the dull refrain. The saddest, yes, but in the jar this thought brings to me with its curse, I sometimes think the gladdest are, it might have been a blamed sight worse. End of section 118.
Section 119 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Mistress Fate. Faint heart never won fair lady. Mistress Fate herself should be courted, not with feminine finesse, but with masculine courage and aggression. Flout her power, young man. She is merely shrewish scolding. She is plastic to your moulding. She is woman in her yielding to the fire's desires fan. Flout her power, young man. Fight her fair, strong man. Such a serpent love this is, bitter wormwood in her kiss. When she strikes, be nerved and ready. Keep your gaze both bright and steady. Chance no rapier play, but hotly press the quarrel she began. Fight her fair, strong man. Gaze her down, old man. Now no laughter may defy her, not a shaft of scorn come nigh her. But she waits within the shadows, in dark shadows very near, and her silence is your fear. Meet her world-old eyes of warning, gaze them down with courage can. You gaze them down, old man. William Rose Benet. From Merchants from Cathay. End of section 119.
Section 120 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Morality. Morality. We can't always, even when accomplishing, have the ardor of accomplishment. We can only hold to the purpose formed in more inspired hours. After a work is finished, even though it be a good work which our final judgment will approve, we are likely to be oppressed for a time by the anxieties we have passed through. the comfort of effort has left us, and we recall our dreams, our intentions, beside which our actual achievement seems small. In such moments, we should remember that just after the delivery of the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln believed it an utter failure. Yet the address was a masterpiece of commemorative oratory. We cannot kindle when we will the fire which in the heart resides. The Spirit bloweth and is still, in mystery our soul abides. But tasks an hour of insight willed can be through hours of gloom fulfilled. With aching hands and bleeding feet, we dig and heap, lay stone on stone. We bear the burden and the heat of the long day and wish 'twere done. Not till the hours of light return, all we have built do we discern. Matthew Arnold. End of section 120.
Section 121 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. My Creed by S.E. Kaiser. We all have a philosophy of life, whether or not we formulate it. Does it end in self, or does it include our relations and our duties to our fellows? General William Booth of the Salvation Army was once asked to send a Christmas greeting to his forces throughout the world. His life had been spent in unselfish service. Over the cable he sent but one word: others. This is my creed, to do some good, to bear my ills without complaining, to press on as a brave man should, for honors that are worth the gaining, to seek no profits where I may, by winning them bring grief to others, to do some service day by day in helping on my toiling brothers. This is my creed, to close my eyes to little faults of those around me, to strive to be, when each day dies, some better than the morning found me. To ask for no unearned applause, to cross no river until I reach it, to see the merit of the cause before I follow those who preach it. This is my creed, to try to shun the sloughs in which the foolish wallow, to lead where I may be the one whom weaker men should choose to follow, to keep my standards always high, to find my task and always do it. This is my creed, I wish that I could learn to shape my action to it. End of section 121.
Section 122 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. My Philosophy. Though dogs persist in barking at the moon's business is not to answer the dogs or to waste strength placating them, but simply to shine. The man who strives or succeeds is sure to be criticized. Is he therefore to abstain from all effort? We are responsible for our own lives and cannot regulate them according to other people's ideas. Whoso would be a man, says Emerson, must be a nonconformist. I always argue that a man who does about the best he can is plenty good enough to suit this lower mundane institute, no matter if his daily walk is subject for his neighbor's talk, and critic minds of every whim just all get up and go for him. It's natural enough, I guess, when some gets more and some gets less, for them uns on the slimmest side to claim it ain't a fair divide. And I've knowed some to lay and wait and get up soon and set up late to catch some fella they could hate for going at a faster gait. My doctrine is to lay aside contentions and be satisfied. Just do your best, and praise or blame that follows that counts just the same. I've always noticed great success is mixed with troubles more or less, and it's the man who does the best that gets more kicks than all the rest. James Whitcomb Riley, from the biographical edition of the complete works of James Whitcomb Riley. End of section 122. Read by Dixian STD, Valencia, April 29th, 2025.
Section 123 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. My Triumph by John Greenleaf Whittier. The poet, looking back upon the hopes he has cherished, perceives that he has fallen far short of achieving them. The songs he has sung are less sweet than those he has dreamed of singing. The wishes he has wrought into facts are less noble than those that are yet unfulfilled. But he looks forward to the time when all that he desires for humankind shall yet come to pass. The praise will not be his, it will belong to others. Still, he does not envy those who are destined to succeed where he failed. Rather does he rejoice that through them his hopes for the race will be realized. And he is happy that by longing for just such a triumph, he shares in it. He makes it his triumph. Let the thick curtain fall. I better know than all how little I have gained, how vast the unattained. Not by the page word painted, let life be banned or sainted, deeper than written scroll, the colors of the soul. Sweeter than any sung, my songs that found no tongue, nobler than any fact, my wish that failed to act. Others shall sing the song, others shall right the wrong, finish what I begin, and all I fail of win. What matter I or they, mine or another's day, so the right word be said, and life the sweeter made. Hail to the coming singers, hail to the brave light bringers. Forward I reach and share all that they sing and dare. The airs of heaven blow o'er me, a glory shines before me, of what mankind shall be, pure, generous, brave, and free. A dream of man and woman, diviner but still human, solving the riddle old, shaping the age of gold. The love of God and neighbor, in equal-handed labor, the richer life where beauty walks hand in hand with duty. Ring, bells in unreared steeples, the joy of unborn peoples. Sound, trumpets far off blown, your triumph is my own. Parcel and part of all, I keep the festival, for reach the good to be, and share the victory. I feel the earth move sunward, I join the great march onward, and take by faith while living my free hold of thanksgiving. End of section 123.
Section 124 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. My Wage by Jesse B. Rittenhouse. We may as well aim high as low, ask much as little. The world will not miss what it gives us, and our reward will largely be governed by our demands. I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged at evening, when I counted my scanty store. For life is a just employer. He gives you what you ask, but once you have set the wages, why, you must bear the task. I worked for a menial's hire, only to learn, dismayed, that any wage I had asked of life, life would have paid. End of section 124. Section 125 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Never Trouble Trouble by St. Clair Adams. To borrow trouble is to contract a debt that any man is better without. If your troubles are not borrowed, they are not likely to be many or great. I used to hear a saying that had a deal of pith. It gave a cheerful spirit to face existence with, especially when matters seemed doomed to go askew. 'Twas never trouble trouble till trouble troubles you. Not woes at hand, those coming are hardest to resist. We hear them stalk like giants, we see them through a mist, but big things in the brewing are small things in the brew. So never trouble trouble till trouble troubles you. Just look at things through glasses that show the evidence. One lens of them is courage, the other common sense. They'll make it clear misgivings are just a bugaboo. No more you'll trouble till trouble troubles you. End of section 125.
Section 126 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. The New Duckling by Alfred Noyes. There are people who, without having anything exceptional in their natures or purposes or visions, yet try to be different for the sake of being different. They are not content to be what they are. They wish to be utterly other. Of course, they are hollow, artificial, insincere. Moreover, they are nuisances. Their very foundations are wrong ones. Be yourself, unless you're a fool. In that case, of course, try to be somebody else. I want to be new, said the duckling. Oh ho, said the wise old owl, while the guinea hen cluttered off chuckling to tell all the rest of the fowl. I should like a more elegant figure, that child of a duck went on. I should like to grow bigger and bigger until I could swallow a swan. I won't be the bond slave of habit. I won't have these webs on my toes. I want to run round like a rabbit as red as a rose. I don't want to waddle like mother or quack like my silly old dad. I want to be utterly other and frightfully modern and mad. Do you know, said the turkey, you're quacking. There's a fox creeping up through the rye, and if you're not utterly lacking, you'll make for that duck pond. Goodbye. But the duckling was perky as perky. Take care of your stuffing, he called. This was horribly rude to a turkey. But you aren't a real turkey, he bawled. You're an early Victorian sparrow. A fox is more fun than a sheep. I shall show that my mind is not narrow, and give him my feathers to keep. Now the curious end of this fable, so far as the rest ascertained, though they searched from the barn to the stable, was that only his feathers remained. So he wasn't the bond slave of habit, and he didn't have webs on his toes, and perhaps he runs round like a rabbit as red as a rose. Alfred Noyes, from Collected Poems. End of section 126.
Section 127 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Freed. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Noble Nature by Ben Jonson. There is a deceptive glamour about mere bigness. Quality may accompany quantity, but it need not. In fact, good things are usually done up in small parcels. I could eat you at a mouthful, roared a bulky opponent to the small and sickly Alexander H. Stevens. If you did, replied Stevens quietly, you'd have more brains in your belly than ever you had in your head. It is not growing like a tree in bulk doth make man better be, or standing long in oak 300 year to fall a log at last, dry, bald, and sere. A lily of a day is fairer far in May, although it fall and die that night. It was the plant and flower of light. In small proportions we just beauties see, and in short measures life may perfect be. End of section 127.
Section 128 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Ode to Duty by William Wordsworth. In the first stanza, the poet hails duty as coming from God. It is a light to guide us and a rod to check. To obey it does not lead to victory. To obey it is victory, is to live by a high, noble law. In the second stanza, he admits that some people do right without driving themselves to it. Do it by instinct and the genial sense of youth. In stanza 3, he looks forward to a time when all people will be thus blessed, but he thinks that, as yet, it is unsafe for most of us to lose touch completely with stern, commanding duty. In stanzas 4 and 5, he states that he himself has been too impatient of control, has wearied himself by changing from one desire to another, and now wishes to regulate his life by some great abiding principle. In stanza 6, he declares that duty, though stern, is benignant. The flowers bloom in obedience to it, and the stars keep their places. In the final stanza, he dedicates his life to its service. Stern daughter of the voice of God, O duty, if that name thou love, who art a light to guide, a rod to check the erring and reprove, thou who art victory and law, when empty terrors overawe, from vain temptations dost set free, and calm'st the weary strife of frail humanity. There are who ask not if thy nigh, beyond them who in love and truth, where no misgiving is, rely upon the genial sense of youth. Glad hearts without reproach or blot, who do thy work and know it not. Oh, if through confidence misplaced they fail, thy saving arms, dread power, around them cast. Serene will be our days and bright, and happy will our nature be, when love is an unerring light, and joy its own security, and they a blissful course may hold, even now who, not unwisely bold, live in the spirit of this creed, yet seek thy firm support according to their need. I, loving freedom and untried, no sport of every random gust, yet being to myself a guide, too blindly have reposed my trust, and oft, when in my heart was heard thy timely mandate, I deferred the task in smoother walks to stray, but thee I now would serve more strictly, if I may. Through no disturbance of my soul, or strong compunction in me wrought, I supplicate for thy control, but in the quietness of thought. Me this unchartered freedom tires, I feel the weight of chance desires. My hopes no more must change their name, I long for a repose that ever is the same. Stern lawgiver, yet thou dost wear the Godhead's most benignant grace, nor know we anything so fair as is the smile upon thy face. Flowers laugh before thee on their beds, and fragrance in thy footing treads. Thou dost preserve the stars from wrong, and the most ancient heavens through thee are fresh and strong. To humbler functions, awful power, I call thee, I myself commend unto thy guidance from this hour. O let my weakness have an end. Give unto me, made lowly wise, the spirit of self-sacrifice, the confidence of reason give, and in the light of truth, thy bondman, let me live. End of section 128. Section 129 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. On Being Ready by Grantland Rice. At nightfall, after bloody Antietam Lee's army, outnumbered and exhausted, lay with the Potomac at its back. So serious was the situation that all the subordinate officers advised retreat. But Lee, though too maimed to attack, would not leave the field save of his own volition. "If McClellan wants a battle," he declared, "he can have it." McClellan hesitated, and through the whole of the next day kept his great army idle. The effect upon the morale of the two forces and the two governments can be imagined. The man who is there with the wallop and punch, the one who is trained to the minute, may well be around when the trouble begins, but you seldom will find he is in it, for they let him alone when they know he is there for any set part in the ramble, to pick out the one who is shrinking and soft, and not quite attuned to the scramble. The one who is fixed for whatever they start is rarely expected to prove it. They pass him along for the next shot in sight, where they take a full wind-up and groove it. For who wants to pick on a bulldog or such, where a quivering poodle is handy, when he knows he can win with a kick or a brick, with no further trouble to bandy? End of section 129. Section 130 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. On Down the Road by Grantland Rice. Hazlitt said that the defeat of the Whigs could be read in the shifting and irresolute countenance of Charles James Fox, and the triumph of the Tories in Pitt's aspiring nose. The empires of the Montezumas are conquered by men who, like Cortez, risk everything in the enterprise and make retreat impossible by burning their ships behind them. Hold to the course though the storms are about you. Stick to the road where the banner still flies. Fate and his legions are ready to rout you. Give them both barrels and aim for their eyes. Life's not a rosebed, a dream, or a bubble, a living in clover beneath cloudless skies. And fate hates a fighter who's looking for trouble, so give 'em both barrels and shoot for the eyes. Fame never comes to the loafers and sitters. Life's full of knots and a shifting disguise. Fate only picks on the cowards and quitters, so give 'em both barrels and aim for the eyes. End of section 130.
Section 131 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. One Fight More. We need not expect much of the man who, when defeated, gives way either to despair or to a wild impulse for immediate revenge. But from the man who stores up his strength quietly and bides his time for a new effort, we may expect everything. Now, think you, life, I am defeated quite? More than a single battle shall be mine before I yield the sword and give the sign and turn, a crownless outcast, to the night. Wounded And yet unconquered in the fight, I wait in silence till the day may shine once more upon my strength, and all the line of your defenses break before my might. Mine be that warrior's blood who, stricken sore, lies in his quiet chamber, till he hears a farther clash and clang of arms, and knows the cause he lived for calls for him once more, and straightway rises, whole and void of fears, and armed, turns him singing to his foes. Theodosia Garrison, from The Earth Cry. End of section 131. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 132 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. One of These Days by James W. Foley. The worst fault in a hound is to run counter, to follow the trail backward, not forward. Is the fault less when men are guilty of it? Behind us is much that we have found to be faithless, cruel, or unpleasant. Why go back to that? Why not go forward to the things we really desire? Say, let's forget it, let's put it aside. Life is so large and the world is so wide. Days are so short and there's so much to do. What if it was false? There's plenty that's true. Say, let's forget it. Let's brush it away, now and forever. So what do you say? All of the bitter words said may be praise, one of these days. Say, let's forget it. Let's wipe off the slate. Find something better to cherish than hate. There's so much good in the world that we've had. Let's strike a balance and cross off the bad. Say, let's forgive it, whatever it be. Let's not be slaves when we ought to be free. We shall be walking in sunshiny ways, one of these days. Say, let's not mind it, let's smile it away. Bring not a withered rose from yesterday. Flowers are so fresh from the wayside and wood, sorrows and blessings but half understood. Say, let's not mind it, however it seems. Hope is so sweet and holds so many dreams. All of the sere fields with blossoms shall blaze, one of these days. Say, let's not take it so sorely to heart. Hates may be friendships just drifted apart. Failure be genius not quite understood. Say, let's get closer to somebody's side. See what his dreams are and learn how he tried. See if our scoldings won't give way to praise, one of these days. Say, let's not wither, let's branch out and rise, out of the byways and nearer the skies. Let's spread some shade that's refreshing and deep, where some tired traveler may lay down and sleep. Say, let's not tarry, let's do it right now. So much to do if we just find out how. We may not be here to help folks or praise, one of these days. End of section 132. Section 133 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The One by Everard Jack Appleton. In our youth we picture ourselves as we will be in the future, not mere types of this or that kind of success, but above all and in all, ideal men. Then come the years and the struggles, and we are buffeted and baffled, and our very ideal is eclipsed. But others have done better than we. Weary and harassed, they yet embody our visions, and we, if we are worth our salt, do not envy them when we see them, nor should we grow dispirited. Rather, should we rejoice in their triumph, rejoice that our dreams were not impossibilities, take courage to strive afresh for that which we know is best. I knew his face the moment that he passed, triumphant in the thoughtless, cruel throng, triumphant, though the quiet, tired eyes showed that his soul had suffered overlong, and though across his brow faint lines of care were etched, somewhat of youth still lingered there. I gently touched his arm, he smiled at me. He was the man that once I meant to be. Where I had failed, he'd won from life success. Where I had stumbled, with sure feet he stood. Alike, yet unalike, we faced the world, and through the stress he found that life was good. And I, the bitter wormwood in the glass, the shadowed way along which failures pass. Yet, as I saw him thus, joy came to me. He was the man that once I meant to be. I knew him, and I knew he knew me, for the man he might have been. Then did his soul thank silently the gods that gave him strength to win, while I so sorely missed the goal. He turned, and quickly in his own firm hand he took my own, the gulf of failure spanned, and that was all. Strong, self-reliant, free, he was the man that once I meant to be. We did not speak, but in his sapient eyes I saw the spirit that had urged him on, the courage that had held him through the fight. Had once been mine, I thought. Can it be gone? He felt that unasked question, felt it so. His pale lips formed the one-word answer, no. Too late to win? No, not too late for me. He is the man that still I mean to be. End of section 133.
Section 134 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Opening Paradise. We appreciate even the common things of life if we are denied them. See the wretch that long has tossed on the thorny bed of pain, at length repair his vigour lost, and breathe and walk again. The meanest floweret of the vale, the simplest note that swells the gale, the common sun, the air, the skies, to him are opening paradise. Thomas Gray. End of section 134.
Section 135 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Opportunity by Burton Braley. Quote, I lack only one of having 100, said a student after an examination. I have 2 noughts, end quote. And all he did lack was a 1, rightly placed. The world is full of opportunities. Discernment to perceive, courage to undertake, patience to carry through, will change the whole aspect of the universe for us and bring positive achievement out of meaningless negation. With doubt and dismay you are smitten. You think there's no chance for you, son? Why, the best books haven't been written. The best race hasn't been run. The best score hasn't been made yet. The best song hasn't been sung. The best tune hasn't been played yet. Cheer up, for the world is young. No chance? Why, the world is just eager for things that you ought to create. Its store of true wealth is still meager. Its needs are incessant and great. It yearns for more power and beauty, more laughter and love and romance, more loyalty, labor, and duty. No chance? Why, there's nothing but chance. For the best verse hasn't been rhymed yet. The best house hasn't been planned. The highest peak hasn't been climbed yet. The mightiest rivers aren't spanned. Don't worry and fret, faint-hearted. The chances have just begun. For the best jobs haven't been started. The best work hasn't been done. Burton Braley, from, quote, A Banjo at Armageddon, end quote. End of section 135.
Section 136 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Opportunity by John James Ingalls. What is opportunity? To the brilliant mind of Senator Ingalls, it is a stupendous piece of luck. It comes once, and once only, to every human being, wise or foolish, good or wicked. If it be not perceived on the instant, it passes by forever. No longing for it, no effort can bring it back. Notice that this view is fatalistic. It makes opportunity an external thing, one that enriches men or leaves their lives empty without much regard to what they deserve. Master of human destinies am I. Fame, love, and fortune on my footsteps wait. Cities and fields I walk, I penetrate, deserts and seas remote, and passing by hovel and mart and palace, soon or late I knock, unbidden once at every gate. If sleeping, wake. If feasting, rise before I turn away. It is the hour of fate. And they who follow me reach every state, mortals desire, and conquer every foe, save death. But those who doubt or hesitate, condemned to failure, penury, and woe, seek me in vain and uselessly implore. I answer not, and I return no more. End of section 136.
Section 137 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Opportunity. To the thought of the preceding poem, we have here a direct answer. No matter how a man may have failed in the past, the door of opportunity is always open to him. He should not give way to useless regrets. He should know that the future is within his control, that it will be what he chooses to make it. They do me wrong who say I come no more, when once I knock and fail to find you in. For every day I stand outside your door, and bid you wake and rise to fight and win. Wail not for precious chances passed away, weep not for golden ages on the wane. Each night I burn the records of the day. At sunrise every soul is born again. Laugh like a boy at splendours that have sped. To vanished joys be blind and deaf and dumb. My judgment seal the dead past with its dead, but never bind a moment yet to come. Though deep in mire, wring not your hands and weep. I lend my arm to all who say I can. No shamefaced outcast ever sank so deep, but yet might rise and be again a man. Dost thou behold thy lost youth all aghast? Dost reel from righteous retribution's blow? Then turn from blotted archives of the past, and find the future's pages white as snow. Art thou a mourner? Rouse thee from thy spell. Art thou a sinner? Sins may be forgiven. Each morning gives thee wings to flee from hell, each night a star to guide thy feet to heaven. Walter Malone. End of section 137. Section 138 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Opportunity. Procrastination is not only the thief of time, it is also the grave of opportunity. In an old city by the storied shores, where the bright summit of Olympus soars, a cryptic statue mounted towards the light, heel-winged, tip-toed, and poised for instant flight. O statue, tell your name, a traveller cried, and solemnly the marble lips replied. Men call me Opportunity, I lift my winged feet from earth to show how swift my flight, how short my stay, how fate is ever waiting on the way. But why that tossing ringlet on your brow, that men may seize me any moment now? Now is my other name, today my date. O traveller, tomorrow is too late. Edwin Markham, from The Gates of Paradise and Other Poems. End of section 138.
Section 139 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Opportunity by William Shakespeare. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. End of section 139. Read by Ingrid Falk, Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 140 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Opportunity. In this poem, yet another view of opportunity is presented. The recreant, or the dreamer, complains that he has no real chance. He would succeed, he says, if he had but the implements of success: money, influence, social prestige, and the like. But success lies far less in the implements than in the use we make of them. What one man throws away as useless, another man seizes as the best means of victory at hand. For every one of us, the materials for achievement are sufficient. The spirit that prompts us is what ultimately counts. This I beheld, or dreamed it in a dream. There spread a cloud of dust along a plain, and underneath the cloud, or in it, raged a furious battle, and men yelled, and swords shocked upon swords and shields. A prince's banner wavered, then staggered backwards, hemmed in by foes. A craven hung along the battle's edge, and thought, had I a sword of keener steel, that blue blade that the king's son bears, but this a blunt thing. He snapped and flung it from his hand, and lowering, crept away and left the field. Then came the king's son, wounded, sore bestead, and weaponless, and saw the broken sword, hilt buried in the dry and trodden sand, and ran and snatched it, and with battle shout, lifted afresh, he hewed his enemy down, and saved a great cause that heroic day. Edward Rowland Sill, from Poems. End of section 140.
Section 141 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Order and the Bees. From Henry V. We often wish that we might do some other man's work, occupy his social or political station, but such an interchange is not easy. The world is complex, and its adjustments have come from long years of experience. Each man does well to perform the tasks for which nature and training have fitted him, and instead of feeling envy toward other people, we should rejoice that all labor, however diverse, is to one great end. It makes life richer and fuller. Therefore doth heaven divide the state of man in divers functions, setting endeavor in continual motion, to which is fixed, as an aim or butt, obedience. For so work the honey bees, creatures that by a rule in nature teach the act of order to a peopled kingdom. They have a king and officers of sorts, where some, like magistrates, correct at home, others, like merchants, venture trade abroad, others, like soldiers, armed in their stings, make boot upon the summer's velvet buds, which pillage they with merry march, bringing home to the tent royal of their emperor, who, busied in his majesty, surveys the singing masons building roofs of gold, the civil citizens kneading up the honey, the poor mechanic porters crowding in their heavy burdens at his narrow gate, the sad-eyed justice with his surly hum delivering o'er to executors pale the lazy yawning drone. I this infer, that many things, having full reference to one consent, may work contrariously. William Shakespeare. End of section 141.
Section 142 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Ownership. The true value of anything lies not in the object itself or in its legal possession, but in our attitude to it. We may own a thing in fee simple, yet derive from it nothing but vexation. For those who have little, as indeed for those who have much, there are no surer means of happiness than enjoying that which they do not possess. Emerson shows us that two harvests may be gathered from every field, a material one by the man who raised the crop, and an aesthetic or spiritual one by whosoever can see beauty or thrill with an inner satisfaction. They ride in Packards, those swell guys, while I can't half afford. Choice fillets fill a void for them, we've cheese and prunes, the place I board. They've smirking servants hanging round, you'd guess by whom my shoes are shined, but all the same I'm rich as they, for ownership's a state of mind. They own, you say? Sure, they possess. What a fellow has him. The rich can't stop and just enjoy their lawns and shrubs and house fronts trim. They're tied indoors and foot the bills. I stroll or stay as I'm inclined. Possession was not meant for use, but ownership's a state of mind. The folks who have must try to keep against the thieves who swarm and steal. They dare not stride, they mince along, their pavements a banana peel. Who owns, the jeweller or I, yon gems by window bars confined? Possession lies in locks and keys, true ownership's a state of mind. I own my office, I've a boss, but so have all men, so has he. The business is not mine, but yet I own the whole blamed company. Stockholders are less proud than I, when competition's auld lang syned. What care I that the profit's theirs? I have what counts, an owner's mind. The pretty girls I meet are mine, I do not choose to tell them so. I own the flowers, the trees, the birds, I own the sunshine and the snow. I own the block, I own the town, the smiles, the songs of humankind. For ownership is how you feel, it's just a healthy state of mind. St. Clair Adams. End of section 142.
Section 143 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Painting the Lily by William Shakespeare. Many people are not content to let well enough alone, but spoil what they have by striving for an unnecessary and foolish improvement. If they have a rich title, they try to ornament it still further. If they have refined gold, they try to gild it. If they have a lily, they try to paint it into still purer color. Therefore, to be possessed with double pomp, to guard a title that was rich before, to gild refined gold, to paint the lily, to throw a perfume on the violet, to smooth the ice or add another hue unto the rainbow, or with taper light, to seek the beauteous eye of heaven to garnish, is wasteful and ridiculous excess. End of section 143.
Section 144 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Per aspera. A motto has been made of the Latin phrase per aspera ad astra, of which the translation sometimes given is, through bolts and bars to the stars. Thank God a man can grow. He is not bound with earthward gaze to creep along the ground, though his beginnings be but poor and low. Thank God a man can grow. The fire upon his altars may burn dim, the torch he lighted may in darkness fail, and nothing to rekindle it avail. Yet high beyond his dull horizon's rim, Arcturus and the Pleiades beckon him. Florence Earle Coates. From Poems. End of section 144.
Section 145 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. The Pessimist. Most of our ills and troubles are not very serious when we come to examine the realities of them. Or perhaps we expect too much. An old Negro was complaining that the railroad would not pay him for his mule which it had killed, nay, would not even give him back his rope. What rope, he was asked. Why, sir, answered he, the rope that I tied the mule on the track with. Nothing to do but work, nothing to eat but food, nothing to wear but clothes to keep one from going nude, nothing to breathe but air, quick as a flash 'tis gone, nowhere to fall but off, nowhere to stand but on, nothing to comb but hair, nowhere to sleep but in a bed, nothing to weep but tears, nothing to bury but dead, nothing to sing but songs, ah well, alas, alack, nowhere to go but out, nowhere to come but back, nothing to see but sights, nothing to quench but thirst, nothing to have but what we've got, thus through life we are cursed, nothing to strike but a gate, everything moves that goes, nothing at all but common sense can ever withstand these woes. Ben King. From Ben King's verse. End of section 145. Read by Dixie Ann S. Didier, Valencia, 22nd July 2025.
Section 146 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. A Philosopher. The web of our life is of mingled yarn, good and ill together, says Shakespeare. It behooves us, therefore, to find the good and to make the best of the ill. Two men were falling from an aeroplane. I'll bet you $5, said one, that I hit the ground first. To take things as they be, that's my philosophy. No use to holler, mope, or cuss. If they was changed, they might be wuss. If rain is pouring down and lightning buzzing round, I ain't a fearin' we'll be hit, but grin that I ain't out in it. If I got deep in debt, it hasn't happened yet, and owed a man $2, gee, why I'd be glad it wasn't $3. If someone come along and tried to do me wrong, why I should sort of take a whim to thank the Lord I wasn't him. I never seen a night so dark there wasn't light, somewheres about if I took care to strike a match and find out where. John Kendrick Bangs. From Songs of Cheer. End of section 146. Section 147 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Philosophy for Croakers. Many people seem to get pleasure in seeing all the bad there is, and in making everything about them gloomy. They are like the old woman who, on being asked how her health was, replied, "Thank the Lord, I'm poorly." Some folks get a heap of pleasure out of looking glum, hoard their cares like it was treasure, fear they won't have some. Wear black border on their spirit, hang their hopes with crape, future's gloomy and they fear it, sure there's no escape. Now there ain't no use of whining, weight in joy with lead. There is silver in the lining, somewhere on ahead. Can't enjoy the sun today, it may rain tomorrow. When a pain won't come their way, future pains they borrow. If there's good news to be heard, ears are stuffed with cotton. Evils dire are oft inferred, good is all forgotten. When upon appeal I stand, slipping like a goner, luck I trust will shake my hand just around the corner. Keep a scarecrow in the yard, fierce old bulldog near 'em. Chase off joy that's trying hard to come in and cheer 'em. Wear their blinders big and strong, dodge each happy sight. Like to keep their faces long, think that day is night. Now I've had my share of trouble, back been bent with ill. Big load makes the joy seem double when I mount the hill. Got the toothache in their soul, corns upon their feelings. Get their share but want the whole, say it's crooked dealings. Nature's steeped in indigo, got their joy wires crossed. Swear it's only weeds that grow, flowers always lost. Now it's best to sing a song, stead of sit and mourn. Rose you'll find grows right along, bigger than the thorn. Beat the frogs the way they croak, see with goggles blue. Universe is cracked or broke, bout to split in two. Think the world is full of sin, soon go up the spout. Badness always moving in, goodness moving out. But I found folks good and kind, 'cause I thought they'd be. Most men try, at least I find, to be what they should be. Joseph Morris. End of section 147.
Section 148 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Escher Vane. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Pippa's Song. This little song vibrates with an optimism that embraces the whole universe. A frequent error in quoting it is a substitution of the word well for right. Browning is no such shallow optimist as to believe that all is well with the world, but he does maintain that things are right with the world, for in spite of its present evils, it is slowly working its way toward perfection, and in the great scheme of things, it may make these evils themselves an instrument to move it toward its ultimate goal. The years at the spring, and days at the morn. Mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Robert Browning. End of section 148.
Section 149 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Playing the game. We all like the good sport, the man who plays fair and courteously and with every ounce of his energy, even when the game is going against him. Life is a game with a glorious prize, if we can only play it right. It is give and take, build and break, and often it ends in a fight. But he surely wins who honestly tries, regardless of wealth or fame. He can never display who plays it fair. How are you playing the game? Do you wilt and whine if you fail to win in the manner you think you're due? Do you sneer at the man in case that he can and does do better than you? Do you take your rebuffs with a knowing grin? Do you laugh though you pull up blame? Does your faith hold true when the whole world's blue? How are you playing the game? Get into the thick of it, wade in, boys, whatever your cherished goal. Brace up your will till your pulses thrill, and you dare to your very soul. Do something more than make a noise. Let your purpose leap into flame. As you plunge with a cry, I shall do or die, then you will be playing the game. Anonymous. End of section 149. Read by Dixian Estide, Valencia, 8th of June, 2025.
Section 150 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Playing the Game by Burton Braley. We don't like the man who whines that the cards were stacked against him or that the umpire cheated. We admire the chap who, when he must take his medicine, takes it cheerfully, bravely. To play the game steadily is a merit, whether the game be a straight one or crooked. A thoroughbred, even though bad, has more of our respect than the craven who cleaves to the proprieties solely from fear to violate them. It has well been said, "The mistakes which make us men are better than the accuracies that keep us children." Yes, he went and stole our steers, so of course he had to die. I ain't shedding any tears, but when I cash in, say I, want to take it like that guy, laughing, joking, with the rest. Not a whimper, not a cry, standing up to meet the test, till we swung him clear and high, with his face turned toward the west. Here's the way it looks to me. Cattle thief's no thing to be, but if you take up that trade, be the best one ever made. If you've got a thing to do it strong and see it through. That was him. He played the game, took his chances, bet his hand, and when at last the showdown came, and he lost, he kept his sand. Didn't weep and didn't pray, didn't waver or repent, simply tossed his cards away, knowing well just what it meant, never claimed the deck was stacked, never called the game a snide, acted like a man should act, took his medicine, and died. So I say it here again, what I think is true of men, they should try to do what's right, fair and square and clean and white, but whatever is their line, bad or good or foul or fine, let 'em go the limit, play, like a plunger, that's the way. End of section 150. Section 151 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Play the Game by Henry Newbolt. The Duke of Wellington said that the Battle of Waterloo was won on the cricket fields of Eton. English sport at its best is admirable. It asks outward triumph, if possible, but far more it asks that one do his best till the very end, and treat his opponent with courtesy and fairness. The spirit thus instilled at school has again and again been carried in after life into the large affairs of the nation. There's a breathless hush in the close tonight. 10 to make and the match to win, a bumping pitch and a blinding light, an hour to play and the last man in, and it's not for the sake of a ribboned coat or the selfish hope of a season's fame, but his captain's hand on his shoulder smote. Play up, and play the game. The sand of the desert is sodden red, red with the wreck of a square that broke. The Gatlings jammed and the colonel dead, and the regiments blind with dust and smoke. The river of death has brimmed his banks, and England's far and honor a name. But the voice of a schoolboy rallies the ranks. Play up, and play the game. This is the word that year by year, while in her place the school is set, every one of her sons must hear, and none that hears it dare forget, that they all, with a joyful mind, bear through life like a torch in flame, and falling fling to the host behind. Play up, and play the game. End of section 151.
Section 152 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Polonius's advice to Laertes. A father's advice to his son how to conduct himself in the world. Don't tell all you think, or put into action thoughts out of harmony or proportion with the occasion. Be friendly, but not common. Don't dull your palm by effusively shaking hands with every chance newcomer. Avoid quarrels if you can, but if they are forced on you, give a good account of yourself. Hear every man's censure, opinion, but express your own ideas to few. Dress well, but not ostentatiously. Neither borrow nor lend, and guarantee yourself against being false to others by setting up the high moral principle of being true to yourself. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. The friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but, being in, bear it that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy. For the apparel oft proclaims the man. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for a loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. William Shakespeare. End of section 152.
Section 153 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Poor Unfortunate by Frank L. Stanton. Things are never so bad, but they might have been worse. An immigrant into the South paid a Negro to bring him a wild turkey. The next day he complained, "You shouldn't shoot at the turkey's body, Rastus. Shoot at his head. The flesh of that turkey was simply full of shot." "Boss," said the Negro, "dem shot was meant for me." 1. His hoss went dead and his mule went lame. He lost 6 cows in a poker game. A hurricane came on a summer's day and carried the house where he lived away. Then an earthquake came when that was gone and swallowed the land that the house stood on. And the tax collector he come round and charged him up for the hole in the ground. And the city marshal he come in view and said he wanted his street tax too. 2. Did he moan and sigh? Did he set and cry and cuss the hurricane sweeping by? Did he grieve that his old friends failed to call when the earthquake come and swallered all? Never a word o' blame he said, with all them troubles up top his head. Not him. He clumb to the top of the hill, where standing room was left him still, and baring his head, here's what he said: "I reckon it's time to get up and get, but Lord, I hain't had the measles yit." End of section 153.
Section 154 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Praise the Generous Gods for Giving by William Ernest Henley. Some of us find joy in toil, some in art, some in the open air and the sunshine. All of us find it in simply being alive. Life is the gift no creature in his right mind would part with. As Milton asks, "For who would lose, though full of pain, this intellectual being? These thoughts that wander through eternity, to perish rather swallowed up and lost in the wide womb of uncreated night, devoid of sense and motion. Praise the generous gods for giving, in a world of wrath and strife, with a little time for living, unto all the joy of life. At whatever source we drink it, art or love or faith or wine, in whatever terms we think it, it is common and divine. Praise the gods, for in giving this to man and this alone, they have made his chance of living shine the equal of their own. End of section 154.
Section 155 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A prayer. Garibaldi, the Italian patriot, said to his men, I do not promise you ease. I do not promise you comfort. I promise you hardship, weariness, suffering. But I promise you victory. I do not pray for peace, nor ask that on my path the sounds of war shall shrill no more, the way be clear of wrath. But this I beg thee, Lord, steel thou my heart with might, and in the strife that men call life, grant me the strength to fight. I do not pray for arms, nor shield to cover me. What though I stand with empty hand? So it be valiantly. Spare me the coward's fear, questioning wrong or right. Lord, among these mine enemies, grant me the strength to fight. I do not pray that thou keep me from any wound, though I fall low from thrust and blow, forced fighting to the ground. But give me wit to hide my hurt from all men's sight, and for my need, the while I bleed, Lord, grant me strength to fight. I do not pray that thou shouldst grant me victory, enough to know that from my foe I have no will to flee. Beaten and bruised and banned, flung like a broken sword, grant me this thing for conquering. Let me die fighting, Lord. Theodosia Garrison, from The Earth Cry. End of section 155.
Section 156 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Prayer for Pain by John G. Neihardt. The thief steals from himself. The swindler swindles himself, says Emerson. Apparent gain may be actual loss. Material escape may be spiritual imprisonment. Anyone may idle, but the men who are not content unless they climb the unscalable mountains, or cross the uncharted seas, or bear the burdens that others shrink from, are the ones who keep the heritage of the spirit undiminished. I do not pray for peace nor ease, nor truce from sorrow. No suppliant on servile knees begs here against tomorrow. Lean flame against lean flame we flash. O fates that meet me fair, blue steel against blue steel we clash. Lay on, and I shall dare. But thou of deeps, the awful deep, thou breather in the clay, grant this my only prayer, O keep my soul from turning gray. For until now, whatever wrought against my sweet desires, my days were smitten harps strung taut, my nights were slumbrous lyres. And howsoe'er this hard blow rang upon my battered shield, some lark-like soaring spirit sang above my battlefield. And through my soul of stormy night the zigzag blue flame ran. I asked no odds, I fought my fight, events against a man. But now at last the grey mist chokes and numbs me, leave me pain. Oh, let me feel the biting strokes, that I may fight again. End of section 156.
Section 157 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Avern Williams. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Preparedness. For all your days prepare, and meet them ever alike. When you are the anvil, bear. When you are the hammer, strike. Edwin Markham. From the Gates of Paradise and Other Poems. End of section 157.
Section 158 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Press on. The spirit that has tamed this continent is the spirit which says, press on. It appeals not so much to men in the mass as to individuals. There is only one way for mankind to go forward. Each individual must be determined that, come what will, he will never quail or recede. Press on, surmount the rocky steps, climb boldly o'er the torrent's arch. He fails alone who feebly creeps. He wins who dares the hero's march. Be thou a hero, let thy might tramp on eternal snows its way, and through the ebon walls of night hew down a passage unto day. Press on, if once and twice thy feet slip back and stumble, harder try. From him who never dreads to meet danger and death, they're sure to fly. To coward ranks the bullet speeds, while on their breasts who never quail gleams, guardian of chivalric deeds, bright courage like a coat of mail. Press on, if fortune play thee false today, tomorrow she'll be true. Whom now she sinks she now exalts, taking old gifts and granting new. The wisdom of the present hour makes up the follies past and gone. To weakness strength succeeds, and power from frailty springs. Press on, press on. Park Benjamin. End of section 158.
Section 159 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vincent Spring. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A pretty good world. The world has its faults, but few of us would give it up till we have to. Pretty good world if you take it all around. Pretty good world, good people. Better be on than under the ground. Pretty good world, good people. Better be here where the skies are as blue as the eyes of your sweetheart a smiling at you. Better than lying 'neath daisies and dew. Pretty good world, good people. Pretty good world with its hopes and its fears. Pretty good world, good people. Sun twinkles bright through the rain of its tears. Pretty good world, good people. Better be here in the pathway you know, where the thorns in the gardens where sweet roses grow, than to rest where you feel not the fall of the snow. Pretty good world, good people. Pretty good world, let us sing it that way. Pretty good world, good people. Make up your minds that you're in it to stay, at least for a season, good people. Pretty good world with its dark and its bright. Pretty good world with its love and its light. Sing it that way till you whisper good night. Pretty good world, good people. Frank L. Stanton, from The Atlanta Constitution. End of section 159.
Section 160 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leah Lalo. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A problem to be solved. There are irritating, troublesome people about us. Of what use is it to be irritating in our turn to add to the trouble? Most offenders have their better side. Our wisest course is to find this, and upon the basis of it, build up a better relationship. There's a fellow in your office who complains and carps and whines, till you'd almost do a favor to his heirs and his assigns. But I'll tip you a secret, and this chap's of course involved. He's no foeman to be fought with, he's a problem to be solved. There's a duffer in your district whose sheer cussedness is such, he has neither pride nor manners, no, nor gumption overmuch. 'Twould be great to up and tell him where to go, but be resolved, he is no foeman to be fought with, just a problem to be solved. This old earth's, I'm sometimes thinking, one menagerie of freaks, folks invested with abnormal lungs or brains or galls or beaks. But we're not just shrieking monkeys, in a dim, vast cage revolved. We're not foemen to be fought with, merely problems to be solved. By St. Clair Adams. End of section 160.
Section 161 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Prometheus Unbound. In the poem from which this excerpt is taken, Prometheus the Titan has been cruelly tortured for opposing the malignant will of Jupiter. In the end, Prometheus wins a complete outward victory. Better still, by his steadfastness and high purpose, he has won a great inward triumph. The spirit that has actuated him and the nature of his achievement are expressed in the following lines. To suffer woes which hope thinks infinite, to forgive wrongs darker than death or night, to defy power which seems omnipotent, to love and bear, to hope till hope creates from its own wreck the thing it contemplates. Neither to change, nor falter, nor repent, this, like thy glory, Titan, is to be, good, great, and joyous, beautiful, and free. This is alone life, joy, empire, and victory. Percy Bysshe Shelley. End of section number 161.
Section number 162 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leah Lalo. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Prospice by Robert Browning. Here the poet looks forward to death. He does not ask for an easy death. He does not wish to creep past an experience which all men sooner or later must face, and which many men have faced so heroically. He has fought well in life. He wishes to make the last fight too. The poem was written shortly after the death of Mrs. Browning, and the closing lines refer to her. Fear death to feel the fog in my throat, the mist in my face, when the snows begin and the blasts denote I am nearing the place. The power of the night, the press of the storm, the post of the foe, where he stands, the arch fear in a visible form, yet the strong man must go. For the journey is done, and the summit attained, and the barriers fall, though a battle's to fight ere the guerdon be gained, the reward of it all. I was ever a fighter, so one fight more, the best and the last. I would hate that death bandaged my eyes and forbore and bade me creep past. No, let me taste the whole of it. Bear like my peers, the heroes of old. Bear the brunt in a minute, pay glad life's arrears of pain, darkness, and cold. For sudden the worst turns, the best, the brave, the black minutes that end, and the elements rage, the fiend voices that rave, shall dwindle, shall blend, shall change, shall become the first, a peace out of pain, then a light, then thy breast. O thou soul of my soul, I shall clasp thee again, and with God be the rest. Robert Browning. End of section 162.
Section 163 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. A Psalm of Life. At times, this existence of ours seems to be meaningless. Whether we have succeeded or whether we have failed appears to make little difference to us, and therefore effort seems scarcely worthwhile. But Longfellow tells us this view is all wrong. The past can take care of itself, and we need not even worry very much about the future. But if we are true to our own natures, we must be up and doing in the present. Time is short, and mastery in any field of human activity is so long a process that it forbids us to waste our moments. Yet we must learn also how to wait and endure. In short, we must not become slaves to either indifference or impatience, but must make it our business to play a man's part in life. Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream. For the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment, and not sorrow, is our destined end or way, but to act, that each tomorrow find us further than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still like muffled drums are beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not dumb, driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future, howe'er pleasant, let the dead past bury its dead. Act, act in the living present, heart within, and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us, we can make our lives sublime, and, departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing, shall take heart again. Let us, then, be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing. Learn to labor and to wait. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. End of section 163.
Section 164 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Quitter. In the famous naval duel between the Bonhomme Richard and the Serapis, John Paul Jones was hailed by his adversary to know whether he struck his colors. "I have not yet begun to fight," was his answer. When the surrender took place, it was not Jones' ship that became the prize of war. Everybody admires a hard fighter, the man who takes buffets standing up, and in a spirit of never say die, is always ready for more. When you're lost in the wild, and you're scared as a child, and death looks you bang in the eye, and you're sore as a boil, it's according to Hoyle to cock your revolver and die. But the code of a man says fight all you can, and self-disillusion is barred. In hunger and woe, oh, it's easy to blow, it's the hell served for breakfast that's hard. You're sick of the game? Well, now, that's a shame. You're young and you're brave and you're bright. You've had a raw deal, I know, but don't squeal. Buck up, do your damnedest and fight. It's the plugging away that will win you the day, so don't be a piker, old pard. Just draw on your grit. It's so easy to quit. It's the keeping your chin up that's hard. It's easy to cry that you're beaten and die. It's easy to crawfish and crawl. But to fight and to fight when hope's out of sight, why, that's the best game of them all. And though you come out of each grueling bout all broken and beaten and scarred, just have one more try. It's dead easy to die. It's the keeping on living that's hard. Robert W. Service. From Rhymes of a Rolling Stone. End of section 164.
Section 165 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carl Thomas. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Rabbi Ben Ezra, selected verses. To some people, success is everything, and the easier it is gained, the better. To Browning, success is nothing unless it is won by painful effort. What Browning values is struggle. Throws, rebuffs, even failure to achieve what we wish are welcomed, for the effect of vigorous endeavour interweave themselves into our characters. Moreover, through struggle, we lift ourselves from the degradation into which the indolent fall. In the intervals of strife, we may look back dispassionately upon what we have gone through, see where we erred and where we did wisely, watch the workings of universal laws, and resolve to apply hereafter what we have hitherto learned. Then welcome each rebuff that turns earth's smoothness rough, each thing that bids nor sit nor stand but go. Be our joys 3 parts pain, strive and hold cheap the strain. Learn nor account the pang, dare never grudge the throe. For thence a paradox, which comforts while it mocks. Shall life succeed in that it seems to fail? What I aspired to be, and was not, comforts me. A brute I might have been, but would not sink ere the scale. So, still within this life, though lifted o'er its strife, let me discern, compare, pronounce at last. This rage was right ere the main, that acquiescence vain. The future I may face now, I have proved the past. For more is not reserved to man with soul just nerved, to act tomorrow what he learns today. Here, work enough to watch, the master work and catch, hints of the proper craft, tricks of the tool's true play. Robert Browning. End of section 165.
Section 166 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Rainbow by William Wordsworth. Our lives are not a hodgepodge of separate experiences, though they sometimes seem so. They are held together by simple things which we behold again and again with the same emotions. Thus the man is what the boy has been. The tree is inclined in the precise direction the twig was bent. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. So was it when my life began. So is it now I am a man. So be it when I grow old, or let me die. The child is father of the man, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural piety. End of section 166.
Section 167 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Gallegos. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Rectifying Years. Time brings the deeper understanding that clears up our misconceptions. It shows us the error of our hates. It dispels our worries and our fears. It allays the grief that seemed too poignant to be borne. Yes, things are more or less amiss. Today it's that, tomorrow this. Yet with so much that's out of whack, life does not wholly jump the track. Because, since matters move along, no one thing's always staying wrong. So heed not failures, losses, fears, but trust the rectifying years. What we shall have's not what we've got. Our pains don't linger in one spot. They skip about. The seesaw's end that's up will mighty soon descend. You've looked at bacon? Life's like that. A streak of lean, a streak of fat. Change like a sky that clouds, that clears, hangs over the rectifying years. Uneven things not leveled down are somehow simply got around. The sting is taken from offense. The evil has its recompense. The broken heart is knit again. The baffled longing knows not pain. Wrong fades and trouble disappears before the rectifying years. Then envy, hate towards man or class should from your sinful nature pass. Though others hold a higher place, or have more power, or wealth, or grace, the best of them, be sure, cannot escape the common human lot. So many smiles, so many tears, come with the rectifying years. St. Clair Adams. End of section 167.
Section 168 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Resolve. There are some things we should all resolve to do. What are they? Anyone may make a list for himself. It would be interesting to compare it with the one here given by the poet. To keep my health, to do my work, to live, to see to it I grow and gain and give, never to look behind me for an hour, to wait in weakness and to walk in power, but always fronting onward to the light, always and always facing towards the right, robbed, starved, defeated, fallen, wide astray, on with what strength I have, back to the way. Charlotte Perkins Gilman from In This Our World. End of section 168. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 169 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Richer Minds. No man is so poor but that he is a stockholder. Yet many a man has no real riches. His stocks draw dividends in dollars and cents only. When it comes to buying shares in the mines of earth, may I join the millionaires who are rich in mirth. Let me have a heavy stake in fresh mountain air. I will promise now to take all that you can spare. When you're setting up your claim in the mines of glee, don't forget to use my name. You can count on me. Nothing better can be won, freer from alloy, than a bouncing claim in consolidated joy. You can have your copper stocks, gold and tin and coal. What I have within my box has to do with soul. John Kendrick Bangs, from Songs of Cheer. End of section 169.
Section 170 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Ring Out Wild Bells by Alfred Tennyson. This great New Year's piece belongs almost as well to every day in the year, since it expresses a social ideal of justice and happiness. Ring out wild bells to the wild sky, the flying cloud, the frosty light. The year is dying in the night. Ring out wild bells and let him die. Ring out the old, ring in the new. Ring happy bells across the snow. The year is going, let him go. Ring out the false, ring in the true. Ring out the grief that saps the mind. For those that here we see no more. Ring out the feud of rich and poor. ring in redress to all mankind. Ring out a slowly dying cause, and ancient forms of party strife. Ring in the nobler modes of life, with sweeter manners, purer laws. Ring out the want, the care, the sin, the faithless coldness of the times. Ring out my mournful rhymes, but ring the fuller minstrel in. Ring out false pride in place and blood, the civic slander and the spite. Ring in the love of truth and right. Ring in the common love of good. Ring out old shapes of foul disease. Ring out the narrowing lust of gold. Ring out the 1,000 wars of old. Ring in the 1,000 years of peace. Ring in the valiant man and free, the larger heart, the kindlier hand. Ring out the darkness of the land. Ring in the Christ that is to be. End of section 170.
Section 171 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Rules for the road. Rules for the road. Arduous sinew and spirit. What else do we need to make our journey prosperous and happy? Stand straight. Step firmly, throw your weight. The heaven is high above your head. The good gray road is faithful to your tread. Be strong. Sing to your heart a battle song. Though hidden foemen lie in wait, something is in you that can smile at fate. Press through. Nothing can harm if you are true. And when the night comes, rest. The earth is friendly as a mother's breast. Edwin Markham, from The Gates of Paradise and Other Poems. End of section 171.
Section 172 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leah Lalo. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Sadness and Merriment by William Shakespeare. In this passage, Antonio states that he is overcome by a sadness that he cannot account for. Salarino tells him that the mental attitude is everything, that mirth is as easy as gloom, that nature in her freakishness makes some men laugh at trifles until their eyes become mere slits, yet leaves others dour and unsmiling before jests that would convulse even the venerable Nestor. Gratiano maintains that Antonio is too absorbed in worldly affairs, and that he must not let his spirits grow sluggish or irritable. In sooth, I know not why I am so sad. It wearies me, you say it wearies you, but how I fought it, found it, or came by it, what stuff 'tis made of, whereof it is born, I am to learn. Then let's say you are sad, because you are not merry, and 'twere as easy for you to laugh and leap, and say you are merry, because you are not sad. Now, by two-headed Janus, nature hath framed strange fellows in her time, some that will evermore peep through their eyes and laugh like parrots at a bagpiper, and other of such vinegar aspect, that they'll know not their teeth in a way of smile, though Nestor swear the jest be laughable. You look not well, Signor Antonio. You have too much respect upon the world. They lose it that to buy it with much care. Believe me, you are marvellously changed. I hold the world but as the world, Gratiano, a stage where every man must play a part, and mine a sad one. Let me play the fool with mirth and laughter, let old wrinkles come, and let my liver rather heat with wine, than my heart cool with mortifying groans. Why should a man whose blood is warm within him sit like Granshire cut in alabaster, sleep when he wakes, and creep into a jaundice? By being peevish, fare ye well a while, I'll end my exhortation after dinner. William Shakespeare. End of section 172.
Section 173 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Say Not the Struggle Not Availeth by Arthur Hugh Clough. Say not the struggle not availeth. In any large or prolonged enterprise, we are likely to take too limited a view of the progress we are making. The obstacles do not yield at some given point. We therefore imagine we have made no headway. The poet here uses three comparisons to show the folly of accepting this hasty and partial evidence. A soldier may think, from the little part of the battle he can see, that the day is going against him, but by holding his ground stoutly he may help his comrades in another quarter to win the victory. Successive waves may seem to rise no higher on the land, but far back in swollen creek and inlet is proof that the tide is coming in. As we look toward the east, we are discouraged at the slowness of daybreak, but by looking westward we see the whole landscape illumined. Say not the struggle not availeth, the labor and the wounds are vain, the enemy faints not nor faileth, and as things have been they remain. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars, it may be in yon smoke concealed, your comrades chase e'en now the flyers, and but for you possess the field. For while the tired waves, vainly breaking, seem here no painful inch to gain, far back, through creeks and inlets making, comes silent flooding in the main. And not by eastern windows only, when daylight comes in the light. In front the sun climbs slow, how slowly, but westward look, the land is bright. Arthur Hugh Clough. End of section 173. Read by Kat Sears, Denver, Colorado, June 13th, 2025.
Section 174 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. See It Through by Edgar A. Guest. An American traveler in Italy stood watching a lumberman who, as the logs floated down a swift mountain stream, jabbed his hook in an occasional one and drew it carefully aside. "Why do you pick out those few?" the traveler asked. "They all look alike." "But they are not alike, senor. The logs I let pass have grown on the side of a mountain, where they have been protected all their lives. Their grain is coarse. They are good only for lumber. But these logs, senor, grew on the top of the mountain. From the time they were sprouts and saplings, they were lashed and buffeted by the winds, and so they grew strong with fine grain. We save them for choice work. They are not lumber, senor." When you're up against a trouble, meet it squarely, face to face. Lift your chin and set your shoulders. Plant your feet and take a brace. When it's vain to try to dodge it, do the best that you can do. You may fail, but you may conquer. See it through. Black may be the clouds about you, and your future may seem grim, but don't let your nerve desert you. Keep yourself in fighting trim. If the worst is bound to happen, spite of all that you can do, running from it will not save you. See it through. Even hope may seem but futile when with troubles you're beset, but remember you are facing just what other men have met. You may fail, but fall still fighting. Don't give up whate'er you do. Eyes front, head high to the finish. See it through. From Just Folks. End of section 174.
Section 175 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Self-Dependence by Matthew Arnold. Self-dependence. One star does not ask another to adore it or amuse it. Mount Shasta, though it towers for thousands of feet above its neighbors, does not repine that it is alone or that the adjacent peaks see much that it misses under the clouds. Nature does not trouble itself about what the rest of nature is doing, but man constantly worries about other men, what they think of him, do to him, fail to emulate in him, have or secure in comparison with him. He lacks nature's inward quietude. Calmness and peace come by being self-contained. Weary of myself and sick of asking what I am and what I ought to be, at this vessel's prow I stand which bears me forwards, forwards, o'er the starlit sea. And a look of passionate desire o'er the sea and to the stars I send, ye who from my childhood up have calmed me, calm me, ah, compose me to the end. Ah, once more I cried, ye stars, ye waters, on my heart your mighty charm renew. Still, still let me, as I gaze upon you, feel my soul becoming vast like you. From the intense, clear, star-sown vault of heaven, over the lit sea's unquiet way, in the rustling night air came the answer, wouldst thou be as these are, live as they. Unaffrighted by the silence round them, undistracted by the sights they see, these demand not the things without them, yield them love, amusement, sympathy. And with joy the stars perform their shining, and the sea its long moon-silvered roll. For self-poised they live, nor pine with noting all the fever of some differing soul. Bounded by themselves and unregardful in what state God's other works may be, in their own tasks all their powers pouring, these attain the mighty life you see. O airborne voice, long since severely clear, a cry like thine in mine own heart I hear. Resolve to be thyself and know that he who finds himself loses his misery. Matthew Arnold. End of section 175. Read by Kat Sears, Denver, Colorado, June 13th, 2025.
Section 176 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Serenity by Lord Byron. Calmness of mind to face anything the future may have in store is expressed in this quatrain. Here's a sigh to those who love me, and a smile to those who hate, and whatever skies above me, here's a heart for every fate. End of section 176.
Section 177 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Sit Down, Sad Soul by Brian Waller Proctor. A watched pot never boils. Though the pot be the pot of happiness, the proverb still holds true. Sit down, sad soul, and count the moments flying. Come, tell the sweet amount that's lost by sighing. How many smiles? A score? Then laugh and count no more, for day is dying. Lie down, sad soul, and sleep, and no more measure the flight of time nor weep the loss of leisure. But here, by this lone stream, lie down with us and dream of starry treasure. We dream, do thou the same. We love forever. We laugh, yet few we shame, the gentle never. Stay then till sorrow dies, then hope and happy skies are thine forever. End of section 177.
Section 178 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Sleep and the Monarch by William Shakespeare. The great elemental blessings cannot be cornered. Indeed, they cannot be bought at all, but are the natural property of the man whose ways of life are such as to retain them. In this passage a disappointed and harassed king comments on the slumber which he cannot woo to his couch, yet which his humblest subject enjoys. How many thousands of my poorest subjects are at this hour asleep? O sleep, O gentle sleep, nature's soft nurse, how have I frighted thee, that thou no more wilt weigh my eyelids down and steep my senses in forgetfulness? Why rather sleep, liest thou in smoky cribs, upon uneasy pallets stretching thee, and hushed with buzzing night flies to thy slumber, than in the perfumed chambers of the great, under the canopies of costly state, and lulled with sound of sweetest melody? O thou dull god, why liest thou with the vile in loathsome beds, and leavest the kingly couch a watch-case or a common larum bell? Wilt thou upon the high and giddy mast seal up the ship-boy's eyes, and rock his brains, in cradle of the rude imperious surge, and in the visitation of the winds, who take the ruffian billows by the top, curling their monstrous heads and hanging them with deafening clamor in the slippery clouds, that with the hurly death itself awakes? Canst thou, O partial sleep, give thy repose to the wet sea-boy in an hour so rude, and in the calmest and most stillest night, with all appliances and means to boot, deny it to a king? Then happy low, lie down. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. William Shakespeare. End of section 178.
Section 179 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Slogan by Jane Meline. Some men want ideal conditions with pay in advance before they will work, but the world does not want such men and has little place for them. Don't prate about what is your right, but bare your fists and show your might. Life is another man to fight, catch as catch can. Don't talk of life as scurvy fate, who gave you favors just too late, or luck who threw you smiles for bait, before he ran. Don't whine and wish that you were dead, but wrestle for your daily bread, and afterward let it be said, he was a man. End of section 179.
Section 180 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lotus 7. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Smiles by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Smiles. Smiles bring out the latent energies within us, as water reveals the bright colours in the stone it flows over. Smile a little as you go along. Not alone when life is pleasant, but when things go wrong. Care delights to see you frowning, loves to hear you sigh. Turn a smiling face upon her, quick the dame will fly. Smile a little, all along the road. Every life must have its burden, every heart its load. Why sit down in gloom and darkness, with your grief to sup? As you drink fate's bitter tonic, smile across the cup. Smile upon the troubled pilgrims who you pass and meet. Frowns are thorns and smiles are blossoms, oft for weary feet. Do not make the way seem harder by a sullen face. Smile a little, brighten up the place. Smile upon your undone labour, not for one who grieves, or his task waits wealth or glory. He who smiles achieves. Though you meet with loss and sorrow in the passing years, smile a little, even through your tears. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. From Poems of Power. End of section 180.
Section 181 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Smiling Paradox by John Kendrick Bangs. A smiling paradox. Good nature, or ill, is like the loaves and fishes. The more we give away, the more we have. I've squandered smiles today, and, strange to say, although my frowns with care I've stowed away, tonight I'm poorer far in frowns than at the start, while in my heart, wherein my treasures best I store, I find my smiles increased by several score. John Kendrick Bangs. From Songs of Cheer. End of section 181. Read by Kat Sears, Denver, Colorado, June 13th, 2025.
Section 182 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Solitude by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Said an Irishman who had been several times kicked downstairs, quote, "I begin to think they don't want me around here." End quote. So it is with our sorrows, our struggles. Life decrees that they belong to us individually. If we try to make others share them, we are shunned. But struggling and weary humanity is glad enough to share our joys. Laugh, and the world laughs with you. Weep, and you weep alone. For the sad old earth must borrow its mirth. It has trouble enough of its own. Sing, and the hills will answer. Sigh, it is lost on the air. The echoes bound to a joyful sound, but shrink from voicing care. Rejoice, and men will seek you. Grieve, and they turn and go. They want full measure of all your pleasure, but they do not want your woe. Be glad, and your friends are many. Be sad, and you lose them all. There are none to decline your nectared wine, but alone you must drink life's gall. Feast, and your halls are crowded. Fast, and the world goes by. Succeed and give, and it helps you live, but it cannot help you die. There is room in the halls of pleasure for a long and lordly train, but one by one we must all file on through the narrow aisles of pain. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. From, quote, How Salvator Won, end quote. End of section 182.
Section 183 of It Can Be Done. And this is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lotus 7. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Song of Endeavour by James W. Foley. Song of Endeavour. Don Quixote discovered that there are no eggs in last year's birds' nests. Many of us waste our time in regrets for the past, without seeming to perceive that hope lies only in endeavour for the future. 'Tis not by wishing that we gain the prize, nor yet by rueing, but from our falling, learning how to rise, and tireless doing. The idol's broken, nor our tears and sighs may yet restore them. Regret is only for fools, the wise look but before them. Not ever yet success was wooed with tears to notes of gladness. Alone the fickle goddess turns her ears, she hears not sadness. The heart thrives not in the dull rain and mist of gloomy pining. The sweetest flowers are the flowers sun-kissed, where glad light's shining. Look not behind thee, there is only dust and vain regretting. The lost tide ebbs. In the next flood thou must learn by forgetting. For the lost chances be ye not distressed to endless weeping. Be not the thrush that o'er the empty nest is vigil keeping, but in new efforts our regrets today to stillness whiling. Let us in some pure purpose find the way to future smiling. James W. Foley, from the Voices of Song, end of section 183.
Section 184 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Song of Life by Angela Morgan. Many of us merely exist and think that we live. What we should regain at all costs is freshness and intensity of being. This need not involve turbulent activity. It may involve quite the opposite. Say not, I live, unless the morning's trumpet brings a shock of glory to your soul, unless the ecstasy that sings through rushing worlds and insects' wings sends you up springing to your goal, glad for the need for toil and strife, eager to grapple hands with life. Say not, I live. Say not, I live, unless the energy that rings throughout this universe of fire a challenge to your spirit flings, here in the world of men and things, thrilling you with a huge desire to mate your purpose with the stars, to shout with Jupiter and Mars. Say not, I live. Say not, I live, such were a libel on the plan, blazing within the mind of God, ere world or star or sun began. Say rather, with your fellow man, I grub, I burrow in the sod. Life is not life that does not flame with consciousness of whence it came. Say not, I live. End of section 184. Section 185 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Song of Thanksgiving by Angela Morgan. We should have grateful spirits, not merely for personal benefits, but also for the right to sympathize, to understand, to help, to trust, to struggle, to aspire. Thank God I can rejoice in human things, the multitude's glad voice, the street's warm surge beneath the city light, the rush of hurrying faces on my sight, the million-celled emotion in the press, that would their human fellowship confess. Thank thee because I may my brother feed, that thou hast opened me unto his need. Keep me from being callous, cold, and blind, taught me the melody of being kind. Thus, for my own and for my brother's sake, thank thee I am awake. Thank thee that I can trust, that though 1,000 times I feel the thrust of faith betrayed, I still have faith in man, believe him pure and good since time began, thy child forever, though he may forget the perfect mold in which his soul was set. Thank thee that when love dies, fresh love springs up, new wonders pour from heaven's cup. Young to my soul the ancient need returns, immortal in my heart the ardor burns, my altar fires replenished from above. Thank thee that I can love. Thank thee that I can hear, finely and keenly with the inner ear, below the rush and clamor of a throng, the mighty music of the undersong. And when the day has journeyed to its rest, lo, as I listen from the amber west, where the great organ lifts its glowing spires, there sounds the chanting of the unseen choirs. Thank thee for sight that shows the hidden flame beneath all breathing, throbbing things the same, thy pulse, the pattern of the things to be. Thank thee that I can see. Thank thee that I can feel, that though life's blade be terrible as steel, my soul is stripped and naked to the fang. I crave the stab of beauty and the pang, to be alive, to think, to yearn, to strive, to suffer torture when the goal is wrong, to be sent back and fashioned strong, rejoicing in the lesson that was taught, by all the good the grim experience wrought, at last exulting to arrive. Thank God I am alive. End of section 185. Section 186 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Song of Tomorrow by Frank L. Stanton. A night's sleep and a new day. These are excellent things to look forward to when one is weary or in trouble. Little bit er trouble, honey, for terday. Yander come termorrer, shine it all away. Rainy sky is sayin', dis'll never do. Fetch them rainbow ribbons, and I'll dress in blue. End of section 186.
Section 187 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Stability. Whom do we wish for our friends and allies? On whom would we wish to depend in a time of need? Those who are not the slaves of fortune, but have made the most of both her buffets and her rewards. Those who control their fears and rash impulses, and do not give way to sudden emotion. Amid confusion and disaster, men like these will stand, as Jackson did at Bull Run, like a veritable stone wall. Since my dear soul was mistress of her choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards has taken with equal thanks. And blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, aye, in my heart of heart, as I do thee. William Shakespeare. End of section 187. Read by Faith Abiola Ellison, London, June 2025.
Section 188 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and Sinclair Adams. Stand Forth by Angela Morgan. The human spirit can triumph over difficulties as flowers bloom along the edge of the alpine snow. Stand forth, my soul, and grip thy woe, buckle the sword and face thy foe. What right hast thou to be afraid when all the universe will aid? 10,000 rally to thy name, horses and chariots of flame. Do others fear? Do others fail? My soul must grapple and prevail. My soul must scale the mountainside and with the conquering army ride. Stand forth, my soul. Stand forth, my soul, and take command. 'Tis I, thy master, bid thee stand. Claim thou thy ground and thrust thy foe. Plead not thine enemy should go. Let others cringe. My soul is free. No hostile host can conquer me. There lives no circumstance so great can make me yield or doubt my fate. My soul must know what kings have known, must reach and claim its rightful throne. Stand forth, my soul. I ask no truce. I have no qualms. I seek no quarter and no arms. Let those who will obey the sod, my soul sprang from the living God. 'Tis I, the King, who bid thee stand. Grasp with thy hand, my royal hand. Stand forth. End of section 188. Read by Ingrid Falk, Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 189 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Avern Williams. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Start where you stand. When a man who had been in the penitentiary applied to Henry Ford for employment, he started to tell Mr. Ford his story. "Never mind," said Mr. Ford. "I don't care about the past. Start where you stand." Author's note. Start where you stand and never mind the past. The past won't help you in beginning new. If you have left it all behind at last, why, that's enough. You're done with it. You're through. This is another chapter in the book. This is another race that you have planned. Don't give the vanished days a backward look. Start where you stand. The world won't care about your old defeats if you can start anew and win success. The future is your time, and time is fleet, and there is much of work and strain and stress. Forget the buried woes and dead despairs. Here is a brand new trial right at hand. The future is for him who does and dares. Start where you stand. Old failures will not halt. Old triumphs aid. Today's the thing. Tomorrow soon will be. Get in the fight and face it unafraid, and leave the past to ancient history. What has been has been. Yesterday is dead, and by it you are neither blessed nor banned. Take courage, man. Be brave and drive ahead. Start where you stand. Burton Braley, from A Banjo at Armageddon. End of section 189.
Section 190 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Steadfast. No one ever has a trouble so great that some other person has not a greater. The thought of the heroism shown by those more grievously afflicted than we helps us to bear our own ills patiently. If I can help another bear an ill by bearing mine with somewhat of good grace, can take fate's thrusts with not too long a face, and help him through his trials, then I will. For do not braver men than I decline to bow to troubles graver far than mine. Pain twists this body, yes, but it shall not distort my soul, by all the gods that be. And when it's done its worst, pain's victory shall be an empty one. Whate'er my lot, my banner ragged, but nailed to the mast, shall fly triumphant to the very last. Others, so much worse off than I, have fought, have smiled, have met defeat with unbent head. They shame me into following where they led. Can I ignore the lesson they have taught? Strike hands with me. Dark is the way we go, but souls courageous line it, that I know. Everard Jack Appleton, from The Quiet Courage. End of section 190.
Section 191 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Stone Rejected by Edwin Markham. The story here poetically retold of the great Florentine sculptor shows how much a lofty spirit may make of unpromising material. For years it had been trampled in the street of Florence by the drift of heedless feet. The stone that star-touched Michelangelo turned to that marble loveliness we know. You mind the tale, how he was passing by when the rude marble caught his Jovian eye. That stone men had dishonored and had thrust out to the insult of the wayside dust. He stooped to lift it from its mean estate, and bore it on his shoulder to the gate, where all day long 100 hammers rang, and soon his chisel round the marble sang, and suddenly the hidden angel shone. It had been waiting prisoned in the stone. Thus came the cherub with the laughing face, that long has lighted up an altar place. From the Gates of Paradise and Other Poems. End of section 191.
Section 192 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Struggle. We all dream of being St. George and fighting dragons amid glamour and glory and the applause of the world. But our real fights are mostly commonplace, routine battles where no great victory is ours at the end of the day. To persist in them requires quiet strength and unfaltering courage. Did you ever want to take your 2 bare hands and choke out of the world your big success? Beat, torn fists bleeding, pathways rugged, grand, by sheer brute strength and bigness, nothing less? So, at the last, triumphant, battered, strong, you might gaze down on what you choked and beat and say, "Ah, well, you've wrought to do me wrong, and thus I have accepted my defeat." Have you ever dreamed of viral deeds and vast, and then come back from dreams with wobbly knees to find your way, the braver version past, by picking meekly at typewriter keys, by bending o'er a ledger day by day, by some machine-like drudging? No great woe to grapple with. Slow, painful is the way, and still the bravest fight and conquer so. Miriam Teichner. End of section 192, read by Alice Stein. Section 193 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Submission. There are times when the right thing to do is to submit. There are times when the right thing is to strive, to fight. To put forth one's best effort is in itself a reward. But sometimes it brings a material reward also. The frog that, after falling into the churn, found that it couldn't jump out and wouldn't try, was drowned. The frog that kept leaping in brave but seemingly hopeless endeavor at last churned the milk, mounted the butter for a final effort, and escaped. Submission. They have preached at that so long, as though the head bowed down would right the wrong, as though the folded hand, the coward heart, were saintly sights of souls sublimely strong, as though the man who acts the waiting part and but submits had little wings astart. But may I never reach that anguished plight where I at last grow weary of the fight. Submission. Wrong, of course, must ever be, because it ever was. 'Tis not for me to seek a change, to strike the maiden blow. 'Tis best to bow the head and not to see. 'Tis best to dream that we need never know the truth, to turn our eyes away from woe. Perhaps. But, I pray for keener sight, and may I not grow weary of the fight. Miriam Teichner. End of section 193. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 194 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Success. As necessity is the mother of invention, strong desire is the mother of attainment. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, work day and night for it, give up your time and your peace and your sleep for it, if only desire of it makes you quite mad enough never to tire of it, makes you hold all other things tawdry and cheap for it. If life seems all empty and useless without it, and all that you scheme and you dream is about it, if gladly you'll sweat for it, fret for it, plan for it, lose all your terror of God or man for it, if you'll simply go after that thing that you want with all your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope and confidence, stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famished and gaunt, nor sickness, nor pain of body or brain can turn you away from the thing that you want, if dogged and grim you besiege and beset it, you'll get it. Burton Braley, From Things as They Are. End of section 194.
Section 195 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Gallegos. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Swellitis. A certain employer of large numbers of men makes it a principle to praise none of them, not because they are undeserving, and not because he dislikes to commend, but because experience has taught him that usually the praise goes to the head of the recipient, both impairing his work and making it harder for others to associate with him. A good test of a man is his way of taking commendation. He may, even while grateful, be stirred to humility that he has not done better still, and may resolve to accomplish more. Or, imitating the frog who wished to look like an ox, he may swell and swell until, figuratively speaking, he bursts. Somebody said he'd done it well, and presto, his head began to swell. Bigger and bigger the poor thing grew. A wonder it didn't split in two. In size a balloon could scarcely match it. He needed a fishing pole to scratch it. But 6½ was the size of his hat, and it rattled around on his head at that. Good work, somebody chanced to say, and his chest swelled big as a load of hay. About himself like a rooster he crowed. Of his wonderful work he bragged and blowed. He marched around with a peacock strut. Gigantic to him was the figure he cut. But he wore a very small-sized suit, and loosely it hung on him to boot. He was the chap who made things hum. He was the drumstick and the drum. He was the shirt bosom and the starch. He was the keystone in the arch. He was the axis of the earth. Nothing existed before his birth. But when he was off from work, a nobody knew that he was away. This is a fact that is sad to tell. It's the empty head that is bound to swell. It's the lightweight fellow who soars to the skies and bursts like a bubble before your eyes. A big man is humbled by honest praise and tries to think of all the ways to improve his work and do it well. But a little man starts of himself to yell. Joseph Morris. End of section 195.
Section 196 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Syndicated Smile by St. Clair Adams. A ready and sincere friendliness is the one thing we can show to every human being, whether we know him or not. The world is full of perplexed and lonely people whom even a smile or a kind look will help. Yet that which is so easy to give we too often reserve for a few, and those, perhaps, the least appreciative. I knew a girl who had a beau, and his name wasn't Adams. No child of hers would ever call the present writer Dadams. I didn't love the girl, but still I found her most beguiling, and so did all the other chaps. She did it with her smiling. I'm not a one-man girl, she said. Of smiles my beau first took his, but some are left, I'll syndicate and pass them round like cookies. That syndicated smile, when trouble seemed the most in style, it heartened us, that indicated, syndicated smile. It's not enough to please your boss or fawn round folks with bankrolls. Be just as friendly to the guys whose homespun round their shank rolls. The best investment in the world is goodwill, 20 carat. It costs you nothing, brings returns, so get yours out and air it. A niggard of good nature cheats himself and wrongs his fellows. You'd serve mankind? Then be less close with friendly nods and hellos. The syndicated smile, if you have kept it all the while, you've vindicated the indicated syndicated smile. End of section 196. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, April 2025.
Section 197 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. There Will Always Be Something to Do by Edgar A. Guest. An old lady, famous for her ability to find in other people traits that she could commend, was challenged to say a good word for the devil. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "You must at least give him credit for being industrious." Perhaps it is this superactivity of Satan that causes beings less wickedly inclined to have such scope for the exercise of their qualities. Certain it is that nobody need hang back from want of something to do, to promote, to assail, to protect, to endure, or to sympathize with. There will always be something to do, my boy. There will always be wrongs to right. There will always be need for a manly breed, and men unafraid to fight. There will always be honor to guard, my boy. There will always be hills to climb, and tasks to do and battles new, from now till the end of time. There will always be dangers to face, my boy. There will always be goals to take. Men shall be tried when the roads divide, and proved by the choice they make. There will always be burdens to bear, my boy. There will always be need to pray. There will always be tears through the future years, as loved ones are borne away. There will always be God to serve, my boy, and always the flag above. They shall call to you until life is through, for courage and strength and love. So these are things that I dream, my boy, and have dreamed since your life began. That whatever befalls when the old world calls, it shall find you a sturdy man. Edgar A. Guest. From the Path to Home. End of section 197.
Section 198 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Gallegos. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Thick is the darkness. How many of us forget when the sun goes down that it will rise again. Thick is the darkness. Sunward, oh sunward. Rough is the highway. Onward, still onward. Dawn harbors surely, east of the shadows. Facing us somewhere spread the sweet meadows. Upward and forward, time will restore us. Light is above us. Rest is before us. William Ernest Henley. End of section 198.
Section 199 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PZR Voice. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Section 199. The Things That Haven't Been Done Before by Edgar A. Guest. The things that haven't been done before. It is said that if you hold a stick in front of the foremost sheep in a flock that files down a trail in the mountains, he will jump it, and that every sheep thereafter will jump when he reaches the spot, even if the stick be removed. So are many people mere unthinking imitators, blind to the facts and opportunities about them. Kentucky could not be lived in by the white race till Daniel Boone built his cabin there. The air was not part of the domain of humanity till the Wright brothers made themselves birdmen. The things that haven't been done before, those are the things to try. Columbus dreamed of an unknown shore at the rim of the far-flung sky, and his heart was bold and his faith was strong as he ventured in dangers new, and he paid no heed to the jeering throng or the fears of the doubting crew. The many will follow the beaten track with guideposts on the way. They live and have lived for ages back with a chart for every day. Someone has told them it's safe to go on the road he has traveled o'er, and all that they ever strive to know are the things that were known before. A few strike out with map or chart where never a man has been. From the beaten paths they draw apart to see what no man has seen. There are deeds they hunger alone to do, though battered and bruised and sore. They blaze the path for the many who do nothing not done before. The things that haven't been done before are the tasks worthwhile today. Are you one of the flock that follows, or are you one that shall lead the way? Are you one of the timid souls that quail at the jeers of a doubting crew? Or dare you, whether you win or fail, strike out for a goal that's new? Edgar A. Guest, From a Heap o' Livin'. End of section 199. Read by PZR Voice.
Section 200 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Gallegos. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. This world. There is good in this life and there is ill. The question is, where should we put the emphasis? This world that we're a-living in is mighty hard to beat. You get a thorn with every rose, but ain't the roses sweet? Frank L. Stanton. End of section 200.
Section 201 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Times Go by Turns by Robert Southwell. Times go by turns. One of the greatest blessings in life is alteration. The ins become outs, the outs ins, the ups become downs, the downs ups, and so on. And it is better so. We must not get too highly elated at success, for life is not all success. We must not grow too downcast from failure, for life is not all failure. The lopped tree in time may grow again. Most naked plants renew both fruit and flower. The sorriest wight may find release of pain. The driest soil suck in some moistening shower. Time goes by turns, and chances change by course, from foul to fair, from better hap to worse. The sea of fortune doth not ever flow. She draws her favors to the lowest ebb. Her tides have equal times to come and go. Her loom doth weave the fine and coarsest web. No joy so great but runneth to an end, no hap so hard but may in fine amend. Not always fall of leaf, nor ever spring, not endless night, yet not eternal day. The saddest birds a season find to sing, the roughest storm a calm may soon allay. Thus with succeeding turns God tempereth all, that man may hope to rise, yet fear to fall. A chance may win that by mischance was lost. That net that holds no great takes little fish. In some things all, in all things none are crossed. Few all they need, but none have all they wish. Unmingled joys here to no man befall. Who least hath some, who most hath never all. Robert Southwell. End of section 201. Read by Kat Sears, Denver, Colorado, June 13th, 2025.
Section 202 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Section 202. Tit for Tat. We are quick to notice obstacles, grudges, affronts. Are we equally quick to recognize the kindly influences that speed us on our way? The truth is, we are each of us a debtor to life, and as honest men, we should do all we can to discharge the obligation. Life, you say. 'S an old curmudgeon, yes, a thing whose heart is flint. When I ask a friendly greeting, all I get's an angry glint. Let me do it every good turn that I can, my very best. Still, it strikes me, trips, maligns me, and denies my least request. So, you say, my patience ended, I will give it tit for tat. What a bunch of animosities is covered by your hat. All the roses life can offer bloom and beckon to your soul, but you close your eyes to roses and in thorns lie down and roll. Life does nothing for you, sonny? What a notion you have. Say, make a little inventory of its gifts to you today. You've a house or room to sleep in. Did you build it with your hand? If you did, who made the hammer, and who cleared for you the land? And electric lights. You use them. Did you also put them there? Beefsteak, coal, your mail, shoes, streetcars, do they come like rain from air? Or do countless men far scattered toil that you may have more ease? Stokers, hodmen, farmers, plumbers, Yankees, Dagos, Japanese? Oh, that's general, you tell me. You have private blessings too. Why, your mother in your childhood slaved and wrought and lived for you. Helpful hands were all around you, hopes, fond wishes in the past. Even now, each day from somewhere, friendly looks are on you cast. Though you've been both crossed and harried, you've not struggled on alone. Through the discords of endeavor comes to you an answering tone. Life has done you many favors. Will you give it tit for tat? Since you've looked so much at this side, won't you have a look at that? Don't help only those who've helped you, count the rest as strangers' foes. How long now would you have lasted had all done as you propose? Many and many a benefactor you did not nor can repay. There's your mother. Pass the kindness on to others, that's the way. Life it is that's given freely, unto life make due return. Whether folks are undeserving, neither seek nor wish to learn. Hit your derndest for your teammates every time you come to bat, and the world will be more happy that you give it tit for tat. St. Clair Adams. End of section 202. Read by Rachel Whitehorn, Orlando, Florida, May 13th, 2025.
Section 203 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Freed. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To Althea from Prison by Richard Lovelace. In the Great Civil War in England between the Puritans and Charles I, the author of this poem sacrificed everything in the royal cause. That cause was defeated, and Lovelace was imprisoned. In these stanzas he makes the most of his gloomy situation and sings the joys of various kinds of freedom. First is the freedom brought by love, when his sweetheart speaks to him through the grate of the dungeon. Second is the freedom brought by the recollection of good fellowship, when tried and true comrades took their wine straight, with no allaying Thames. Third is the freedom brought by remembrance of the king for whom he was suffering. Finally comes the passionate and heroic assertion that though the body of a man may be confined, nevertheless his spirit can remain free and chainless. When love with unconfined wings hovers within my gates, and my divine Althea brings to whisper at the grates, when I lie tangled in her hair and fettered to her eye, the gods that wanton in the air know no such liberty. When flowing cups run swiftly round with no allaying Thames, our careless heads with roses bound, our hearts with loyal flames, when thirsty grief in wine we steep, when healths and draughts go free, fishes that tipple in the deep know no such liberty. When, like committed linnets, I with shriller throat shall sing the sweetness, mercy, majesty, and glories of my King, when I shall voice aloud how good he is, how great should be, enlarged winds that curl the flood know no such liberty. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for an hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. End of section 203.
Section 204 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. A Toast to Merriment. A lady said to Whistler that there were but two painters, himself and Velasquez. He replied, "Madam, Why drag in Velasquez? So it is with joyousness and gloom. Both exist, but why drag in gloom? Make merry, though the day be gray, forget the clouds, and let's be gay. How short the days we linger here, a birth, a breath, and then the bier. Make merry, you and I, for when we part, we may not meet again. What tonic is there in a frown? You may go up, and I go down, or I go up and you, who knows the way that either of us goes? Make merry, here's a laugh, for when we part, we may not meet again. Make merry, what of frets and fears? There is no happiness in tears. You tremble at the cloud, and lo, 'tis gone, and so 'tis with our woe. Full half of it but fancied ills. Make merry, 'tis the gloom that kills. Make merry, there is sunshine yet. The gloom that promised, let's forget. Quip and jest are on the wing. Why sorrow when we ought to sing? Refill the cup of joy, for then we part, and may not meet again. A smile, a jest, a joke, alas! We come, we wonder, and we pass. The shadow falls, so long we rest in graves, where is no quip or jest. Good day, good cheer, good-bye, for then we part, and may not meet again. James W. Foley, from Friendly Rhymes. End of section 204. Section 205 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Shemp. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To a Young Man. Jones write a book? Impossible! I knew his father. This attitude towards a distinction of any sort, whether in authorship or in the field of action, is characteristic of many of us. We think transcendent ability is entirely above and apart from the things of ordinary life. Yet genius itself has been defined as common sense in an uncommon degree. The great men are human. Shakespeare remembered this when he said, "I think the king is but a man as I am." We should take heart at the thought that since the great are like us, we may develop ourselves until we are like them. The great were once as you. They whom men magnify today once groped and blundered on life's way, were fearful of themselves and thought by magic was men's greatness wrought. They feared to try what they could do. Yet fame hath crowned with her success the self-same gifts that you possess. The great were young as you, dreaming the very dreams you hold, longing yet fearing to be bold, doubting that they themselves possessed the strength and skill for every test, uncertain of the truths they knew, not sure that they could stand to fate with all the courage of the great. Then came a day when they their first bold venture made, scorning to cry for aid. They dared to stand to fight alone, took up the gauntlet life had thrown, charged full front to the fray, mastered their fear of self, and then learned that our great men are but men. O youth, go forth and do. You too to fame may rise. You can be strong and wise. Stand up to life and play the man. You can if you'll but think you can. The great were once as you. You envy them their proud success? 'Twas won with gifts that you possess. Edgar A. Guest. End of section 205. Section 206 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Shemp. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Today. The past did not behold today. The future shall not. We must use it now if it is to be of any benefit to mankind. So here hath been dawning another blue day. Think, wilt thou let it slip useless away? Out of eternity this new day is born. Into eternity at night will return. Behold it aforetime, no eye ever did. So soon it forever from all eyes is hid. Here hath been dawning another blue day. Think, wilt thou let it slip useless away? Thomas Carlyle. End of section 206.
Section 207 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Today by Douglas Mallock. We often lose the happiness of today by brooding over the sorrows of yesterday or fearing the troubles of tomorrow. This is exceedingly foolish. There is always some pleasure at hand. Seize it, and at no time will you be without pleasure. You cannot change the past, but your spirit at this moment will in some measure shape your future. Live life, therefore, in the present tense. Do not miss the joys of today. Sure, this world is full of trouble. I ain't said it ain't. Lord, I've had enough and double reason for complaint. Rain and storm have come to fret me. Skies were often gray. Thorns and brambles have beset me on the road, but say, ain't it fine today? What's the use of always weepin', makin' trouble last? What's the use of always keepin' thinkin' of the past? Each must have his tribulation, water with his wine. Life, it ain't no celebration. Trouble, I've had mine, but today is fine. It's today that I am livin', not a month ago, havin', losin', takin', givin'. As time wills it so. Yesterday a cloud of sorrow fell across the way. It may rain again tomorrow. It may rain, but say, ain't it fine today? End of section 207.
Section 208 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Esher Vane. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To Melancholy. The last invitation anybody would accept is come. Let us weep together. If we keep melancholy at our house, we should be careful to have it under lock and key, so that no one will observe it. Melancholy, melancholy, I've no use for you, by golly. Yet I'm going to keep you hidden, in some chamber, dark, forbidden, just as though you were a prize, sir, made of gold, and I a miser. Not because I think you jolly, melancholy. Not for that I mean to hoard you, keep you close, and lodge and board you, as I would my sisters, brothers, cousins, aunts, and old grandmothers, but that you shan't bother others with your sniffling, snuffling, folly, howling, yowling, melancholy. John Kendrick Bangs, from Songs of Cheer. End of section 208.
Section 209 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To the Men Who Lose by Anonymous. When Captain Scott's ill-fated band, after reaching the South Pole, was struggling through the cold and storms back towards safety, The strength of Evans, one of the men, became exhausted. He had done his best, vainly. Now he did not wish to imperil his companions, already sorely tried. At a halting place, therefore, he left them, and, staggering out into a blizzard, perished alone. It was a failure, yes, but was it not also magnificent success? Here's to the men who lose, what though their work be e'er so nobly planned, and watched with zealous care, no glorious halo crowns their efforts grand, contempt is failure's share. Here's to the men who lose, if triumph's easy smile our struggles greet. Courage is easy then, the king is he who, after fierce defeat, can up and fight again. Here's to the men who lose, the ready plaudits of a fawning world ring sweet in victors' ears. The vanquished's banners never are unfurled, for them there sound no cheers. Here's to the men who lose, the touchstone of true worth is not success. There is a higher test, though fate may darkly frown, onward to press, and bravely do one's best. Here's to the men who lose, it is the vanquished's praises that I sing, and this is the toast I choose. A hard-fought failure is a noble thing. Here's to the men who lose. End of section 209.
Section 210 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To Those Who Fail by Joaquin Miller. We too often praise the man who wins just because he wins. The plaudits and laurels of victory are the unthinking crowd's means of estimating success. But the vanquished may have fought more nobly than the victor. He may have done his best against hopeless odds. As Addison makes Cato say, "'Tis not in mortals to command success, but will do more, Sempronius, will deserve it. All honor to him who shall win the prize, the world has cried for 1,000 years. But to him who tries and who fails and dies, I give great honor and glory and tears. Give glory and honor and pitiful tears to all who fail in their deeds sublime. Their ghosts are many in the van of years. They were born with time, in advance of time. Oh, great is the hero who wins a name, but greater many and many a time some pale-faced fellow who dies in shame, and lets God finish the thoughts sublime. And great is the man with a sword undrawn, and good is the man who refrains from wine. But the man who fails, and yet still fights on, lo, he is the twin-born brother of mine." From Joaquin Miller's Complete Poems. End of section 210.
Section 211 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To youth after pain. Since pain is the lot of all, we cannot hope to escape it. Since only through pain can we come into true and helpful sympathy with men, we should not wish to escape it. What if this year has given grief that some year must bring? What if it hurt your joyous youth, crippled your laughter's wing? You always knew it was coming to all, to you. They always said there was suffering. Now it is done, come through. Even if you have blundered, even if you have sinned, still is the steadfast arch of the sky and the healing veil of the wind. And after only a little of hurt and pain, you shall have the web of your own old dreams wrapping your heart again. Only your heart can pity now, where it laughed and passed. Now you can bend to comfort men, one with them at last. You shall have back your laughter, you shall have back your song. Only the world is your brother now, only your soul is strong. Margaret Whittimer, from The Old Road to Paradise. End of section 211. Read by Alice Stein.
Section 212 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Trainers by Grantland Rice. To Franklin, seeking recognition and aid for his country at the French court, came news of an American disaster. Howe has taken Philadelphia. His opponents taunted him. "Oh, no," he answered. "Philadelphia has taken Howe." He shrewdly foresaw that the very magnitude of what the British had done would lull them into overconfidence and inaction, and would stir the Americans to more determined effort. Above all, he himself was undisturbed, for to the strong-hearted, trials and reverses are instruments of final success. "My name is Trouble. I'm a busy bloke. I am the test of courage and of class. I bind the coward to a bitter yoke. I drive the craven from the crowning pass. Weaklings I crush before they come to fame. But as the red star guides across the night, I train the stalwart for a better game. I drive the brave into a harder fight. My name is Hard Luck, the wrecker of rare dreams. I follow all who seek the open fray. I am the shadow where the far light gleams for those who seek to know the open way. Quitters I break before they reach the crest, but where the red field echoes with the drums, I build the fighter for the final test and mold the brave for any drive that comes. My name is Sorrow. I shall come to all to block the surfeit of an endless joy. Along the sable road I pay my call before the sweetness of success can cloy. And weaker souls shall weep amid the throng and fall before me, broken and dismayed. But braver hearts shall know that I belong and take me in, serene and unafraid. My name's Defeat, but through the bitter fight, to those who know, I'm something more than friend. For I can build beyond the wrath of might and drive away all yellow from the blend. For those who quit, I am the final blow, but for the brave who seek their chance to learn, I show the way, at last, beyond the foe, to where the scarlet flames of triumph burn. End of section 212. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, April 2025.
Section 213 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. To At Fireside. I built a chimney for a comrade old. I did the service not for hope or hire. And then when I traveled on in winter's cold, yet all the day I glowed before the fire. Edwin Markham, from The Man with the Hoe and Other Poems. End of section 213.
Section 207 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Today by Douglas Mallock. We often lose the happiness of today by brooding over the sorrows of yesterday or fearing the troubles of tomorrow. This is exceedingly foolish. There is always some pleasure at hand. Seize it. and at no time will you be without pleasure. You cannot change the past, but your spirit at this moment will in some measure shape your future. Live life, therefore, in the present tense. Do not miss the joys of today. Sure, this world is full of trouble. I ain't said it ain't. Lord, I've had enough and double reason for complaint. Rain and storm have come to fret me. Skies were often gray. Thorns and brambles have beset me on the road, but say, ain't it fine today? What's the use of always weepin', makin' trouble last? What's the use of always keepin' thinkin' of the past? Each must have his tribulation, water with his wine. Life, it ain't no celebration. Trouble, I've had mine, but today is fine. It's today that I am living, not a month ago, havin', losin', takin', givin', as time wills it so. Yesterday a cloud of sorrow fell across the way. It may rain again today. It may rain, but say, ain't it fine today? End of section 207.
Section 215 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Ultimate Act by Henry Bryson Binns. It is well to have purposes we can carry out. It is also well to have purposes so lofty that we cannot carry them out. For these latter are the mighty inner fires which warm our being at its core, and without which our impulse to do even the lesser things would be feeble. I had rather cut man's purpose deeper than achieving it be crowned as conqueror. To will divinely is to accomplish more than a mere deed. It fills anew the wan aspect of life with blood. It draws upon sources beyond the common reach and lore of mortals, to replenish at its core the God-impassioned energy of man, and herewith all the worlds of deed and thought quicken again with meaning, pulse and thrill with deity that had forgot his touch. There is not any act avails so much as this invisible wedding of the will with life, yea, though it seem to accomplish naught. From The Free Spirit. End of section 215.
Section 216 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Ulysses by Alfred Tennyson. This volume consists chiefly of contemporary or very recent verse, but it could not serve its full purpose without the presence, here and there, of older poems, of classics. These express a truth, a mood, or a spirit that is universal, and they express it in words of noble dignity and beauty. They are not always easy to understand. They are crops we must patiently cultivate, not crops that volunteer. But they wear well, they grow upon us. We come back to them again and again, and still they are fresh, living, significant, not empty, meaningless, and weather-worn, like a last year's crow's nest. Such a poem is Ulysses. It is shot through with the spirit of strenuous and never-ceasing endeavor, a spirit manifest in a hero who has every temptation to rest and enjoy. Ulysses is old. After 10 years of warfare before Troy, after endless misfortunes on his homeward voyage, after travels and experiences that have taken him everywhere and shown him everything that men know and do, he has returned to his rude native kingdom. He is reunited with his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. He is rich and famous, yet he is unsatisfied. The task and routine of governing a slow, materially minded people, though suited to his son's temperament, is unsuited to his. He wants to wear out rather than to rust out. He wants to discover what the world still holds. He wants to drink life to the lees. The morning has passed, the long day has waned, twilight and the darkness are at hand, but scant are the years left to him. He will use them in a last, incomparable quest. He rallies his old comrades, tried men, who always with a frolic welcome took the thunder and the sunshine, and asks them to brave with him once more the hazards and the hardships of the life of vast, unsubdued enterprise. It little profits that an idle king, by this still hearth, among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I mete and dole unequal laws unto a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I have enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with these that loved me and alone. On shore, and when through scudding drifts the rainy Hyades vexed the dim sea, I am become a name, for always roaming with a hungry heart. Much have I seen and known, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments, myself not least but honored of them all, and drunk delight of battle with my peers. Far on the ringing plains of windy Troy, I am a part of all that I have met, yet all experience is an arch wherethrough gleams that untravelled world whose margin fades for ever and for ever when I move. How dull it is to pause, to make an end, to rust unburnished, not to shine in use, as though to breathe were life. Life piled on life, were all too little, and of one to me little remains, but every hour is saved from that eternal silence, something more, a bringer of new things. And vile it were for some 3 suns to store and hoard myself, and this grey spirit, yearning in desire, to follow knowledge like a sinking star, beyond the utmost bound of human thought. This is my son, my known Telemachus, to whom I leave the sceptre and the isle, well beloved of me, discerning to fulfill this labour by slow prudence, to make mild a rugged people, and through soft degrees subdue them to the useful and the good. Most blameless is he, centred in the sphere of common duties, decent not to fail in offices of tenderness, and pay meet adoration to my household gods when I am gone. He works his work, I mine. There lies the port. The vessel puffs her sail. There gloom the dark broad seas. My mariners, souls that have toiled and wrought and thought with me, that ever with a frolic welcome took the thunder and the sunshine and opposed free hearts, free foreheads. You and I are old. Old age hath his honour and his toil. Death closes all, but something ere the end, some work of noble note, may yet be done, not unbecoming men that strove with gods. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon climbs. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset, and the baths of all the western stars, until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be that we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. End of section 216.
Section 217 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vincent Spring. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Unafraid. I have no fear. What is in store for me shall find me ready for it, undismayed. God grant my only cowardice may be afraid, to be afraid. Everard Jack Appleton. From The Quiet Courage. End of section 217.
Section 218 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Undismayed. A convict explained to a visitor why he had been sent to the penitentiary. "They can't put you in here for that," the visitor exclaimed. "They did," replied the convict. So smiling seems a futile thing. Apparently, it cannot get us anywhere. But it does. "He came up smilin'," used to say. "He made his fortune that away. He had hard luck aplenty too, but settled down and fought her through. And every time he got a jolt, he just took on a tighter holt, slipped back some when he tried to climb, but came up smilin' every time. He came up smilin', used to git his share o' knocks, but he had grit. And if they hurt, he didn't set around the grocery store and fret. He just grabbed fortune by the hair and hung on till he got his share. He had the grit in him to stay and come up smilin' every day. He just gripped hard and all alone, like a set bullpup with a bone. And if he got shook loose, why then he got up and grabbed holt again. He didn't have no time," he'd say, "to bother about yesterday. And when there was a prize to win, he came up smilin' and pitched in. He came up smilin', good for him. He had the grit and pluck and vim. So he's on Easy Street, and derned if I don't think his luck is earned. No matter if he lost sometimes, he's got the stuff in him that climbs. And when his chance was mighty slim, he came up smilin', good for him." James W. Foley. From Tales of the Trail. End of section 218.
Section 219 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vincent Spring. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The unmusical soloist. In any sort of athletic contest, a man who individually is good, perhaps even of the very best, may be a poor member of the team because he wishes to do all the playing himself and will not cooperate with his fellows. Every coach knows how such a man hashes the game. The same thing is true in business or in anything else where many people work together. A really capable man often fails because he hogs the center of the stage and wants to be the whole show. To seek petty, immediate triumphs instead of earning and waiting for the big, silent approval of one's own conscience and of those who understand is a mark of inferiority. It is also a barrier to usefulness, for an egotistical man is necessarily selfish, and a selfish man cannot cooperate. Music hath charms, at least it should. Even a homely voice sounds good, that sings a cheerful, gladsome song, that shortens the way, however long. A screechy fife, a bass drum's beat, is wonderful music to marching feet. A scratchy fiddle or banjo's thump may tickle the toes till they want to jump. But one musician fills the air with discords that jar folks everywhere. A pity it is he ever was born, the discordant fellow who toots his own horn. He gets in the front where all can see. Now turn the spotlight right on me, he says, and sings in tones sonorous his own sweet hallelujah chorus. Refrain and verse are both the same, the pronoun I or his own name. He trumpets his worth with such windy tooting that louder it sounds than cowboys shooting. This man's a nuisance wherever he goes, for the world soon tires of the chap who blows. Whether mighty in station or hoer of corn, unwelcome's the fellow who toots his own horn. The poorest woodchopper makes the most sound. A poor cook clatters the most pans around. The rattling spoke carries least of the load, and jingling pennies pay little that's owed. A rooster crows but lays no eggs. A braggart blows but drives no pegs. He works out of harmony with any team, for others are skim milk and he is the cream. The world, so far as he can see, consists of a few other folks and me. He richly deserves to be held in scorn, the ridiculous fellow who toots his own horn. Joseph Morris. End of section 219.
Section 220 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Unsubdued by S.E. Kaiser. An artist's career, said Whistler, always begins tomorrow. So does the career of any man of courage and imagination. The Eden of such a man does not lie in yesterday. If he has done well, he forgets his achievements and dreams of the big deeds ahead. If he has been thwarted, he forgets his failures and looks forward to vast, sure successes. If fate itself opposes him, he defies it. Farragut's fleet was forcing an entrance into Mobile Bay. One of the vessels struck something. A terrific explosion followed. The vessel went down. "Torpedoes, sir!" They scanned the face of the commander-in-chief, but Farragut did not hesitate. "Damn the torpedoes," he said. "Go ahead. I have hoped, I have planned, I have striven. To the will I have added the deed. The best that was in me I've given. I have prayed, but the gods would not heed. I have dared and reached only disaster. I have battled and broken my lance. I am bruised by a pitiless master that the weak and the timid call chance. I am old, I am bent, I am cheated of all that youth urged me to win. But name me not with the defeated. Tomorrow, again, I begin. End of section 220. Read by Ingrid Falk, Béziers, France, March 2025.
Section 221 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Beeble. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Victory by Miriam Teichner. To fail is not a disgrace. The disgrace lies in not trying. In his old age, Sir Walter Scott found that a publishing firm he was connected with was heavily in debt. He refused to take advantage of the bankruptcy law and sat down with his pen to make good the deficit. Though he wore out his life in the struggle and did not live to see the debt entirely liquidated, he died an honored and honorable man. I call no fight a losing fight. If, fighting, I have gained some straight new strength, If, fighting, I turned ever toward the light, all unallied with forces of the night, if, beaten, quivering, I could say at length, I did no deed that needs to be unnamed. I fought and lost, and I am unashamed. End of section 221.
Section 222 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Victory in Defeat by Edwin Markham. The great radiant souls of earth, the Davids, the Shakespeares, the Lincolns, know grief and affliction as well as joy and triumph. But adversity is never to them a mere adversity. It doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. And in the crucible of character their suffering itself is transmuted into song. Defeat may serve as well as victory to shake the soul and let the glory out. When the great oak is straining in the wind, the boughs drink in new beauty, and the trunk sends down a deeper root on the windward side. Only the soul that knows the mighty grief can know the mighty rapture. Sorrows come to stretch out spaces in the heart for joy. From the Shoes of Happiness and Other Poems. End of section 222.
Section 223 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Wanted, a Man by St. Clair Adams. Business and the world are exacting in their demands upon us. They make no concessions to half-heartedness, incompetence, or plodding mediocrity. But for the man who has proved his worth and can do the exceptional things with originality and sound judgment, they are eagerly watchful and have rich rewards. You say big corporations scheme to keep a fellow down. They drive him, shame him, starve him too, if he so much as frown. God knows I hold no brief for them. Still, come with me today and watch those fat directors meet, for this is what they say. In all our force, not one to take the new work that we plan. In all the 1,000 men we've hired, where shall we find a man? The world is shabby in the way it treats a fellow, too. It just endures him while he works, and kicks him when he's through. It's ruthless, yes. Let him make good, or else it grabs its broom and grumbles, "What a clutter's here! We can't have this. Make room." And out he goes. It says, "Can bread be made from moldy bran?" The men come swarming here in droves, but where'll I find a man? Yes, life is hard, but all the same it seeks the man who's best. Its grudging makes the prizes big, the obstacles a test. Don't ask to find the pathway smooth, to march to fife and drum. The plum tree will not come to you, Jack Horner, hunt the plum. The eyes of life are yearning, sad, as humankind they scan. She says, "Oh, there are men enough, but where'll I find a man?" End of section 223.
Section 224 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Welcome Man by Walt Mason. There's a man in the world who is never turned down, wherever he chances to stray. He gets the glad hand in the populous town, or out where the farmers make hay. He's greeted with pleasure on deserts of sand, and deep in the aisles of the woods. Wherever he goes, there's the welcoming hand. He's the man who delivers the goods. The failures of life sit around and complain. The gods haven't treated them right. They've lost their umbrellas whenever there's rain, and they haven't their lanterns at night. Men tire of the failures who fill with their sighs the air of their own neighborhoods. There's one who is greeted with love-lighted eyes. He's the man who delivers the goods. One fellow is lazy and watches the clock and waits for the whistle to blow. And one has a hammer with which he will knock, and one tells a story of woe. And one, if requested to travel a mile, will measure the perches and roods. But one does his stunt with a whistle or smile. He's the man who delivers the goods. One man is afraid that he'll labor too hard. The world isn't yearning for such. And one man is always alert, on his guard, lest he put in a minute too much. And one has a grouch or a temper that's bad, and one is a creature of moods. So it's hey for the joyous and rollicking lad, for the one who delivers the goods. End of section 224.
Section 225 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. What Dark Days Do. A real man does not want all his barriers leveled. He, of course, welcomes easy tasks, but he welcomes hard ones also. The difficult or unpleasant thing puts him on his mettle, throws him on his own resources. It gives him something of the stern joy which warriors feel in foemen worthy of their steel. Moreover, as a foil or contrast, it enables him to value more truly the good things he constantly enjoys, perhaps without perceiving them. I sorter like a gloomy day, the kind that just won't smile. It makes a fella hump hisself to make life seem worthwhile. When sun's a-shining and the sky is washed out bright and gay, it ain't no job to whistle, but it is when skies air grey. So gloomy days air good for us, they make us look about, to find our blessings, make us count, the friends who never doubt. Most anyone can smile and joke and hold blue devils back when it is bright, but we must work to grin when skies air black. That's why I sorter like dark days that put it up to me to keep the gloom from soaking in my whole anatomy. And if they never come along, my soul would surely rust. The dark days keeps my cheerfulness from dragging in the dust. Everard Jack Appleton. From The Quiet Courage. End of section 225.
Section 226 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. When Earth's Last Picture is Painted by Rudyard Kipling. What is it that a human being wants? Most of us have something that we like to do more than anything else. We are not free to do it as we wish. We are handicapped by the need to earn a living, by physical weariness, by the carpings and scoffs of the envious, by the limited time we have at our disposal. But underneath all this is the spirit of work, the desire to take up our task for its own sake alone, to give our whole selves to it, to carry it through, not in some partial way, but in accordance with the fullness of our dream. We want to be free from distractions and interruptions. If we are driven at all, we want it to be by our own inner promptings, not by obligation or necessity. Of course, these favorable, these ideal conditions belong to heaven, not to earth. Kipling here explains what they will mean to the artist, the painter, but in doing so he expresses the longings of the true workman of whatsoever sort. He sums up the true spirit of work. When Earth's last picture is painted, and the tubes are twisted and dried, when the oldest colors have faded, and the youngest critic has died, we shall rest, and, faith, we shall need it, lie down for an eon or two, till the Master of all good workmen shall set us to work anew. And those that were good will be happy, they shall sit in a golden chair, they shall splash at a 10-league canvas with brushes of comets' hair. They shall find real saints to draw from, Magdalene, Peter, and Paul. They shall work for an age at a sitting, and never be tired at all. And only the Master shall praise us, and only the Master shall blame, and no one shall work for money, and no one shall work for fame, but each for the joy of the working, and each in his separate star shall draw the things as he sees it, for the God of things as they are. Rudyard Kipling. From, quote, Rudyard Kipling's verse, 1885 through 1918, end quote. End of section 226.
Section 227 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. When nature wants a man, only melting and hammering can shape and temper steel for fine use. Only struggle and suffering can give a man the qualities that enable him to render large service to humanity. Lincoln was born in a log cabin. He split rails and conned a few books by the firelight in the evening. He became a backwoods lawyer with apparently no advantages or encouraging prospects, but all the while he had his visions, which ever became nobler, and the adversities he knew but gave him the deeper sympathy for others and the wider and steadier outlook on human problems. Thus, when the supreme need arose, Lincoln was ready. Harsh-visaged nature had done its work of molding and preparing a man. When nature wants to drill a man, and thrill a man, and skill a man, when nature wants to mold a man, to play the noblest part, when she yearns with all her heart to create so great and bold a man that all the world shall praise, watch her method, watch her ways, how she ruthlessly perfects, whom she royally elects, how she hammers him and hurts him, and with mighty blows converts him into trial shapes of clay which only nature understands, while his tortured heart is crying and he lifts beseeching hands. How she bends but never breaks when his good she undertakes, how she uses whom she chooses, and with every purpose fuses him, by every art induces him to try his splendor out. Nature knows what she's about. When nature wants to take a man, and shake a man, and wake a man, when nature wants to make a man to do the future's will, when she tries with all her skill, and she yearns with all her soul to create him large and whole, with what cunning she prepares him, how she goads and never spares him, how she wets him and she frets him, and in poverty begets him, how she often disappoints whom she sacredly anoints, with what wisdom she will hide him, never minding what betide him. Though his genius sob with slighting, and his pride may not forget, bids him struggle harder yet, makes him lonely, so that only God's high messages shall reach him, so that she may surely teach him what the hierarchy planned, though he may not understand, gives him passions to command. How remorselessly she spurs him, with terrific ardor stirs him, when she poignantly prefers him. When nature wants to name a man, and fame a man, and tame a man, when nature wants to shame a man, to do his heavenly best, when she tries the highest test that her reckoning may bring, when she wants a god or king, how she reins him and restrains him, so his body scarce contains him, while she fires him and inspires him, keeps him yearning, ever burning, for a tantalizing goal, lures and lacerates his soul, sets a challenge for his spirit, draws it higher when he's near it, makes a jungle that he clear it, makes a desert that he fear it, and subdue it if he can. So doth nature make a man. Then, to test his spirit's wrath, hurls a mountain in his path, puts a bitter choice before him, and relentless stands o'er him. Climb or perish, so she says. Watch her purpose, watch her ways. Nature's plan is wondrous kind. Could we understand her mind? Fools are they who call her blind. When his feet are torn and bleeding, yet his spirit mounts unheeding, all his higher powers speeding, blazing newer paths and fine. When the force that is divine leaps to challenge every failure, and his ardor still is sweet, and love and hope are burning in the presence of defeat. Lo the crisis, lo the shout that must call the leader out. When the people need salvation, doth he come to lead the nation. Then doth nature show her plan, when the world has found a man. Angela Morgan, from Forward March. End of section 227.
Section 228 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Freed. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Will by Alfred Tennyson. I can resist anything but temptation, says a character in one of Oscar Wilde's plays. Too many of us have exactly this strength of will. We perhaps do not fall into gross crime, but because of our flabby resolution, our lives become purposeless, negative, negligible. No one would miss us in particular if we were out of the way. Part 1. Oh, well for him whose will is strong. He suffers, but he will not suffer long. He suffers, but he cannot suffer wrong. For him nor moves the loud world's random mock, nor all calamities hugest waves confound, who seems a promontory of rock, that, compassed round with turbulent sound, in middle ocean meets the surging shock, tempest buffeted, citadel crowned. But ill for him who, bettering not with time, corrupts the strength of heaven-descended will, and ever weaker grows through acted crime, or seeming genial venial fault, recurring and suggesting still. He seems as one whose footsteps halt, toiling in immeasurable sand, and o'er a weary sultry land, far beneath a blazing vault, sown in a wrinkle of the monstrous hill, a city sparkles like a grain of salt. End of section 228.
Section 229 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Will. Warren Hastings resolved in his boyhood that he would be the owner of the estate known as Dalesford. This was the one great purpose that unified his varied and far-fetching activities. Admire him or not, we must at least praise his pluck in holding to his purpose, a purpose he ultimately attained. You will be what you will to be. Let failure find its false content in that poor word environment, but spirit scorns it and is free. It masters time, it conquers space, it cows that boastful trickster chance, and bids the tyrant circumstance uncrown and fill a servant's place. The human will, that force unseen, the offspring of a deathless soul, can hew the way to any goal, though walls of granite intervene. Be not impatient in delay, but wait as one who understands when spirit rises and commands the gods are ready to obey. The river, seeking for the sea, confronts the dam and precipice, yet knows it cannot fail or miss. You will be what you will to be. Ella Wheeler Wilcox, from Poems of Power. End of section 229, read by Alice Stein. Section 230 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Wisdom of Folly. Jog on the footpath way, and merrily hend the styler. A merry heart goes all the day, your sad tires in a miler. Shakespeare's lilting stanza conveys a great truth, the power of cheerfulness to give impetus and endurance. The A at the end of the lines is merely an addition in singing. The word hend means take. The cynics say that every rose is guarded by a thorn which grows to spoil our posies. But I no pleasure therefore lack. I keep my hands behind my back when smelling roses. Though outwardly a gloomy shroud, the inner half of every cloud is bright and shining. I therefore turn my clouds about, and always wear them inside out to show the lining. My modus operandi this, to take no heed of what's amiss, and not a bad one. Because, as Shakespeare used to say, a merry heart goes twice the way that tires a sad one. Ellen Thornycroft Fowler, the Honourable Mrs. Alfred Falcon. From Verses Wise and Otherwise. End of section 230. Read by Alice Stein. Section 231 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Wishing. Horace Greeley said that no one need fear the editor who indulged in diatribes against the prevalence of polygamy in Utah, but the malefactors had better look out when an editor took up his pen against abuses in his own city. We all tend to begin our reforms too far away from home. The man who wishes improvement strongly enough to set to work on himself is the man who will obtain results. Do you wish the world were better? Let me tell you what to do. Set a watch upon your actions, keep them always straight and true. Rid your mind of selfish motives, let your thoughts be clean and high. You can make a little Eden of the sphere you occupy. Do you wish the world were wiser? Well, suppose you make a start by accumulating wisdom in the scrapbook of your heart. Do not waste one page on folly. Live to learn and learn to live. If you want to give men knowledge, you must get it ere you give. Do you wish the world were happy? Then remember day by day just to scatter seeds of kindness as you pass along the way, for the pleasures of the many may be ofttimes traced to one. As the hand that plants an acorn shelters armies from the sun, Ella Wheeler Wilcox from Poems of Power. End of section 231, read by Alice Stein.
Section 232 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Woman Who Understands by Everard Jack Appleton. Is this the little woman that made this great war? Was Lincoln's greeting to Harriet Beecher Stowe. Often a woman is responsible for events by whose crash and splendor she herself is obscured. Often, too, she shapes the career of husband or brother or son. A man succeeds and reaps the honors of public applause, when in truth a quiet little woman has made it all possible, has by her tact and encouragement held him to his best, has had faith in him when his own faith has languished, has cheered him with the unfailing assurance, "You can, you must, you will." Somewhere she waits to make you win, your soul in her firm, white hands. Somewhere the gods have made for you the woman who understands. As the tide went out she found him, lashed to a spar of despair, the wreck of his ship around him, the wreck of his dreams in the air, found him and loved him and gathered the soul of him close to her heart, the soul that had sailed an uncharted sea, the soul that had sought to win and be free, the soul of which she was part. And there in the dusk she cried to the man, "Win your battle, you can, you can." Broken by fate, unrelenting, scarred by the lashings of chance, bitter his heart unrepenting, hardened by circumstance, shadowed by failure ever, cursing he would have died, but the touch of her hand, her strong, warm hand, and her love of his soul took full command, just at the turn of the tide. Standing beside him, filled with trust, "Win!" she whispered, "You must, you must." Helping and loving and guiding, urging when that were best, holding her fears in hiding, deep in her quiet breast. This is the woman who kept him, true to his standards lost. When, tossed in the storm and stress of strife, he thought himself through with the game of life, and ready to pay the cost. Watching and guarding, whispering still, "When you can, and you will, you will." This is the story of ages, this is the woman's way, wiser than seers or sages, lifting us day by day, facing all things with a courage nothing can daunt or dim, treading life's path wherever it leads, lined with flowers or choked with weeds, but ever with him, with him. Guide on, comrade, golden spur, the men who win are helped by her. Somewhere she waits, strong in belief, your soul in her firm white hands. Thank well the gods when she comes to you, the woman who understands. End of section 232. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, April 2025.
Section 233 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mama Fish. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The Word. The Cumaean Sibyl offered Tarquin the Proud 9 books for what seemed an exorbitant sum. He refused. She burned 3 of the books and placed the same price on the 6 as on the original 9. Again, he refused. She burned 3 more books and offered the remainder for the sum she first named. This time, Tarquin accepted. The books were found to contain prophecies and invaluable directions regarding Roman policy. But alas, they were no longer complete. So it is with joy. To take it now is to get it in its entirety. To defer until some other occasion is to get less of it at the same cost. Today, whatever may annoy, the word for it is joy, just simple joy. The joy of life, the joy of children and of wife, the joy of bright blue skies, the joy of rain, the glad surprise of twinkling stars that shine at night, the joy of winged things upon their flight, the joy of noonday, and the tried true joyousness of eventide, the joy of labor and of mirth, the joy of air and sea and earth, the countless joys that ever flow from him whose vast beneficence doth dim the lustrous light of day, and lavish gifts divine upon our way. Whatever there be of sorrow, I'll put off till tomorrow, and when tomorrow comes, why, then 'twill be today, and joy again. John Kendrick Bangs, from the Atlantic Monthly. End of section 233.
Section 234 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Work. A Song of Triumph. When Captain John Smith was made the leader of the colonists at Jamestown, Virginia, he discouraged the get-rich-quick seekers of gold by announcing flatly, "He who will not work shall not eat." This rule made of Jamestown the first permanent English settlement in the New World. But work does more than lead to material success. It gives an outlet from sorrow, restrains wild desires, ripens and refines character, enables human beings to cooperate with God, and when well done, brings to life its consummate satisfaction. Every man is a prince of possibilities, but by work alone can he come into his kingship. Work. Thank God for the might of it, the ardor, the urge, the delight of it. Work that springs from the heart's desire, setting the brain and the soul on fire. Oh, what is so good as the heat of it, and what is so glad as the beat of it, and what is so kind as the stern command, challenging brain and heart and hand. Work. Thank God for the pride of it, for the beautiful, conquering tide of it, sweeping the life in its furious flood, thrilling the arteries, cleansing the blood, mastering stupor and dull despair, moving the dreamer to do and dare. Oh, what is so good as the urge of it, and what is so glad as the surge of it, and what is so strong as the summons deep, rousing the torpid soul from sleep? Work. Thank God for the pace of it, for the terrible, keen, swift race of it. Fiery steeds in full control, nostrils aquiver to greet the goal. Work, the power that drives behind, guiding the purposes, taming the mind, holding the runaway wishes back, reining the will to one steady track, speeding the energies faster, faster, triumphing over disaster. Oh, what is so good as the pain of it, and what is so great as the gain of it, and what is so kind as the cruel goad, forcing us on through the rugged road? Work. Thank God for the swing of it, for the clamoring, hammering ring of it, passion and labor daily hurled on the mighty anvils of the world. Oh, what is so fierce as the flame of it, and what is so huge as the aim of it? Thundering on through dearth and doubt, calling the plan of the Maker out. Work the Titan, work the friend, shaping the earth to a glorious end, draining the swamps and blasting the hills, doing whatever the Spirit wills, rending a continent apart, to answer the dream of the master heart. Thank God for a world where none may shirk. Thank God for the splendor of work. Angela Morgan, From the Hour Has Struck. End of section 234.
Section 235 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Work by Henry Van Dyke. The dog that dropped his bone to snap at its reflection in the water went dinnerless. So do we often lose the substance, the joy, of our work by longing for tasks we think better fitted to our capabilities. Let me but do my work from day to day, in field or forest, at the desk or loom, in roaring marketplace or tranquil room. Let me but find it in my heart to say, when vagrant wishes beckon me astray, this is my work, my blessing, not my doom. Of all who live, I am the one by whom this work can best be done in the right way. Then shall I see it not too great nor small to suit my spirit and to prove my powers. Then shall I cheerful greet the laboring hours, and cheerful turn, when the long shadows fall at eventide, to play and love and rest, because I know for me my work is best. From Collected Poems. Into section 235.
Section 236 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. The world is against me. Babe Ruth doesn't complain that opposing pitchers try to strike him out. He swings at the ball till he swats it for 4 bases. Ty Cobb doesn't complain that whole teams work wits and muscles over time to keep him from stealing home. He pits himself against them all and comes galloping or hurdling or sliding in. What other men can do, any man can do if he works long enough with a brave enough heart. The world is against me, he said with a sigh. Somebody stops every scheme that I try. The world has me down and it's keeping me there. I don't get a chance, or the world is unfair. When a fellow is poor, then he can't get a show. The world is determined to keep him down low. What of Abe Lincoln, I asked, would you say? That he was much richer than you are today. He hadn't your chance of making his mark, and his outlook was often exceedingly dark. Yet he clung to his purpose with courage most grim, and he got to the top. Was the world against him? What of Ben Franklin, I've oft heard it said, that many a time he went hungry to bed. He started with nothing but courage to climb, but patiently struggled and waited his time. He dangled a while from real poverty's limb, yet he got to the top. Was the world against him? I could name you a dozen, yes, hundreds, I guess, of poor boys who've patiently climbed to success. All boys who were down and who struggled alone, who'd have thought themselves rich if your fortune they'd known. Yet they rose to the world you're so quick to condemn, and I'm asking you now, was the world against them? Edgar A. Guest, from Just Faults. End of section 236.
Section 237 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Worthwhile. A little boy whom his mother had rebuked for not turning a deaf ear to temptation protested with tears that he had no deaf ear. But temptation, even when heard, must somehow be resisted. Yeah, especially when heard. We deserve no credit for resisting it, unless it comes to our ears, like the voice of the siren. It is easy enough to be pleasant when life flows by like a song. But the man worthwhile is the one who will smile when everything goes dead wrong. For the test of the heart is trouble, and it always comes with the years. And the smile that is worth the praises of earth is the smile that shines through tears. It is easy enough to be prudent when nothing tempts you to stray, when without or within no voice of sin is luring your soul away. But it's only a negative virtue until it is tried by fire. And the life that is worth the honor on earth is the one that resists desire. By the cynic, the sad, the fallen, who had no strength for the strife, the world's highway is cumbered, today they make up the sum of life. But the virtue that conquers passion, and the sorrow that hides in a smile, it's these that are worth the homage on earth, for we find them but once in a while. Ella Wheeler Wilcox from Poems of Sentiment. End of section 237, read by Alice Stein. Section 238 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. You may count that day. A class of little settlement girls besought Mrs. George Herbert Palmer one insufferable summer morning to tell them how to be happy. "I'll give you 3 rules," she said, "and you must keep them every day for a week. First, commit something good to memory each day. 3 or 4 words will do, just a pretty bit of poem or a Bible verse. Do you understand?" A girl jumped up. "I know. You want us to learn something we'd be glad to remember if we went blind." Mrs. Palmer was relieved. These children understood. She gave the 3 rules. Memorize something good each day. See something beautiful each day. Do something helpful each day. When the children reported at the end of the week, not a single day had any of them lost. But hard put to it to obey her? Indeed, they had been. One girl, kept for 24 hours within squalid home walls by a rain, had nevertheless seen 2 beautiful things: a sparrow taking a bath in the gutter, and a gleam of sunlight on a baby's hair. If you sit down at set of sun and count the acts that you have done, and, counting, find one self-denying deed, one word that eased the heart of him who heard, one glance most kind that fell like sunshine where it went, then you may count that day well spent. But if, through all the livelong day, you've cheered no heart by yea or nay, if through it all you've nothing done that you can trace that brought the sunshine to one face, no act most small that helped some soul and nothing cost, then count that day as worse than lost. George Eliot. End of section 238. Read by Alice Stein. Section 239 of It Can Be Done. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams. Your mission. One of the most often heard of sentences is, "I don't know what I'm to do in the world." Yet very few people are ever for a moment out of something to do, especially if they do not insist on climbing to the top of the pole and waving the flag, but are willing to steady the pole while somebody else climbs. If you cannot on the ocean sail among the swiftest fleet, rocking on the highest billows, laughing at the storms you meet, you can stand among the sailors, anchored yet within the bay. You can lend a hand to help them as they launch their boats away. If you are too weak to journey up the mountain steep and high, you can stand within the valley while the multitudes go by. You can chant in happy measure as they slowly pass along. Though they may forget the singer, they will not forget the song. If you cannot in the harvest garner up the richest sheaves, many a grain both ripe and golden of the careless reaper leaves, go and glean among the briars growing rank against the wall, for it may be that their shadow hides the heaviest grain of all. If you cannot in the conflict prove yourself a soldier true, if, where fire and smoke are thickest, there's no work for you to do, when the battlefield is silent, you can go with careful tread, you can bear away the wounded, you can cover up the dead. Do not then stand idly waiting for some greater work to do. Fortune is a lazy goddess, she will never come to you. Go and toil in any vineyard, do not fear to do and dare. If you want a field of labor, you can find it anywhere. Ellen M. H. Gates. End of section 239. Read by Alice Stein. End of It Can Be Done by Joseph Morris and St. Clair Adams.